Chapter 977, Ao Feng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. Ao Feng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. The 9 states had been peaceful for many years. He had thought that would change during the battle of proving holiness, but happened even earlier. People who were younger than him were already on the road to greatness. Su Chehan had a special status at 9 States College. His reputation was not as good as that of Tong He or Lin Shubai. Now that he had entered the upper levels of the Sage Plane, he would use this battle to amaze the world. Besides him, many others were displaying their incredible combat ability. But the cultivator from the North Deep whom Su Chehan had killed was not ordinary. The North Deep would not just let him get away with it. The wind howled as a line of cultivators from the North Deep rose into the sky and looked down at the skeleton below them. Saint North Deep's face fell, and a terrible killing intent burst out from him. The one whom Su Chehan had killed was his son, the one whom he hoped would inherit his mantle and alms bowl in the future. But he had been poisoned to death by Su Chehan. The divine implement armor that he wore had not helped at all. More and more cultivators gathered together until they covered the sky, trapping Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. The cultivators from the North Deep all had wings, and an evil airflow came from them. It looked like the apocalypse. Little Butterfly's face changed a little bit. How could this be? They were not important figures. Why had this army surrounded them? Was it because of the one that had been killed? She and her sworn brother Su Chehan had been cultivating in the medicine garden with Saint Jiang all along, so they did not really understand what was going on in the outside world. They did not recognize the cultivator from the North Deep. People from the palace rushed over to help, but Ao Feng waved his hand and suddenly a bunch of cultivators from Ocean King Palace intercepted them, not letting them get closer. He would not act against Saint Jiang's disciples, but if the people from the North Deep wanted to, that had nothing to do with him. The 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea had formed an alliance, but all of them had their own intentions. What Ao Feng was doing could be said to be very sinister. He is skilled with poisons. Don't engage in close combat, use spells to attack him, said a cultivator from the North Deep. Terrible black lightning shot out from him. The space around him was covered in dark clouds, as if it was about to be destroyed. He was not the only one among them who was extremely powerful. Many of the other cultivators from the North Deep released spells into the sky with destructive power that would completely envelop Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly went pale, but she saw Su Chehan standing before her, his black robe fluttering wildly, and with a cold, killing look in his dark eyes. He did not know why his master had asked him and Little Butterfly to help Futian, but he had given an order, and so he would obey. Su Chehan had been born into a noble family, and had been quite talented from a young age. His father was the head of the family, and had a very high reputation. His mother was a proud daughter of heaven, beautiful and graceful. When he was born he was destined to have a glorious future, until one day his father was poisoned by his brother, and his mother had killed herself out of shame. His father had used his dying breaths to carry him out to a deserted mountain. He still remembered his father kowtowing in front of a thatched hut on the mountain until the poison killed him. Afterwards, he had seen his master for the first time. Later he found out that his master was a famous saint of medicine, and a master of poisons. His master had asked him if he wanted to study the way of medicine or the way of poison. He had chosen poison without hesitation. His master had told him that if he chose poison he would have to suffer unimaginable pain, but he still persisted. Thus, Su Chehan was sent on the path of studying poison. He had studied it with his own body, and then killed all his enemies with it. He was so cold as to have almost no human feelings. Many people called him Great Teacher Su, to which he made no reply. Everyone knew the great disciple of Saint Jiang, but only he knew how strict his master had been towards him, and how cruel. Perhaps in his master's eyes, Little Butterfly was his only disciple. Everyone called him Great Teacher Su, and were even more in awe of him due to him being a disciple of the medicine garden. But in the depths of his soul, Su Chehan felt inferior, especially when facing his master and little butterfly. He knew that although his master was known as a master of poisons, he had later learned to love medicine. He heard that it was the masteress who had changed him. So when he had chosen poisons from the start, the master was probably unhappy with him. Who could love someone who was filled with poison? The thing that had left the deepest impression on Su Chehan was that his master had once warned him that he could die at any time, and that no harm was to ever come to little butterfly. He understood that in the master's heart he could not compare to little butterfly. The master looked at her as his own daughter, and she probably reminded him of the masteress. He also knew that the master never let anyone go to the garden behind the house where the statue of the masteress was kept. But he did not hate his master, because he felt the same way. He could die, but no harm should come to little butterfly. There were only two people in the world worth protecting with all his might, the master, and little butterfly. Little butterfly, protect yourself. Don't worry about the battle, whispered Su Chehan. A burst of butterflies with wings as sharp as steel appeared around her, shining faintly with the light of a divine implement. Su Chehan stepped forward into the air, blocking her off from the attacks coming from the sky. Apocalyptic dark lightning streaked down towards him. Su Chehan stood in front of little butterfly, and his dark eyes were full of desire to kill. Everyone in the sky felt a burst of corrosion rule power. Boom! A dark lightning bolt slammed into Su Chehan, causing him to shake. But he still stood firmly in the air as if he had felt nothing. Crack! A terrible cold light slashed down, turning into a dark storm that tore through the air. Su Chehan did not dodge it, and even greeted its power, letting it all fall upon him. Another storm went around him and went towards little butterfly, tearing through her curtain of colored butterflies and causing her to tremble. Everyone looked at Su Chehan with amazement. How strong was his body? An attack of this level would have killed even a top-level sage. Some of the people in the air's bodies were eroded by poison fog, and their skin and muscles were eaten away. This poison sorcery could not be removed. It infiltrated into your internal organs, corroding everything inside. Those who had not cultivated up to the top of the sage level would soon be killed. Be careful. Everyone put up a light curtain around themselves, and even more violent attacks descended. Su Chehan spat up a mouthful of blood. He looked down and saw that little butterfly had been sent flying. Even with a divine implement to protect her, she was still bleeding from the mouth and had gone pale. Su Chehan flashed down to protect her. Powerful attacks descended once again, and his body continued to shake as blood poured from his mouth. Don't worry about me, brother. Attack them, said little butterfly. She knew that he had the power to kill them all. She knew that there was one other person in the world besides Futian he had withstood her master's medicine trial, her sworn brother. But the medicine that he had taken was different than Futian's. Futian's was the medicine necessary to forge a perfect body. But her sworn brother's was the medicine that would forge a poisonous body. They all must die, whispered Su Chehan. A cold light shone from his handsome face, but it became exceptionally warm when he looked at little butterfly. Use what our master taught you to defend yourself. Don't let my poison hurt you. Brother, no. She shook her head. She seemed to sense what he was about to do. Tears filled her pure eyes. The master said you would die. My life isn't worth your tears. Su Chehan reached out as if to touch little butterfly's face, but he hesitated and then took it back. He stood up and turned to look into the sky. He thought, am I going to die? Will that disturb the master even a little bit? Probably not. As long as little butterfly lived, what did it matter if he died? Su Chehan continued upward, as if he were purposely trying to go far away from little butterfly. He was worried that he might poison her. Rule power continued to rumble, and blood continued to flow, but Su Chehan seemed not to care. He had endured thousands of poison baths, and life and death no longer mattered to him. What did this little bit of pain matter? He gazed indifferently at those in the sky. It was like he was looking at dead men. Break the seal. He closed his eyes, and the blood roiled in his veins. A terrible black mist spread out from him and reached up into the sky like dark tentacles. His blood seemed to be integrated into it. Poison chi exploded from his body as if a seal had been broken. At this moment he seemed to be a container from which years of accumulated poison was being released. Behind him appeared a dark figure like a god of poison that ignored everything. The world went dark as the poison mist filled the sky. Even rule spell defenses were gradually eroded. Their spiritual willpower went numb, and their thoughts stopped. Once a little bit of the poison gas got into their body, they began to turn black as their internal organs were eaten away little by little. Their bodies began to fall from the sky. There were no more violent attacks, just bodies falling. Su Shihan's face had also gone dark. There was no emotion in his eyes, but as he stood there no one could get close to Little Butterfly. Brother, tears streamed from Little Butterfly's eyes. Su Chehan smiled when he heard her voice, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. His whole body was poisonous. He could not be by her side. From the distance, Yi Futian shot over towards them. He had obviously seen the situation here. Saint Jiang had asked them to come and help him. He could not just watch them die. This part of the battlefield had attracted much attention, including that of Saint Xia and Saint Li. Saint Jiang is quite severe. Saint Li shook his head. What is going on? How could he let both of his disciples fall into this situation? Asked Saint Xia. Saint Jiang had always cultivated at 9 States College. Saint Li was the one who knew him best. I'm afraid that Su Chehan has always thought that Saint Jiang looked at Little Butterfly as his own daughter because she reminded him of his wife. But he does not realize who he himself reminds him of, nor what position he occupies in his heart, said Saint Li. A strange look came over Saint Xia's face as he guessed the answer. Saint Jiang, he said. Saint Li nodded. Yes. Is Su Chehan not just a younger version of Saint Jiang? His severity towards Su Chehan is really him being severe towards himself. What is Saint Jiang trying to do? Asked Saint Xia. Saint Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the palace manages to get through this catastrophe due to this battle, then all the time I spent trying to get Saint Jiang to come to 9 State College will all be for that kid's benefit. What a clever trick. Su Chehan did not see Saint Jiang's game. How could he? Chapter 978, The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. It killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. It killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. Of course, not many of those who were skilled at poison sorcery were good at defense, but Su Chehan was. His body was incredibly strong, so much so that other people's rule spells could not kill him. Moreover, at this moment, he could be said to be completely poisonous. No one dared get near him. That was why he could not grab Little Butterfly and break out of there. Otherwise, the poison bursting from him was enough to cut a bloody road through his enemies, and none of them could stop him. But he couldn't leave, he could only stay and protect Little Butterfly. His face grew darker and darker as his handsome features grew horrible. His arms were turning black as well. This terrible poison sorcery was turning against him. Brother! Tears streamed down Little Butterfly's face continuously as the little details of her and her sworn brother's life together flashed through her mind. She naturally understood his inner nature and knew that although others called him Great Teacher Su, he was still very hard on himself. Once the situation involved her, he would always do the most important thing and stand before her to protect her. Just like now, as he stood before her in the air. Poison filled the air, but in her eyes, his figure was majestic, almost divine. "He can't hold out for much longer," came a voice from the sky. He had killed so many cultivators from the North Deep that as far as they were concerned, they wanted to kill him despite the fact that he was St. Zhang's disciple. Terrible rule spells continued to descend upon him. Su Chehan reached up and the poisonous mist reached out from him like a tentacle. It instantly turned into a terrible dark shadow that wrapped around his opponents. In a flash, there were more blackened corpses. Su Chehan still stood there, weathering their attacks. Yi Futian was still rushing towards them, cutting a bloody road through his enemies. Yun Shang, Qin Zhuang, and the others had been intercepted by the cultivators from the Endless Sea, so Yi Futian was charging forward alone. He was coming extremely quickly, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Ao Feng watched him as he came. Yi Futian had been so strong at the Imperial Mausoleum. As one of the top 20 on the Sage ranking, Ao Feng wanted to try him and see what level Yi Futian had reached. A trident appeared in his hands that seemed to have waves rolling over it. He thrust it forward and the air rushed past it with a sound like the ocean. Divine power spread out from the trident. It was clearly a divine implement. He looked ahead and saw Yi Futian rushing towards him. He stepped forward and the air trembled. An invisible power rushed out like a slap in the face. It was like thousands of huge waves were rolling over Yi Futian, slowing him down. He looked at Ao Feng and realized that he was facing a truly fearsome opponent. However, at the moment that he slowed down, Yi Futian stepped forward and a terrible storm wrapped around him, tearing through the air. It rushed forward and tore through the ocean wind. He rushed forward and stabbed out with the halberd of time and space, making it collide with the silver trident. Time and space seemed to freeze as the halberd pressed forward with an indomitable will. Space and time were torn, and everything was about to be destroyed. But the silver trident had boundless power, and thousands of waves swept out. Its majestic power made Yi Futian tremble, as if his body were being beaten over and over again. Even the starry defense light curtain was broken. His rushed attack gave him a temporary advantage, but even so, Ao Feng felt a strong sense of danger. He was thrown backward at the instant of collision, and the space where he had stood was no exploding and tearing. Yi Futian rushed past him, not getting entangled with him. Ao Feng looked back at him angrily. At that moment he felt like he couldn't move. A deadly attack had descended and time and space froze. This was enough to make him feel desperate. He did not want to feel like that again. Several figures rushed by him. Yi Futian broke through rows of enemies and finally reached Su Shihan's side, entering into the poison mist. A line of dark mist wrapped around him and seemed to enter him. At this moment Yi Futian could feel his breathing stop. He looked back and said, "Don't come any closer." He then continued on towards Su Chehan. Su Chehan looked at Yi Futian with his dark eyes. His entire body had turned black, and it seemed that he could die at any moment. On seeing his condition, Yi Futian said, "You should cut off the poison and take a rest." Su Chehan shook his head and said, "I can't. Take care of little butterfly for me." On saying this, he fell out of the sky and the poison mist spread uncontrollably from him in all directions. But it was not as powerful as before. Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, and the others who had dared to come this far were still following Yi Futian. "Brother!" Little butterfly caught Su Shihan's body as tears fell. Su Chehan looked at her and smiled. It was a tragic scene. "Little butterfly, when I'm not here anymore, the master will have to take care of you." "That won't happen." Little butterfly shook her head. Su Chehan looked at her, and then looked up at Yi Futian who was protecting them up in the sky. He whispered, "If you really love him, little butterfly, then let him give you a good status." "You idiot," scolded Yi Futian. As he said this, he reached into the air and the attacking cultivators were imprisoned by stars. He thrust out his right hand and a beam of light pierced the sky, destroying the starry prisons and making it so that the ones rushing towards them did not dare come closer. "Protect them both," said Yi Futian to Yu Sheng and the other three. They all nodded. They divided themselves up to protect Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. More cultivators were coming. In addition to the ones from the North Deep who had come to deal with Su Chehan, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea came. Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge were there, so that's where the halberd of time and space and Ren Huang's inheritance were. Yi Futian's face grew ugly as he looked at them gathering together densely. He was strong, but if they restricted his movements he would be in trouble. It was just like it had been for Su Chehan. No matter how strong you were, you could not endure limitless attacks by yourself. Violent attacks rained down, and Yi Futian stepped forward, guarding the air where he was. He truly became a choke point for the enemies. When he heard Yi Futian's words, Su Chehan looked angrily at him, but when he saw what was happening, the anger in his eyes disappeared. As he watched him standing resolutely there in the air, he felt a warmth that he had not felt in a long time. Maybe that guy's poison came only from his mouth. "Brother, you can't be hurt." Little Butterfly looked at him and shook her head. "Little Butterfly, the poison pellet contained the poison that I had cultivated over dozens of years. Now that it has been released it cannot return." His voice seemed so weak. The poison sorcery had damaged his organs and every part of his body. "I have a medicine pellet." Little Butterfly smiled brightly through her tears. Then she lowered her head and kissed Su Chehan on the lips. He looked stunned as if he had forgotten how to think. As he felt those tender red lips kissing him, he felt a powerful medicinal force enter his body. Their eyes were as close to each other as could be. Su Chehan shook his head, wanting to stop Little Butterfly. He had a moment of fear. Doing this might kill her. But Little Butterfly held on to him, closed her eyes, and a black line appeared on her face. However, a sacred radiance shone from her body. Tears flowed from Su Chehan's eyes. At this moment, he could die without regret. He suddenly understood why Yi Futian had looked at him like that and said those cruel words to him. He had probably already seen what would happen. That damn guy. But at this moment, Su Chehan could not hate him. Two pellets seemed to be suspended between their bodies, one black and one white. One was poison, and one was medicine. But now the two intersected, and black and white merged. Blackness flowed across Little Butterfly as the blackness on Su Chehan's body decreased. His skin turned white again as his body's vitality was restored. The sound of a terrible collision came from the sky. It was the battle that Yi Futian was fighting. But Su Chehan seemed not to feel it. Up in the air, a powerful figure stepped forward. Saint North Deep swept his gaze over the one who had come with an ugly look on his face. It was Saint Jiang. "North Deep, I wish to take away my disciples." "Do you have any objections?" said Saint Jiang. "Look at all the corpses down there, Saint Jiang," said Saint North Deep. Saint Jiang seemed not to hear him. He said, "I hereby announce that I am entering the sacred war. If the three holy lands of the Endless Sea will let me through, then I will not target them. Otherwise," Saint North Deep's face grew hard. As number 12 on the saints' ranking, this man who had once been a master of poisons was still quite powerful. "Ocean King Palace will let you through," said Ocean Saint. Since the two people down there were leaving the battle, they had no need to make an enemy of Saint Jiang. The celestial cliffs were the same and said that they would let him through. Only Saint North Deep's face remained firm. Most of the people that Su Chehan had just killed had been his, including one of his sons. In his heart, he cursed the unruly bastard. But Saint Jiang's calm words had been so forceful. "If you don't let me through, I will threaten the saints of the Endless Sea. Do you dare to try and stop me?" Emperor Xia had said that anyone in the 9 states could freely launch a sacred war. They did not need to notify him, and they did not need a reason. "I'll let you through," said Saint North Deep with his face held hard. Saint Jiang would firmly fight him if it came to blows, even at great cost to himself. The cultivators in the air made a path, and Su Chehan and Little Butterfly separated themselves. Su Chehan was already much better as he looked up at Saint Jiang. "Master," both of them called. Saint Jiang's gaze fell upon Su Chehan, and he said, "Chehan, from now on you will study the way of medicine." Su Chehan looked like he had been struck by lightning. He knelt there for a while, then finally reacted. He bowed down and touched his head to the ground, and the sound of sobbing could be heard. "Thank you, Master." When he looked up, his face was covered in tears. How could he not understand his master's good intentions towards him now? His master had always cared for him. He let go of all the darkness he had accumulated over the years. His heart was clear, and his emotions had been released. Su Chehan was the great disciple of Saint Jiang. Chapter 979, Saint Jiang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. Saint Jiang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. The 3 of them reached Holy Sage Pavilion, and Saint Jiang personally saw to his disciples' wounds. He also integrated their powers together. Little Butterfly had practiced medicine and she was very fragile, while the poison all throughout Su Chehan's body had made him too forceful. Integrating their powers had benefits for both of them, and in the future, they would both be able to practice both kinds of power. This in and of itself was his expectations for his disciples. Saint Xia and Saint Li looked at Saint Jiang. Saint Li said, "Saint Jiang, you're too harsh on your disciples." Su Chehan was like a young Saint Jiang, and he knew that Saint Jiang saw him this way. So he didn't really want him to die. "There is no making without breaking," responded Saint Jiang. He was the one who understood Su Chehan best in the world. There had always been something lacking in him due to his harsh life. If he did not have a great awakening, then even with all his talent he would never set foot on the divine path. And so he had put pressure on Su Chehan for all these years to try and have him make a breakthrough. "Humph." Saint Li snorted with displeasure. "You can't have done this just to test one person. Was the test for Su Chehan not also a test for Futian?" Saint Jiang did not answer. Li Sheng looked out at Futian as he fought and said, "If the palace can avoid this disaster, are you planning on cultivating in the barren state in the future?" He had sent his disciples to fight in the sacred war and had himself announced that he would join. Saint Li definitely understood Saint Jiang's intentions. Moreover, he knew Saint Jiang's wishes better than anyone. Saint Jiang knew where Saint Li's resentment was coming from. He had lived at 9 States College for so many years and yet had never done anything for them. "I am like a drifting cloud or a wild crane. I seek to cultivate everywhere. I apologize for having imposed on you these past few years." Saint Jiang looked up into the sky, then whispered, "Moreover, you know what it is that I want." "Has he succeeded?" asked Saint Li, clearly talking about Futian. He had previously said that bringing Saint Jiang to 9 States College was actually to Futian's benefit. "Very nearly. And he is only a lower-level sage. If he continues to improve, then there's no doubt he will. In fact, even without me, he would doubtlessly become a saint. But this is at least a start. From now on I will put all that I have into this," whispered Saint Jiang. "You wish that all the cultivators of the world would not be hampered by the divine catastrophe. The Great Path has no place for sentiments. That is against the rules of the Great Path," whispered Saint Li. He sighed, "This is easy enough to say, but it will take a long time. If I do not live long enough, there are always Chehan and Little Butterfly. Saint Jiang looked off into the sky with a resolute look on his face. There was a magnificent figure there. The person who he loved the most had died due to the Great Path catastrophe. He did not want Little Butterfly to repeat the same mistake. In fact, he did not want anyone in the world to do so and experience the same despair that he had. This was the reason that he had agreed to help Dozhan avoid the Great Path catastrophe when Yi Futian had brought him to him all those years ago. He had proposed conditions for Yi Futian to undergo the medical trial. It was only one test, but he had never thought that Yi Futian would become as legendary as he was now. Saint Li said nothing. He looked out at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian did not die in the battle, then the Holy Ji Palace would become the foremost holy land in the 9 states. Sometimes war could truly change many things, minds, beliefs, and even the moment of enlightenment between life and death. Of course, most of what war brought was just death. After Su Chehan and Little Butterfly had left the battlefield, Yi Futian and his companions had become the new targets for the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea, especially the North Deep. Their armies pressed in and their commanders ordered all their forces to attack Yi Futian. It seemed that they were venting all their rage on him. Battle matrices filled the sky and surrounded Yi Futian and his companions, even sealing themselves in. Such determination was strong indeed. On the other side of the battlefield, the one who had slaughtered the most cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace was not Jiya. He had been pinned down by cultivators from the Vajra region. Nor was it one of the top figures from Shihua Sacred Mountain. Most of their sages had died at Yi Futian's hand. Nor was it someone from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Zhou Ming was leading the Golden Phoenix Army and Yuan Hong commanded the Heavenly Battle Matrix. Instead, it was Lu Zong. Most of the cultivators from Shihua Sacred Mountain were fighting the Yu clan, but Lu Zong led a team of elite cultivators to intercept Yi Futian's men. Lu Zong was skilled at forming matrices, and the men behind him were in position. They looked like an ancient tree. Their power flowed and descended upon him. Lu Zong waved his hand, and it was like a willow branch slashing down. It seemed to have no strength, but it was the sharpest weapon in the world. It cut through several cultivators in front of him. Lu Zong, came a furious voice. He looked and saw a line of cultivators in formation rushing towards him. One of them was his old acquaintance, the disciple of Chess Saint Villa Yang Shao. The Celestial Dragon Matrix? Lu Zong looked over the matrix that Yang Shao led with interest. His eyes gleamed with the desire to wreak havoc. You're all old men from Chess Saint Villa. When I cracked the Celestial Dragon Matrix, I was invited to meet with Chess Saint, and you all followed by my side. Now you want to kill me? Asked Lu Zong mockingly. If Li Kaishan had not deliberately let you, you would not have been the one to enter the villa. Every time Yang Shao thought of this it hurt him so much that he no longer desired to live. If it had not been for Li Kaishan's betrayal, only Yi Futian would have seen the master. And given Yi Futian's character, would everything not be different? Moreover, Yi Futian had the ability to bring the master to Nethersword Mound. His wife and his sworn brothers would not have died. Is that so? Lu Zong's look became cold. In that case, why don't you see if I can break the matrix now? He had been so strong back then, how much stronger must he be now? What was more, those who followed him today were comparable to those who had followed him then. This time he did not need to study how to break the matrix, he just had to force his way through and kill all of them. 2 powerful auras rose up from this area of the battlefield. The 2 matrices were extremely strong. A huge golden dragon appeared with Yang Shao at its center, and its eyes were full of majesty. The matrix that Lu Zong had formed looked like an ancient tree. Each of the cultivators hung there like a branch or a leaf. Crashing sounds rang out as endless vines covered the sky. The dragon roared and slashed out with its claws. Its 5 claws were like hooks. They were so sharp they seemed to be able to tear through space itself as they rushed towards Lu Zong. Numerous vines swept out from the ancient tree and wrapped around the claws, but the claws tore right through them. However, the vines were endless and they wrapped around the claws, slowing them down. Yang Shao, all the sage-ranking cultivators of your generation should stand down. Lu Zong's voice was cold. As he spoke, numerous crashing sounds came from the leaves and branches, and then there was a flash of radiance as they shot out towards the oncoming claws. Each branch and leaf seemed invincible. They all contained the rule power of the Great Path, and they tore through the dragon's claws little by little. The cultivators of the younger generation had all grown up by now, and many of them were sages. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Gu Donglu, Su Chehan, Lin Shubai, and others. Many of the higher-level sages had been killed by Yi Futian, and so Lu Zong's words were not wrong. Just as waves rose and fell, the sage ranking would have great changes. Many people would stand down and never reach the sage level. And then they would be replaced. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. If you did not advance, you must step down. The celestial dragon's claws were torn, but Yang Shao did not look disturbed. There was only fury in his eyes as he stared at Lu Zong, and a desire to kill. Golden light shone from the celestial dragon's abdomen, and a giant sword appeared there, the celestial dragon's sword. Dazzling light shone from the sword, and it seemed to be invincible. Lu Zong glanced at it indifferently, with disdain showing in his eyes. He could bring to bear all the combat power of his battle matrix. With this much power, there were few in the 9 states who could match him. Among them were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Both of them were powerful enemies, and if he didn't have the matrix they could sweep him aside. But besides them, there were very few people he had to worry about. Even though Yang Shao was on the sage ranking, he was not worthy of Lu Zong's attention. A sword? I can do that too, Lu Zong said casually. As he spoke, countless images of him appeared on the leaves and branches of the ancient tree. A terrible power swept out, and the leaves and branches turned into swords. In a flash, thousands of sword wills pointed towards the celestial dragon matrix, and there was a faint sound of shrieking sword chi. Lu Zong used the pinching sword technique, and the language of Buddha rang out. Heaven and earth resonated, and the sword chi of thousands of swords shrieked. A terrible storm of sword chi appeared in front of him. The third disciple of Shihua's sacred mountain was skilled at many things. The celestial dragon sword slashed through the air, but a dazzling light appeared in Lu Zong's eyes. His thousands of swords burst out at the same time, becoming a terrible vortex of sword chi. Thousands of sharp swords smashed into the celestial dragon sword, creating an ear-piercing sound. The celestial dragon sword was worn away bit by bit from tip to blade. In the end, it was completely destroyed. The terrible sword chi continued forward, and the dragon roared. Golden light bloomed, protecting that space. The thousands of swords struck the light, making the celestial dragon matrix tremble. Cracks appeared in their defenses. You want revenge, Yang Shao, but you're not good enough, Lu Zong said arrogantly. He stepped forward. Chapter 980, the moment when Lu Zong's voice faded, the ancient tree that was centered near his body had numerous leaves flying between heaven and earth. There were no rules for the leaves that flew in the sky, shrouding this space, covering the sky, and instantly enclosing the space where the celestial dragon matrix was located. The moment when Lu Zong's voice faded, the ancient tree that was centered near his body had numerous leaves flying between heaven and earth. There were no rules for the leaves that flew in the sky, shrouding this space, covering the sky, and instantly enclosing the space where the celestial dragon matrix was located. Sharp sizzling sounds were heard, particularly grating to the ears. Every leaf turned into fierce shards of sword will. Each shard contained the ripping rule that was meant to cut all things, subtly intending to tear the entire space to pieces. Lu Zong still stood there quietly without the slightest bit of emotion on his face. A very barbaric spiritual power exuded from him, and numerous remnant illusions of Lu Zong appeared as if the world was filled with him. The Buddha said that each flower was a world in itself, and each leaf signified the entire tree. He had made these endless leaves turn into slaughtering debris, and even if the celestial dragon matrix had unparalleled defense, it was still going to be crushed within. Yang Xiao clearly felt the immensity of this power. He looked up and saw that the whole world seemed to resonate with Lu Zong's spiritual willpower. Lu Zong, at this moment, was like the master of this space. Once, Yang Xiao had been quite impressed with Lu Zong. He was able to crack the celestial dragon chess game under those conditions. Even if Li Kai-shan deliberately threw the game, it was still a remarkable accomplishment. So he chose not to say anything, but leave the choice to the master. He had never thought that this seemingly insignificant detail would now change everything. But regret was too late now. All he could do was kill Lu Zong and take revenge. A muddled sound came out from the dragon, and the celestial dragon matrix that was centered on Yang Xiao kept marching forwards like a golden divine dragon rushing forwards, its claws reaching forth intending to tear everything that was in front of him. Seeing what was in front of him, Lu Zong understood what Yang Xiao was trying to do, fight with him, but did Yang Xiao qualify? The endless leaves turned into a devastating storm, slaughtering toward the dragon. The celestial dragon made an incredible angry roar and kept moving forward in Lu Zong's direction, aiming to kill. Lu Zong stretched out his palm and suddenly clenched it in Yang Xiao's direction. With a cold voice he spat out, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the storm vortex slashed into the golden divine dragon and every leaf was turned into the sharpest blade in the world, cutting at the body of the celestial dragon and slowly chopping off the immense body of the dragon bit by bit. Within the celestial dragon matrix, many had blood flowing out of their bodies, and those terrible leaves were cutting directly on their torsos. However, the people inside the celestial dragon matrix seemed to have forfeited their lives and continued in the direction of Lu Zong without hesitation. A flash of coldness crossed Yang Xiao's eyes, and he released his spiritual willpower to the maximum. The storm covered the world with destruction and annihilated everything within it. He did not believe that with this level of rule sorcery he couldn't kill his sworn enemy. The body of the celestial dragon gradually shattered, and the leaves like sharp blades crossed the void, cutting toward the body of Yang Xiao. There were crunching sounds that were heard, and bright red blood bloomed. A sardonic smile emerged on Lu Zong's face. This battle should have ended now, and the people of Chess Saint Villa should have all perished. Looking at the leaves flying toward Yang Xiao, his smile was somewhat evil, but at this time, there was suddenly an incomparable thunder clapping, sweeping through the sky. In front of him, a thundering authority suddenly exploded around Yang Xiao and everything was destroyed. After the celestial dragon matrix was torn apart, Yang Xiao had even made a thundering war matrix that destroyed everything in front of him as easily as breaking bamboo. It was a matrix that would kill the enemy no matter the cost. In the hands of Yang Xiao, a divine implement appeared. It was a silver long halberd, which was the divine implement used by Gu Feng, who was the leader of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, Kill. The divine implement moved forward, no matter the cost, just to kill Lu Zong. For this reason, Yang Xiao even deliberately feigned weakness, causing the illusion that he was about to be torn and shattered. He even had many wounds on his body, bleeding, demonstrating his strong determination to kill Lu Zong. Condensate. Lu Zong's palm moved forward, and the endless leaves formed a vortex that gathered in front of him, turning into a metallic defensive wall, blocking Yang Xiao. But how could such a hasty defense block the attack of this thunder? With a shockingly thundering boom, the defensive force was instantly torn apart and shattered. The long halberd pierced into the body of Lu Zong directly, and the destructive thunder extinguished all signs of life, completely cutting off Lu Zong's escape. Die! Yang Xiao screamed with anger. He looked crazed at the moment, his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him. Lu Zong's body became blurred as if he might be shred to pieces at any time, under the destructive lightning and thunder of the sky, killed by a single blow. However, at this moment, Yang Xiao seemed to have an illusion. Lu Zong's face was changing constantly. Sometimes it was Lu Zong's and sometimes it was another person's. His facial expressions turned from leery to condescending as if to be sarcastic. Why would it be me? With a chilling scream, the body exploded and was annihilated under the rays of the thunder. Yang Zhao's face was stern, and his eyes turned to look at the person on the side. It was Lu Zong who stood there. Not only him, but everyone currently within the matrix was staring at Lu Zong as well. He felt a coldness that bit through the bones. How is it that he didn't die? Yang Zhao's eyes stared at Lu Zong. How was this possible? He saw with his own eyes that the divine implement had pierced into Lu Zong's body, but why was it another who died? Not only was Yang Zhao unable to understand it, but even those within the matrix could not understand it either. But at this time, they also felt very cold. The dead, like them, were all top figures from Shihua's sacred mountain, but they took Lu Zong's place to die. What in the world was going on? Lu Zong, what is going on? A cultivator questioned coldly. Lu Zong did not tell them anything about this situation. At Shihua's sacred mountain, Lu Zong's status was extremely high. He had been taught by all three saints, who prepared him to be the future master of the Shihua's sacred mountain. They were also willing to assist, but that did not mean that they were willing to be set up by Lu Zong and die in his stead. After all, Lu Zong did not yet have the charisma for others to give up their lives for him. Yi Futian had elevated the status of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state so much that it now has its current appeal. Lu Zong merely enjoyed the success of the others, so it was impossible that there would be top figures who were willing to die for him. Don't blame me, senior brothers. This is the matrix sanctioned by the master for killing. As long as I am alive, this matrix will keep running and remain invincible, killing on the battlefield. So, I have to beg your pardon, Lu Zong said. The faces of those cultivators in the matrix had changed. Lu Zong's meaning was easy to understand. In the matrix, they were his pawns. As long as he was there, keeping the matrix running, it meant that everyone else could die, except him. Then they remembered that in the Nether Sword Mound, this junior brother of theirs had used great capability to help the chess saint escape, and if it were not for it being destroyed by Yi Futian, he would have only been a step away from succeeding. At the time, Chess Saint had arranged a matrix, but it was a sacrificial matrix that used the disciples of the Chess Saint Villa as sacrifices. It was because of this that Yang Zhao and Lu Zong now had a vendetta. Furthermore, the sacrifice at the time was not only limited to the disciples of the Chess Saint Villa, but also included the cultivators of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. So today, this matrix. When they thought of this, they felt a cold shudder. No need to guess, senior brothers. This matrix is based on a tree. The roots of the ancient tree take all the nutrients and spread its branches and leaves. I am the root of the matrix, so naturally, you brothers can lend your power to me through the matrix. It is the same with your lives. Lu Zong continued, this battle is very important for Shihua Sacred Mountain, and all you senior brothers are fighting for Shihua Sacred Mountain. If you die in the battle, Shihua Sacred Mountain will not forget you. Yang Zhao saw that this scene and did not immediately react. He stared hard at Lu Zong and the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain. How ironic. It seemed everything that had happened in the Nether Sword Mound was once again repeating, but this time Lu Zong was even more ruthless. There was a cultivator of Shihua Sacred Mountain who attempted to break away from the matrix, but found that he was unable to do so. His power was uncontrollably flowing to Lu Zong, even with his spiritual will. At the time of setting up the matrix, they did not have any hesitation and never doubted Lu Zong, voluntarily lending their strength to Lu Zong. They didn't expect that it would be used to bind them now. What a good junior brother, one person said coldly. Senior brother, I have said that this battle is very important for Shihua Sacred Mountain, and this matrix was also sanctioned by the master. If senior brother refused to cooperate, then it is equivalent to betraying Shihua Sacred Mountain. Don't be surprised when I discipline the traitors. Lu Zong was aggressive in his stance, and he waved his palm. The person who had spoken suddenly appeared pale in the face and was attacked by a powerful spiritual will. He couldn't help but groan. Sure, Sure, of course, I will cooperate with my junior brother. That cultivator of the Shihua sacred mountain was filled with hate in his heart. Saint Shihua was so cold-blooded. Although they were not disciples of saints, it was not easy to cultivate to their level today. But in the eyes of Saint Shihua, none of them were as valuable as one Lu Zong, and they could all be sacrificed for Lu Zong. In this case, first kill Yang Shao, then go get Yi Futian, Lu Zong said. As his voice fell, his eyes once again looked toward Yang Shao, his look filled with terrible killing intention. He was careless before. If he had already set up this matrix, that blow would have been enough to kill him. Yang Shao wanted to butt heads with him. Rustling noises were heard, and the branches of the ancient tree covered the sky, covering the space. It fully wrapped Yang Shao and the others inside. The branches and leaves swung in the void at will, but a terrible rule's power of ripping permeated from them, as if once it chopped down, they would be able to chop through people. You can die now, Lu Zong said, and suddenly, endless branches and leaves slashed toward Yang Shao. Yang Shao, who was covered in blood, had the coldest eyes. Although he still had a terrible intent to kill, he was beginning to understand that with Lu Zong's setup of the matrix, he had no chance to kill him. This great vendetta, was there no way to avenge it? He was full of hate. He held the divine implement tightly in his hand. Even if he knew that he would die, Yang Shao would still try his best with his last breath. Kill! With a loud scream, Yang Shao rushed to the front, and the willow branch came down, pouncing on him. Here, behind him, a voice came, and then an immense sword will swept from the sky. Behind Yang Shao, there was a river of swords coming. At the same time, there was another force descending, and it was a powerful spiritual willpower that could control this entire space, affecting the speed of that branch that was coming down. Chapter 981, The willow branches that contained ripping rules were invincible, and the sound of rustling was heard between heaven and earth. But at this moment, it seemed to be bound by an invisible force. The sword river followed close behind, breaking all things and blocking the willow branches that continued to drop down. Seeing this, Yang Shao did not waste the opportunity. The long halberd in his hand immediately extended, the lightning that annihilated all things bloomed and completely pulverized the willow branches. The willow branches that contained ripping rules were invincible, and the sound of rustling was heard between heaven and earth. But at this moment, it seemed to be bound by an invisible force. The sword river followed close behind, breaking all things and blocking the willow branches that continued to drop down. Seeing this, Yang Shao did not waste the opportunity. The long halberd in his hand immediately extended, the lightning that annihilated all things bloomed and completely pulverized the willow branches. On each side of Yang Shao, two people appeared. Both were handsome and striking, with extraordinary temperament. The one on the left was slightly huskier, while the one on the right seemed more on edge. These two looked at each other across Yang Shao, and then looked away as if on cue and just focused on Lu Zong, who was in front. Bai Luli, Gu Donglu. Lu Zong looked at the two. They went on the trial with Xia Qingyuan. Bai Luli was the cultivator from Jixia Holy Palace, and Gu Donglu was the third senior brother of Yi Futian. Both were extremely outstanding figures. Bai Luli qualified for the heavenly chosen ones, and if Gu Donglu did not forfeit, he also could have. He did not know that Bai Luli and Gu Donglu could really be considered old friends. When Gu Donglu entered the Baron state from the Eastern Baron territory, the first thing he did was challenge Bai Luli, the most famous figure of Baron state at that time and the one who had entered into the top 10 of the Baron sky ranking at a young age. Although he was defeated, the name of Gu Donglu became known for the first time by people in the Baron state. The second time the two fought was at the Zhuge family's Crouching Dragon Mountain at the engagement banquet of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Gu Donglu had returned from traveling and cultivating and set foot on Crouching Dragon Mountain, disregarding his own life. In that battle, Gu Donglu flat out beat Bai Luli, achieving thunderous fame in the Baron state. Interestingly, these two rivals had appeared here at the same time. Of course, it was not intentional. Bai Luli had seen how Lu Zong had chased and killed the people of Barren State, so he had followed him this way. Gu Donglu saw that Yang Shao was in danger, so he also followed him. So the two men glanced at each other with Yang Shao in the middle, and then looked away again with great mutual understanding. Palace Lord Yang, can you let us into the matrix? Gu Donglu asked. He had now entered the sage plane. Bai Luli broke through after 3 days and was now a mid-level sage, and both possessed holy items so they could be considered quite strong. Still, it was still foolish to think that Lu Zong, who now had the backing of the battle matrix, could be beaten by one's own strength. They also saw previously that Lu Zong harvested the power of those within the ancient tree battle matrix so that he could even make others to die in his stead. Fine. Yang Shao nodded, and there was light flowing. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli opened up their spiritual power to be led by Yang Shao. Soon they could feel that they were integrated into the endless thunder world as if they were part of it themselves. If you too want to attack, just let me know with your mind and I shall assist, Yang Shao said. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu both nodded. Lu Zong cast a glance at the few people in front of him, and there was a cold sneer flashing across his eyes. Both Bai Luli and Gu Donglu were charming individuals, and it was too bad that they should die at his hands. How wonderful it would be if he could have used them for himself. Rustling sounds were heard again. Above the ancient tree in front, there were countless silhouettes of Bai Luli. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree extended toward the distance, the willow branches covered the sky, and once again wrapped the battle matrix within. The leaves fluttered and became extremely fierce sharp blades, cutting down towards Yang Shao and the others. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu took a step forward at the same time, and Yang Shao received the thoughts from both of them in an instant. He could not help but reveal a surprised look, but he said nothing. All the power of the matrix now rushed toward Bai Luli and Gu Donglu at the same time. The eyes of Bai Luli turned black, and the whole world and the void were turned gray. Behind him appeared a pair of terrible eyes. Its tyrannical spiritual will filled the entire void, which was precisely his life spirit, the eye of devastation. The leaves that were flying in the space seemed to be imprisoned as the devastating thunderstorm raged and slaughtered the entire space. At the same time, the 9 characters behind Gu Donglu circulated. There was also a terrible power of the spiritual will that covered the void, and a super strong sword chi circulated, turning into a sword river, overhanging, blooming from the body of Gu Donglu, annihilating the void. The endless flying leaves were crushed through and through, and the fallen willow branches, likewise, were constantly being attacked and destroyed. Godly creation of all things, Bai Luli spat out, and the terrible spiritual will had gathered into a thundering ancient god whose mere glance could destroy all things with lightning that not only attacked the physical body but also attacked the power of spiritual will. Gu Donglu had summoned 9 gods of war, surrounded by 9 characters, all facing forward to launch their attack at Lu Zong. Once upon a time, Bai Luli and Gu Donglu had used these 2 abilities, attacking each other as opponents. Now they were using this method to join forces to annihilate Lu Zong. And even more, both of them seemed to be intuitively connected to release their attacks, without any trace of hesitation or courtesy. Feeling the atmosphere coming from the 2, Lu Zong sobered up. The huge ancient tree swayed, moving forward as if to turn into a tree spirit. Vines that were thick like mountains swept out. Its power was terrifying. It was like a mountain was being picked up and smashed towards Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. On top of the thick vines, there even grew many sharp golden blades destroying everything in front of it. Condensate, Gu Donglu commanded, and 9 gods of war turned into one. The aura of the 9 characters surrounded them, the heavens and the earth resonated. As the 2 echoed to each other, an infinite number of 9 characters appeared around them, and each character turned into an ancient seal, accompanying Gu Donglu palms forward. The ancient god that was born of Bai Luli held the heaven-shaking thunder hammer and smashed it down, intending to destroy the ancient tree. The vines that were as thick as mountains were now exploding wildly, smashed, destroyed, pulverized and disappearing all the way through. But in the same way, the body of the ancient god also collapsed, and the shadow that Gu Donglu had conjured was also destroyed. This space was filled with currents of devastation. "Is that all from you?" Lu Zong spoke arrogantly. The vines upon the ancient tree were destroyed and grew again, still covering the sky and sheltering everyone within it. Lu Zong's power seemed still aplenty, but in his matrix, the breath of everyone else was consistently weakening. Apparently, he had been draining the power of others to launch those attacks. "To kill him we must breach his matrix," Bai Luli said. He did not look at Gu Donglu, but Gu Donglu knew who he was talking to. This matrix is centered on him, and he could use those in it to replace him in death. To breach it, you need to kill all the others while breaching the matrix so that there is no replacement to be had. Gu Donglu responded, "You want to breach it head-on or you want to lead the offensive?" "I will breach the matrix from the front, blocking its attack." "You can concentrate on the offensive," Bai Luli responded. "Very well." Gu Donglu nodded. The two seemed to have arranged everything in a few words, and now it was like there was nothing more for Yang Xiao to do. He looked at them with some surprise, obviously not knowing the relationship between the two. But none of this was important. As long as Lu Zong could be killed, Shihua's sacred mountain could be destroyed. He was willing to do anything. Bai Luli's expression was solemn, and behind him, in addition to the life spirit of the Eye of Devastation, there was yet another life spirit blooming. It was the immense life spirit of the spell scroll. This spell scroll flew out and burst into a terrible light. Bai Luli's fingers landed on the spell scroll, and suddenly, traces of blood appeared, which caused bloody stripes to also appear in the life spirit and made it bloom with even more brilliance. The life spirit of spell scroll flew straight toward the front, suspended in the air, and a giant spell scroll hung from the void. A bloody spell scroll flew out of the life spirit, and went toward Lu Zong. "Blood sacrifice, god-killing scroll," Bai Luli spat. At this moment, his spiritual will seemed to be drained. The spell scroll burst out a blood light that filled the sky, like the sorcery of Forbidden Rules spell. Infinite bloody spell scrolls flew about, and when they collided with the fallen leaves and the willow branches, the bloody scrolls were able to penetrate and pulverize them. The light of the life spirit of the spell scroll was directed at Lu Zong, and the god-killing scroll that was suspended in the sky had formed a rule spell from a spiritual will that was capable of destroying everything. Lu Zong's look changed suddenly. Sacred sounds of chanting in Sanskrit were heard, and the ancient tree made shaking sounds. Endless figures appeared at the same time, and in front of him was an incomparably beautiful glory of the sacred tree, and when the bloody spell scroll came down, there was blood-colored radiance dancing among the branches of the immense ancient tree. At this moment, Lu Zong had no time to care about anything else. Gu Donglu had started his move at the same time Bai Luli made his attack. A painting floated behind him, and the life spirit melted into it. It was a sacred painting. Back then at Jisheng Cliffs, it was for this painting that Zhan Xiao chased him, wanting to kill him for it. But in fact, this painting was invoked by his will and acknowledged only him as its master. The incomparable aggressive spiritual will flowed into the scroll. A holy authority faintly permeated, and then flying forward. The endless 9 characters shone with glory and madly rushed into it. "Manifest," Gu Donglu called out, and suddenly a figure was summoned from the sacred painting, like an enchanted spirit surrounded by 9 characters, exuding brilliance. This figure was based on Gu Donglu himself, but its constitution was more outstanding than his. This time, he had summoned himself. Behind Bai Luli and Gu Donglu, the faces of Yang Xiao and the others were somewhat distorted, their spiritual will mental power seeming to be drained. The attack of these two was too terrible to imagine. Yang Xiao's eyes were glued in front of him. He saw the immortal figure turn into lightning, moving forward, carrying the aura of the endless 9 characters, destroying everything in its path. His body directly rushed within the ancient tree battle matrix set up by Lu Zong. PSSST sounds continued to be heard, and countless vine branches and leaves were snapped and broken. While Lu Zong resisted the attacks from Bai Luli, he was also controlling the branches and leaves to attack Gu Donglu, but he could not block it. The godlike figure madly destroyed the immense ancient tree, and with another sound, a cultivator's body was bisected and blood splashed everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. The continuous sounds signified the continuous destruction of those in the way. They were wiped out by Gu Donglu without any resistance, which made Lu Zong's breath weaker and weaker, causing his face become somewhat mangled. Could such a great battle matrix be broken by the alliance of these two men? Although he had no time to ponder, the defense of the ancient tree battle matrix itself was surprisingly strong, and still, it could not stop the attack of Gu Donglu and was constantly being destroyed. Chapter 982, Saint Shihua had been paying close attention to the battlefield high above the sky, so it was only a given that he had also been able to watch Lu Zong's position. He frowned and thought about where Bai Luli and Gu Donglu came from, as well as why were they able to borrow Yang Xiao's battle matrix and wielded it to such effect. Yang Xiao, who was ranked on the sage ranking, seemed to only support the other two. Saint Shihua had been paying close attention to the battlefield high above the sky, so it was only a given that he had also been able to watch Lu Zong's position. He frowned and thought about where Bai Luli and Gu Donglu came from, as well as why were they able to borrow Yang Xiao's battle matrix and wielded it to such effect. Yang Xiao, who was ranked on the sage ranking, seemed to only support the other two. Go and help Lu Zong out, Saint Shihua told the mighty ones of Shihua Sacred Mountain below. Stay back. A shout was heard on the battlefield where Lu Zong was. It was from a mighty one from Shihua Sacred Mountain in the Matrix. How dare you, Saint Shihua said as he eyed the one who spoke. That person was trembling within the Matrix as if he was to die at any moment. His expression was twisted and his cold eyes glared at Saint Shihua as he said, I'm not afraid of death. We who have trained in Shihua Sacred Mountain became sages after training for so long. We dare not disobey any order from Shihua Sacred Mountain, but you have deceived us and let Lu Zong make one such sacrificial matrix, and I'm very not pleased. We're all cultivators of Shihua Sacred Mountain, yet you see us all as disposable just for the sake of Lu Zong. I regret training in Shihua Sacred Mountain, that person shouted. Saint Shihua extended his hand below, conjuring a large hand and pinned down that person across the vast space. He then said coldly, treason in the battlefield shall be punished with death. Shihua Sacred Mountain shall perish, that person roared and his voice resounded on the battlefield right before his death. Saint Shihua pressed down with his hand. And with a splatter, that person died at Saint Shihua's hand instead of Gu Donglio's. What are the rest of you waiting for? Saint Shihua said coldly, attempting to quell the doubts of those from Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, it became obvious that the minds of many mighty ones from the Shihua Sacred Mountain had been shaken. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were still playing chess at the side, sighed. Saint Xia then said, Lu Zong is indeed supremely talented and possesses incredible powers. But as a brutal one who can sacrifice anyone or anything just to further his own cause, he will either end up an ambitious hero if he succeeds or a despised loser if he fails. Shihua Sacred Mountain is indeed playing a dangerous game, and it seems that they are being caught in their own trap now. A cultivator trained their mind as well, and there was simply no one who reached sage plane yet had nor developed an incredibly strong sense of self. They would not simply allow themselves to be played by others, and blind loyalty generally did not exist with sages. Saint Xia, you're overestimating him. True heroes require unique charisma to enable others to give themselves entirely to their cause. Lu Zong is far from being able to achieve that, Saint Li shook his head and said. Indeed. Saint Xia nodded and continued, what about Yi Futian then? If he had been in Lu Zong's place, I believe many from the Holy Ji Palace would have thrown themselves into the matrix willingly, Saint Li smiled and said. Saint Xia smiled in reply and both of them continued to play chess. The game seemed to be a difficult one, and like the battlefield, where it seemed that the allied forces consisting of 6 holy lands had obtained an absolute edge, the ones from the barren state had indomitable beliefs and were united throughout the ranks. They were ready to throw their lives away in their last stand, thus making it possible for them to push their enemies back despite being in a despairing state. That was not to say that victory was theirs, as the 6 Holy Lands came with an explicit purpose of eliminating the Holy Ji Palace, and they probably had yet to bring out their trump card. Furthermore, there were some others, other than Kong Yao, who seemed very powerful as well. They were perhaps secret weapons of sorts. None of them moved in and killed anyone. They simply stayed behind and watched where Yi Futian was. Lu Zong was being attacked by Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. The world tree shook in a frenzy. A devouring power burst from him, and in an instant, countless branches of the tree withered at a frightening speed. Worse still, those mighty ones who had yet to be killed in the Matrix by Gu Donglu had their powers channeled in a frenzy into Lu Zong's body. Screams were heard everywhere. Gu Donglu quickly summoned the celestial shadow and the light of the 9 words, heading straight for Lu Zong himself. The dazzling light pierced through all, and the sword river of the great path coalesced into a single sword, piercing through Lu Zong. A crisp rumble was heard and Lu Zong's shadow gradually disappeared, yet vague saintly might emanated from that spot as if there was a spectral mirror there. Countless shadows of Lu Zong appeared there at the very next moment, spreading out in all directions. It was apparent that he had deflected the attack using divine implements. An incredibly huge pair of grey eyes appeared in the air as if they were Bai Luli's. The power of rules coursed and countless runes hovered above the blood spell scroll, locking down their surroundings. Shadows of ancient gods appeared in all directions. Terrifying blood lightning powers placed their surroundings in a lockdown. It was the power of the sealing of all creations, a power that Bai Luli had developed, but it was obviously far more powerful than what it had been years ago. Kill. Killing intent was seen from Bai Luli's eyes. There were many of the Holy Ji Palace who had died at Lu Zong's hands. Despite having spent years training in the Jixia Holy Palace, his heart remained with the Holy Ji Palace nonetheless. Countless blood spell scrolls came down and every single one of them turned into bolts of blood lightning. Gu Donglio's silhouette stood at the raging space. He formed seals with his hands and his garb billowed. Countless shadows of the 9 words fell. In an instant, one silhouette of Lu Zong after another was destroyed. Both of them joined hands with the intention of killing everything within that space, and there was no way they could just let Lu Zong leave. Buddhist chants were heard in the air and immense mighty power of the Buddha emanated. A golden ancient tree burst forth, looking like a Bodhi tree, growing in a frenzy and reaching out for the bodies of both Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. The branches of the tree were torn and cut down in a frenzy. Lu Zong's shadows continued to crumble, yet he seemed to have concentrated all power within one strike. A beam of dazzling light pierced the air, descending upon the matrix that Yang Shao had laid. Heaven and the earth resonated as the Buddhist chants continued to reverberate around them. Saintly power emanated from the ancient tree with terrifying might out to overpower everything, extended at Bai Luli and Gu Donglu in an unstoppable manner. Lu Zong had concentrated all of the powers that he had acquired from the devouring matrix in that single attack. He sacrificed a holy item and brought out everything he had, just so that that one strike would have been able to kill Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. Yang Shao saw the scene and turned into a bolt of lightning, lashing out with the silver halberd in his hand like a thunderous calamity of the great path and a thunder dragon, out to tear everything apart. The Buddhist chants reverberated and all mirages disappeared at that very moment, coalescing into one strike from Lu Zong. The force was magnificent as an enormous palm struck down, clashing with the silver halberd. Yang Shao spat up blood as the recoil from the strike hit him, sending him flying with a loud boom, but his attack nonetheless nullified Lu Zong's attack. Blood spell scrolls descended from above and a bolt of blood lightning struck onto Lu Zong's original body. Without other powers getting in the way, the Madra of the 9 words struck him almost at the very same moment. Lu Zong's body shook violently as he continued to spit up blood. Saint Shihua's face went pale. No might ones from Shihua's sacred mountain came in as reinforcements. He did not believe that with so many mighty ones available in Shihua's sacred mountain, none were able to do so. It became apparent that morale of Xihua Sacred Mountain had been shaken due to Lu Zong's previous actions. His aura was bone-chillingly cold. He had never expected Lu Zong, who had been borrowing the power of matrixes, would be caught in such a pinch. Such talents in the way of Buddhism, and yet the wrong path was chosen. You've been too anxious indeed, Saint Xihua, Saint Xia said plainly, causing Saint Xihua to feel speechless. Saint Li sighed deep down as well. Lu Zong had such rare talents and fated encounters. If he had been able to train in the Vajra region, he would have been able to achieve more. Yet, Lu Zong seemed to have indeed taken the wrong path. He had been too anxious to fulfill his ambitions quickly. Lu Zong was the student of 3 saints, so there was no problem for Saint Xia to chastise Saint Xihua. It was naturally the teacher's fault for not teaching the student correctly after all. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu naturally would not have gone easy on Lu Zong, who had gone on a killing spree earlier. Waves of attacks landed on him without pause and he kept spitting up blood. Yet, at that moment, a voice was heard. I'll end him. Yang Zhao's shirt was bloodstained as he stepped forward. Very well. Gu Donglu nodded. He and Bai Luli took the flanks, blocking any route of escape for Lu Zong. Without reinforcements from the Matrix and having suffered such grave injuries, there was no way Lu Zong would have been able to come out alive, so there was no problem for Yang Zhao being the one to end him. Yang Zhao held the halberd in his hand while walking up to Lu Zong. He spared no time with words, and with a single step, he turned into a bolt of lightning, sticking the halberd right into Lu Zong's abdomen. Devastating lightning coursed throughout Lu Zong's body, but it did not kill him immediately, causing his body to tremble frantically instead. He looked up at Yang Zhao with despaired and frustrated eyes. He was going to die soon. He had immense talent and had been an esteemed student from the very first day he stepped into Xihua Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong remembered the time when he sparred with a senior, who had beaten him due to being of greater plane, then boasted about putting him in his place. Rage got to his head and he brought everything he had to bear and killed that senior. None of his teachers reprimanded him and they took him in as their personal student instead, appreciating him even more. No one in Xihua Sacred Mountain dared to bully him from then on out. His status was unparalleled and his ambition grew considerably. He wanted to create a new era for Xihua Sacred Mountain and unify the entire eastern state, then become the absolute best in all of the 9 states. His teachers acknowledged his goals and put everything they had into nurturing him. However, a young man named Futian appeared in the stage of the 9 states, known to be peerless throughout the 9 states. On this day, he had brought an army with him, with the expressed purpose of killing Futian, yet he died before Futian was even harmed. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu were both exceptional, but he was unable to fathom how they had been able to kill him. Lu Zong, does it hurt? Yang Zhao twisted the weapon in Lu Zong's body, a testament to the sheer amount of hate he had for Lu Zong. He had personally watched as his wife, brothers, and sisters were sent into the sacrificial matrix and died in the Nether Sword Mound. He felt his heart bleed. He wanted nothing more than to let Lu Zong have a taste of that. Lu Zong glared at Yang Zhao and blood continued to ooze from his mouth. He smirked all of a sudden in a very demonic manner. He then said with a croaked voice, "Winner takes all. Your wife, brothers, and sisters were but pawns. Their deaths are hardly worth grieving over. How about you then?" Yang Zhao shouted angrily, twisting the halberd in his hand again. Devastating powers raged in a frenzy and Lu Zong's aura grew increasingly weak. "I didn't lose to you. I lost, to you 3 ganging up on me. Pity that, I don't get to truly fight Futian." Lu Zong looked at Futian's direction. He had intended to kill Futian himself. "You're not qualified," Gu Donglu said coldly. "That's so." Lu Zong glared at Gu Donglu. "You're not qualified indeed," Bai Luli said plainly. While Lu Zong was indeed powerful, he remembered the day he left the Holy Ji Palace. That battle he had back then rendered him speechless indeed. Who are you three to tell me that I'm not qualified? Lu Zong roared. His eyes were filled with rage despite being moments away from death, seemingly feeling vexed. 7 holy lands allied just to kill him, yet you, Lu Zong, died fighting right here. You're, of course, unqualified, Yang Xiao said sarcastically and coldly. Lu Zong felt his heart turn into ice. Die already, Yang Xiao roared and devastating lightning burst out. Lu Zong's body turned into pieces in an instant, reduced to nothing. The student of the 3 saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain was dead. Chapter 983, Saint Shihua witnessed the death of Lu Zong from above. His aura grew increasingly restless and his killing intent increasingly thick. However, everyone throughout the 9 states had their eyes on that very battle. If he dared to interfere in the battles between the sages, it would have ended very badly for him. There was no way Emperor Xia would have forgiven him if he were to break the rules that Emperor Xia set out in the open and before the eyes of the public. Saint Shihua witnessed the death of Lu Zong from above. His aura grew increasingly restless and his killing intent increasingly thick. However, everyone throughout the 9 states had their eyes on that very battle. If he dared to interfere in the battles between the sages, it would have ended very badly for him. There was no way Emperor Xia would have forgiven him if he were to break the rules that Emperor Xia set out in the open and before the eyes of the public. There were enforcers who served Emperor Xia and they were terrifying people. It was said that Ji Yuan, who ranked second on the saint ranking, disappeared because of those enforcers. While the upper worlds seemed to be very far away, he believed that Emperor Xia would know everything happening on his turf. If Emperor Xia intended to watch the battle personally, he would have been able to do so from the upper worlds. Saint Shihua was unable to do anything but to watch as the genius that the 3 saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain had painstakingly nurtured died miserably on the battlefield. Lu Zong had immense talent in the way of the Buddha, which enabled him to easily comprehend all manner of training methods, drawing inferences effortlessly from seemingly different methods. That, in turn, enabled him to master many types of powers. Even though he was taught by 3 different saints, he had learned everything taught to him. As such, Saint Shihua had great hopes for Lu Zong. Gu Donglu and Yang Xiao of the Holy Ji Palace. By Luli of the Jixia Holy Palace. Saint Shihua's expression was extremely cold. Yang Xiao was able to have closure and put behind something that had haunted him by killing Lu Zong. However, things were far from over. He intended to witness the utter destruction of Shihua Sacred Mountain, for Saint Shihua had definitely given his permission to carry out what ended up as a tragedy for him a long time ago. Lord Yang, will you still be able to fight? Gu Donglu asked Yang Xiao. I'm fine. Yang Xiao nodded and stepped forward, heading towards the battlefields with those from Shihua Sacred Mountain. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli took a look at each other after seeing him leave. Both of them seemed to have reached a consensus and turned in the opposite direction instead. The scene puzzled the few mighty ones from the Chess Saint Villa who survived. Those 2 feel rather off. Things on the battlefield grew increasingly worse. The vast Holy Ji Palace was filled with the raging aura of rules everywhere from top to bottom. Of all the battlefields there, the one where Futian was the most intense. The very targets of the 7 holy lands in this sacred war were Huangjioga and Futian, and they were both on the same battlefield. As such, one could only imagine how intense these battlefields were. Layers of battle matrices locked the space down with Futian and the 4 mighty ones at the center. They were literally caged. It was a given that Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and the others were not having a good time, being trapped. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 formed a matrix with him taking the lead. He was versed in space rules and his killing abilities were unparalleled, capable of moving like a gust of wind. Yun Shang and the others, however, were all sorcerers. They were quickly forced into passivity when surrounded by the mighty ones. Qin Zhuang and his people were only able to keep moving in that space, preventing Yun Shang and the other sorcerers from being taken out altogether. Even so, Yun Shang and the others continued to be in extreme danger. While she was the Lord of the Ice Temple and was ranked second on the Barren Sky ranking, she was only able to serve adequately as support. Being surrounded by the mighty ones from the many islands of the Endless Ocean's 3 holy lands, things turned extremely dire for her. Many in her battle matrix had been killed. Yu Sheng, big brother, get to Lord Yun, Yi Futian said to both Yu Sheng and the Sword Saint. Both of them coursed with raging demonic might and hesitated. Yi Futian was being surrounded as well. The ones from the Endless Ocean were the most numerous and it seemed that they kept coming, no matter how many of them were killed. Get to it already, Yi Futian continued as he sensed how dire things were at Yun Shang's side. Be careful yourself. The Sword Saint nodded and a bolt of lightning flashed, carving a path from the blockade. Let them, the mighty ones outside said, letting both the Sword Saint and Yu Sheng off the blockade. Those 2 demonic art practitioners were incredibly dangerous and many died in their hands. Their target in that battle was Yi Futian and Huang Jioge. It would have sufficed just to have both of them remain there. Having the Sword Saint and Yu Sheng leave the battlefield had actually made things easier for them. Furthermore, other than Yi Futian and Huang Jioge, Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian's wife, was there as well. There was no way they could have escaped. At the far side of the Holy Ji Palace, powerful saintly might was sensed and it seemed that a powerful force was growing near. The saints, who watched the battles from above, turned their eyes in that direction and quickly saw a group of goddesses dressed in the same color appearing. The dress billowed and everything else seemed to pale in comparison. You. The sacred king's eyes sparkled when he saw the woman taking the lead. It was none other than the #1 beauty of the Eastern State, the Glass Saint, entering the battle with mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. They had been at the holy capital of the Sacred Dynasty, holding the forces of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty back, making it so that only the most powerful force of the Sacred Dynasty, the Golden Phoenix Army, could participate in the war in the Barren State. As such, the Glass Saint simply brought her people into the battlefield instead. I never expected the Glass Saint to show up. The chess piece in Saint Xia's hand remained in his hand as he looked at the Glass Saint's direction. Her black hair billowed in the wind, and the usual warm and amicable Glass Saint was nowhere to be found. She looked extremely cold at that moment, but even that was not enough to shadow her immense beauty. The Glass Saint took a look at the battlefield and cast her gaze at Yi Futian's direction, then said, "Go help him out." "Yes, madam." The mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple headed straight to where Yi Futian was. What? The Sacred King stared at the Glass Saint, never having expected her to lend a hand to Yi Futian, who had violated her back in the Imperial Mausoleum. Don't be anxious, Sacred King. When the battle below is over, you'll have your woman, Saint Shihua said coldly, turning his eyes in the Glass Saint's direction. She actually dares show up here today. Well then, we'll just take care of them together afterwards. Intercept them, the Saints of the Endless Ocean ordered. Huge numbers of mighty ones went on to intercept the mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple forces were of limited numbers, as the Glass Saint disbanded the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple itself, leaving only a group of elites behind. Furthermore, none of the topmost forces within the region of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple dared to follow them into the sacred war. From their perspective, it was a losing battle and they would rather apologize to her for not going. The Glass Saint did not meet any of them, but she did not fault any of them either. Ocean Saint, North Deep, isn't it time for you people to pull your own weight? Saint Ji said coldly. The most powerful force of the Hall of Holy Light, helmed by Jiya, was being held back by the warrior monks of the Vajra region. The Golden Phoenix Army was being pushed back by Yuan Hong and his people, while the army of Shihua Sacred Mountain was being fought by the Yu clan. Lu Zong was dead. Furthermore, the main army of the Holy Ji Palace was at their side, enabling the ones from the Endless Ocean to suppress Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and the others. Presently, only Yi Futian, Huang Jioge, and Hua Jieyu were left at their side, and the ones from the Endless Ocean still stood by and did nothing. things would only turn more dire for them if they continued to drag things out. The morale of Shihua Sacred Mountain was shaky. If it had not been for Saint Shihua being present, all of them would have probably left the battlefield. The Yu clan retaliated fiercely, and Hua Qingqing turned into a Buddhist lamp, shining light onto all of the mighty ones, enabling the army to gain endless power. With the lapis lazuli holy temple joining the fray, no one knew what would happen if they were unable to take Yi Futian out quickly. "Will do," the ocean saint replied, and turned his eyes to Yi Futian and the other two who were heavily surrounded. If it had not been for Su Chehan holding them back, things would not have dragged on for so long. Mighty ones flashed by and arrived above where Yi Futian was. At that moment, Yi Futian and the other two stood in the air, and he had an enormous screen of the stars around him. Terrifying rule spells bombarded it, and yet they were unable to shatter the screen. 3 battle matrices appeared in the air. While there were not actually many, they all consisted of the most elite, the absolute core figures of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean. It was also the secret weapon prepared specifically for that battle and for taking down Yi Futian. The mighty ones from the Ocean Palace were right before Yi Futian. The one taking the lead was named Ao Feng, who ranked 17th on the Sage ranking. He led an elite battle matrix. The ones at the left were of the North Deep, with the one taking the lead being Kun of the North Deep, who was also ranked on the Sage ranking, the most powerful figure among the North Deep who was not a saint. The one at the right was Yang Qi of the Celestial Cliffs, also a sage ranked on the Sage ranking. The most powerful sage plane figures of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean led elite battle matrices and stood before Yi Futian and the others. It was a testament to how determined they were. The 3 armies spread out and surrounded Yi Futian and the other 2 below in a triangular formation. The 3 mighty ones held divine implements and pulsed with terrifying holy light. They looked at Yi Futian with eyes saying that there was no way for him to escape. Yi Futian had actually let the Sword Saint and Yu Xing go the aid of others despite his predicament. It was like he was digging his own grave. Ao Feng borrowed the power of the Matrix, and the aura of the elite army behind him gushed into his body, making him look even taller and more imposing. His huge battle form was a towering height, and a huge divine beast-life spirit appeared behind him. It was a silver dragon. Terrifying might swept through the place with him at the center. He held a trident divine implement in his hand. The pointed tip was thrust downwards, bringing terrifying waves with just a single move. Silver lightning bolts crackled and fell downward, bombarding the light screen of stars with raging force. Cracks were heard continuously as the starry defense continued to crumble. Yi Futian, hand over the halberd of space and time, and Huang Jioga. Surrender and I shall spare your wife. Ao Feng pointed the silver trident at Yi Futian like an ocean god. The huge silver dragon continued to circle above his huge body, overflowing with limitless power. Yi Futian felt the pressure and his expression was solemn. He held the halberd of space and time and amplified his power using the battle matrix. Ao Feng, who was ranked in the top 20 of the Sage ranking, felt even more overbearing than Ji Ye alone at the moment. Everyone who stood behind Ao Feng was an absolute elite from the Ocean Palace. Yi Futian's aura boiled within his body and he took the battle form of a rock. He seemed to have turned himself into a giant divine bird, imposing and proud. Beams of terrifying light shot through his body as he opened the 7-star acupoints in his body. His blood howled with the might of the dragon as his body became filled with frightening power. He felt the upcoming battle to be the true showdown. Saint Ji stood at the far side, and behind him, Kong Yao and a group of mighty ones were looking down on Yi Futian. They did not go to fight elsewhere and had instead chosen to keep an eye on Yi Futian. They were hoping that they were not so weak as to be taken down by the ones from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean. It would have complicated things, and it was their turn to rob Yi Futian. We'll call it a day. Saint Xia threw the piece in his hand on the chessboard, messing up the game. Saint Li looked up at Saint Xia feeling rather aghast. So you just give up when you're about to lose? Saint Xia did not seem to be aware of Saint Li's gaze. He was watching the battlefield where Yi Futian was. Not only that, but all of the Holy Ji Palace's armies were heading there as well due to them being able to sense each other regardless of position. The entire battlefield was shaken and the whole place seemed to begin to contract to a single point. Chapter 984. Stop them, Saint Ji and Saint Shihua both commanded, and suddenly the great army that had the advantage of numbers reverted from attack to defense, all for intercepting the cultivators who were moving in the direction of Yi Futian. Finally, Yi Futian was separated from the guardian circle of Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and Sword Saint. There were only the three of them now, surrounded by the great army. How could they allow Yi Futian the chance to escape? This time he would die. Stop them, Saint Ji and Saint Shihua both commanded, and suddenly the great army that had the advantage of numbers reverted from attack to defense, all for intercepting the cultivators who were moving in the direction of Yi Futian. Finally, Yi Futian was separated from the guardian circle of Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and Sword Saint. There were only the three of them now, surrounded by the great army. How could they allow Yi Futian the chance to escape? This time he would die. As soon as Yi Futian died, this sacred war would be over. The great alliance of armies would collapse immediately. No one at the Holy Ji Palace would be able to hold on to any of their convictions. At this time, Eo Feng saw that Yi Futian had the halberd of time and space. Without a response, from his eyes there bloomed with a blue luster. He raised the divine implement, the silver trident, and his giant body releasing a shocking force. Its momentum created violent waves that pushed downwards from the sky, and there were even sounds of tsunamis, like a storm full of shocking waves. Ice, Ao Feng said indifferently. Heaven and earth were frozen. The whole world was turned snowy white, and just like that, ice sculptures appeared. Yi Futian's body seemed to be also frozen between heaven and earth. Ao Feng stepped down, like a giant sea god, the trident in his hand slammed down, and a stunning spiral storm appeared in the void. The trident came down and the ice sculptures were broken. Everything inside seemed to be torn into pieces. There was a loud bang. The defensive light screen around Yi Futian was pulverized, and the brilliant shadow of the rock crossed the void and attacked toward the sky. The halberd of time and space vaguely emitted the rules of time and space, intending to solidify time and space. Breach! Ao Feng roared within the violent tsunami, silver rays piercing through the space and slamming down with immense power. In the eye of the storm, there was a trident that sped forward to pierce through the space, and upon the trident, there was a silver dragon hovering on top, swooping down along. At this time, Yi Futian, who was down below, had a hallucination. He felt like he was being crushed by heavy smashing waves that madly impacted his body. The halberd of time and space in his hands lanced forward and made violent sounds of collision. It was clearly in the void, but it was like he had penetrated the huge waves in the sky, from which there was a boundless force that landed on the halberd of time and space, shocking his arm. But the powerful force did not make his arm waver. He pierced through huge wave after wave, also forming a terrible spiral storm working upward. The halberd of time and space and the trident finally collided. A huge wave of horrible storms swept the surrounding area. A silver dragon and the rock rushed out at the same time and turned toward each other. The firmament was shocked by it. Boom! A loud bang and the two separated. Yi Futian was shocked backward. Likewise, Ao Feng was also shocked by the void. The immense body continued to retreat, his arm shaking slightly, and he felt a subtle force of tearing that almost pulverized his arm. With one man's strength, he faced off a small but elite army led by Ao Feng. Many cultivators were shocked and thought to themselves that it was no wonder he was considered unparalleled in the 9 states. Ao Feng alone was ranked 17th on the Sage and Saint ranking. Ao Feng stared below, his heart extremely shocked, but quickly, it was once again composed. No matter how strong Yi Futian was, he would not leave here alive today. At the same time, Kun of the North Deep also gathered the power of the battle matrix. He held the dark spear, which emitted a terrible destructive power. The battle matrix also gathered into the shape of the Kunpeng, who opened both wings that seemed to want to swallow up mountains and rivers. Yang Qi, of celestial cliffs, dragged a golden sacred pagoda behind him that burst with dazzling brilliance and stunned the eyes. In the three major directions, three opponents of the sage plane all carried battle matrices, ready to attack Yi Futian at the same time. A truly suffocating pressure had fallen from the void as if there was no power to deter it. At this time, there were streams of light flowed from afar to Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Huang Jioga, like the light of the Buddha. A lotus lamp lit up at the brow chakra of each one. With the three of them as one, their spiritual power once again increased and expanded. Yi Futian knew that this was Hua Qingqing, who was trying to bestow more power upon the three of them. The other cultivators in the battlefield had pulled back some of their power. The halberd of time and space was being clenched tightly in his hand. Yi Futian looked up at the cultivators in the void. The blood in his body boiled and he roared. As if affected by his thoughts, Hua Jieyu transmitted her voice to him, "Don't." She knew what Yi Futian was trying to do, but until it was absolutely necessary, she did not want Yi Futian to reveal his strength. Especially at this moment, when all eyes of the 9 states were watching, and it was even possible that Emperor Xia had people who were observing this battle. If Yi Futian revealed his secrets, both the upper and lower worlds would know, and she did not know what the consequences might be, but it would very likely be disastrous. Yi Futian also understood that his life was no longer just his own, but belonged to the entire Holy Ji Palace. If something happened to him, the entire Holy Ji Palace would also perish. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not do so. But now the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean were dead set on killing him. The 3 supermax battle matrices could not be breached, except by burning the will of the Emperor. "We will have a chance," Hua Jieyu whispered softly. From her body came an immense telekinetic power, and her spirit crown bloomed. Threads of telekinetic force spread out between heaven and earth. She closed her eyes as if to completely let go of herself. Glimpses of glory sprinkled from the sky, falling upon Hua Jieyu's body. Her mind seemed to perceive an unknown world where there was an unparalleled figure sitting above the sky, like the Jiutian goddess. Behind Hua Jieyu, an illusion of the Jiutian goddess gradually emerged, and it was extremely radiant. There was a powerful storm of telekinesis appearing in this world, with the wind whistling. Everyone could feel the existence of that power. Jieyu. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu. What ability was this? He had never heard Jieyu mention it before. Move. Yang Qi spat. From that telekinetic power, he actually sensed danger. The golden sacred pagoda in his hand fell straight down, and in a flash, the sacred pagoda quickly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain. Many radiant light screens hung down from it and crushed everything. At the same time, the spiritual power of the cultivators of celestial cliffs transformed into one, and all of it was poured into the sacred pagoda. Endless glory poured down, suppressing and erasing all existence below. Yi Futian saw that the sacred pagoda blast towards Hua Jieyu, and in a flash, he walked into the void and appeared instantly in the sky above Hua Jieyu. The vast space created a horrible space solidification rule force, affecting the speed with which the sacred pagoda was traveling. But the golden brilliance that erased everything crushed the rules and smashed toward Yi Futian. Loud booming noises rumbled, and the brilliance of the stars was also shattered. Roar! A thunderous roar was heard, and the divine ape appeared behind Yi Futian, whose body flew back. The halberd of time and space in his hands turned into a long stick, and a golden star appeared around it aiming directly to the sacred pagoda. A loud dinging sound rang out, the sacred pagoda rocketed to the sky, but Ao Feng and Kun of the North Deep also launched their attack and did not intend to give Yi Futian another chance. There were turbulent waves coming, and the trident gathered a terrible storm. Where Kun of the North Deep was, a Kunpeng flew on widespread wings. Kun of the North Deep stood in front of the Kunpeng, spear of darkness in hand, and slammed it down. A destructive black hole that could swallow all things creeped out. All the storms of destruction now pushed toward Yi Futian, wanting to place him in despair without giving him any chance to fight back. Boom! At this time, the shadow of a saint appeared behind Hua Jieyu. Her long hair flew in the wind, her spiritual will released to the limit. Her beautiful and radiant eyes opened and turned skyward, and those deep eyes suggested an enchanted beauty as if every strand of will between heaven and earth was presented in her mind. At this moment, the cultivators of all three holy lands, who were attacking Yi Futian, felt an invisible power of telekinesis shroud them. It was as if it was everywhere, threatening their spiritual willpower. Moreover, that power of telekinesis had subtly converged into a savage spiritual storm. Telekinesis of thunder. Hua Jieyu's eyes released purple lightning. In this instance, an invisible storm of destruction was born between heaven and earth, directly attacking all the cultivators from the three holy lands who were in the space just like the ravages of the divine path. All the cultivators' minds experienced a fierce shock, and their spiritual will was unsteadied. Huang Jiuge also felt this power. His body also seemed to start burning up. The most sacred Ren Huang Bao shot through the void toward the cultivators, aiming to kill. Yi Futian's palms stretched out toward the void, releasing his spiritual power all the way, and he shouted, "Star Prison." A star was directly buried in the void, as if drowning all the cultivators within it, and he turned himself into a lightning bolt and blasted directly into the prison. Boom! The stars exploded instantly and the trident and the spear of destruction appeared at the same time. However, Yi Futian had already rushed into it. This blow was not to prevent the opponent's attack but to interfere with their judgment. The force of time and space solidification appeared as if to completely seal the space. The speed of the spear of darkness slowed, and Yi Futian rushed past the spear of destruction. A terrible black hole vortex was pierced by the halberd of time and space, torn and pulverized, but that attack also madly hurt Yi Futian. Kuan of the North Deep saw Yi Futian come straight for him and he pulled his body back. The Kuanpeng's sharp claws grabbed him back while Yi Futian continued his charge forward. However, he did not attack him. Instead, he attacked the belly of the Kuanpeng battle matrix, the halberd of time and space slashing out. Boom! The destructive power that smashed everything bloomed, and the body of Kuanpeng shattered and the battle matrix collapsed. Naturally, Hua Jieyu would not let such an opportunity go to waste. Her eyes of enchanted beauty swept to that space, and at this moment, within the collapsed battle matrix of the Kuanpeng, those cultivators only felt that their spirit had no defense and they were in the middle of a storm. Over yonder, there seemed to be a goddess appearing, staring at them. The brilliant lightning them right in their minds. The bodies of the cultivators swayed violently. Arrows crossed the sky, and with a sharp sound, they shot through the heads. Chapter 985. In the void, the bodies of cultivators exploded and were blasted into dust, and the North Deep instantly lost many of its fighters. The battle matrix completely disintegrated and collapsed. In the void, the bodies of cultivators exploded and were blasted into dust, and the North Deep instantly lost many of its fighters. The battle matrix completely disintegrated and collapsed. How could Yi Futian miss such an opportunity? The alliance of three major battle matrices had mighty powers, and now there was an opportunity to breach one of them. His speed was beyond fast, crossing the void and aiming for Kuan of the North Deep. Kuan of the North Deep was already attacked by the power of telekinesis, and in his mind appeared a Kuanpeng that was guarding him. But the shadow of the goddess appeared directly in his mind as if a catastrophe of thunder rules had descended, madly attacking the power of his spiritual will. His head felt heavy and confused. He found it difficult to concentrate and detected a strong sense of danger from the outside world. His body quickly retreated, using pure instinct. The life spirit of the Kungpeng opened its wings fully, and in a flash, it was gone. But in that instant, he felt as if all of time and space seemed to have solidified. His body seemed to be trapped in the mud. Radiant lights burst into the air, and when he saw that the halberd of time and space appeared in front of his eyes, it was impossible to escape the solidified space he was in. Without the battle matrix to expand his power, although Kun of the North Deep was in the ranks of the sages, under this force, it was still difficult for him to move. The two wings of the Kunpeng tried to close with great difficulty to shroud the body within. Yi Futian descended with the speed of lightning, and with a loud boom, the wings of the Kunpeng were torn apart. The horrible vortex of madness could turn everything into ruin. The wings were shredded, and the halberd of time and space penetrated through them, sliding against the spear of the darkness and stabbing toward the other's head, not giving any chance to Kun of the North Deep. Die! Kun of the North Deep roared, and the spear of darkness pierced towards Yi Futian's heart. However, Yi Futian did not evade even slightly, and the movement was completed in one attempt, extremely fast. There was a popping sound, and the halberd of time and space directly pierced through Kun of the North Deep's head. His skull exploded and he was killed instantly. The spear of darkness swiped against Yi Futian's body and made sharp sounds. As the spear was not able to pierce through his body, it only left traces of blood, showing how strong Yi Futian's body had become. Saint Jiang was also looking at the battlefield. The third round of the medical trials had not been carried out for long, and Yi Futian's own realm was only at the level of a low-level sage, yet his flesh had already reached this level. If Yi Futian stepped into the top sage level and completed the medical testing, then even if he was not a saint, he would be like a saint. The divine catastrophe, to Yi Futian, would have no destructive power whatsoever, and this was what he wanted to achieve. Those with enough talent to set foot in the saint plane would not be destroyed by the divine catastrophe. Crack! Saint North Deep clenched his fists, a chilling air exuding from him. The strongest cultivator from the North Deep just under the saint plane, Kun of the North Deep, had just died in the battle. The battle matrix disintegrated and the divine implement was plundered, with many dead at Huang Jioga's hands. It was the equivalent of an early strikeout for the North Deep. Before, Su Chehan had also killed many of his cultivators from the North Deep. Among the three holy lands of the Endless Ocean, the North Deep suffered the most. Kill, Hua Jieyu said coldly. Her slender finger pressed down in the void, and the figure of the goddess behind her seemed to follow her movements as well. Her eyes were unfathomable, like an abyss, and as this finger pressed down, it felt like a catastrophe. Those cultivators from the North Deep, who were still alive, actually felt that there was beautiful, purple-golden lightning running through their spiritual willpower, piercing and destroying it with brutal and total disregard. What is going on with this girl? Saint Li looked at Hua Jieyu. There were two shadows of illusion behind her. One was the illusion of a saint, residing within the body of Hua Jieyu, but the other one seemed to have been summoned and shone with radiance. Just a simple look at that illusion was enough to give people a sense of holiness, in addition to a strong sense of slaughter, to compel those around it to worship her. Saint Xia also gazed at Hua Jieyu. He vaguely felt that the power Hua Jieyu used was not that of her own, but the ability of the one summoned. However, no matter how much spiritual will that he employed, he was still unable to clearly see who had been summoned. But the feeling and the energy that had been casually revealed was enough to let him know that it was unfathomable. This feeling, Saint Xia had only ever seen it on one person, and that was the master of the upper and lower worlds, Emperor Xia. Could it be that this girl had some kind of a fortuitous opportunity? Hua Jieyu had also gone to the trial with the little princess, Xia Qingyuan, but he did not hear from anyone from the Xia clan about anything that had happened there to Hua Jieyu. Bang! A loud noise brought back Saint Xia and Saint Li's back. Yi Futian and the others had joined forces to destroy Kun of the North Deep. The cultivators of the Celestial Cliffs and the Ocean Palace were not sitting idly. The two battle matrices launched attacks at the same time. The silver long spear turned into a dragon and blasted forward while the pagoda crushed and wiped out everything. After Yi Futian killed Kun, he rushed to resist the attack but his body was knocked away. He spat up a mouthful of blood and his breath was shallow. How can his resistance be this strong? All the saints were staring at this battlefield. Saint Ji and the others had a terrible look. Such an attack was incredibly overpowering. The light of the pagoda came down with force. Not only did it crush and suppress the flesh, but also the spiritual will. But Yi Futian only spat out a mouthful of blood. Even peak-level sages did not have such defensive power. Apparently, the power of Yi Futian not only relied upon the attack ability of the halberd of time and space. The pagoda was suspended in the air like a golden mountain. Layers of glory continued to press down, like rounds of golden ripples. Yi Futian had an illusion that his spiritual willpower was being strongly squeezed, and his spiritual defense seemed to be chipped away little by little. At the same time, a power, like a great mountain of horror, suppressed the space in which he was in so that he was unable to move. There seemed to be an invisible storm upon Huajieyu, a storm of spiritual will that moved the elements between heaven and earth. She walked in the void, toward the cultivators from celestial cliffs. Lin Chi's eyes revealed his wariness. Although he was inside the battle matrix, Huajieyu had disregarded the battle matrix and invaded the power of spiritual will with the power of telekinesis. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yi Futian naturally knew what to do at this time. There was a sacred power in his mind that was guarding him. The sound of rustling in the life palace came out, the ancient tree of the world swaying, and a curious force spread out and extended to the entire area that immediately surrounded them as if everything in this world was under his control. An infinitely large shadow appeared, and the immense body of the divine ape seemed to turn into a demon god, surrounded by the power of infinite stars. This divine ape directly stepped out from behind Yi Futian. Space freezing. The ruthless rule sorcery were released, and suddenly, the space where Yi Futian was became a space of absolute stillness. The rotational speed of the giant golden pagoda slowed down overhead, and with one great roar, many were shocked to find that the demon-like figure rose to the sky, arms wide open, and directly grabbed the huge golden pagoda. All the cultivators showed a look of surprise. The pagoda madly rotated, releasing beams of light, slowly shattering the force of the rules that froze the void bit by bit. At the same time, the demon-like divine ape descended, and its arms grasped the sacred pagoda, starry laws exploding, locking it within its power. Bang! 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 The power of starry rules was smashed in madness, but the great divine ape still had the sacred pagoda in a tight grip. In the other direction, Ao Feng of the Ocean Palace smashed down. The giant silver dragon with the trident fell. Its momentum was explosive, aiming straight at Yi Futian for the kill, that space being suppressed without ceasing. Go! Yi Futian let out a scream, and a sacred dragon swooped up and went straight to the silver dragon, bringing the thundering rule power with the space-shattering rule hidden within, pulverizing everything. It collided with Ao Feng's attack. The thunder dragon and the silver dragon collided, and the two dragons fought violently. Yi Futian himself had turned into the rock, charging straight to Lin Chi and other cultivators from the celestial cliffs. The golden rock spread its wings like brilliant lightning, faster than the eyes could behold. Back! Lin Chi yelled, wanting to recall the sacred pagoda. All of their spiritual wills were poured into the sacred pagoda, and within it was the core of the battle matrix. But at the moment, the sacred pagoda was bound, while the storm of telekinesis from Huajieyu was shrouding them. In addition, Yi Futian had now come to attack this side, and at this instant, Lin Chi felt a strong sense of danger. Brilliant glory exploded from the sacred pagoda and smashed everything, and the immense divine ape gave a shockingly loud scream. The enormous body contained unparalleled power, but at the moment, it was slowly torn into pieces. The roaring thunder dragon, likewise, was also undergoing a devastating attack, but at the same time, there seemed to be a divine telekinesis power descending from the void. Lin Chi and the others only felt that the catastrophe had fallen, blasting them in their minds, and the battle matrix was moving unsteadily. In the front, with the halberd of time and space in hand, Yi Futian dashed straight ahead, his whole person wrapped up in the brilliance of the glory. The divine rock ran through the void and slaughtered everything. Boom! A loud bang and the halberd of time and space descended, a direct hit to the front of the battle matrix. Breach! Lin Chi screamed. The pagoda spun and returned, and the body of the divine ape exploded. But the golden rock turned into a light that annihilated all things, and went right through it, rushing into the battle matrix, and a golden path opened up, the space shattering and eliminating all obstacles in front. At this moment, bloody rain spread out from the sky, and many, without so much as a chance to scream, had their bodies torn into pieces. Even the strongest of them all, Lin Chi, who also had his body pierced by the halberd, died without any thought. On the battlefield, countless people witnessed the brilliant glory slaughtered from the front of the battle matrix to the back of it, destroying the battle matrix with the most brutal method possible. Even a few of the rest had been shot in the head by the arrows that came from below and were erased without a trace. This time, the cultivators in the battle matrix of the celestial cliffs were killed more simply than the cultivators of the North Deep. Madness. The hearts of many beat violently. Yi Futian wagered his life spirit and used the most direct method to destroy the battle matrix of the celestial cliffs. But to take this route, wouldn't he die for sure? Could he bear the cost of the destruction of his life spirit? Chapter 986, Bang! Bang! With a loud bang, the Thunder Dragon was torn and destroyed by the silver trident. Ao Feng's body emitted a terrible air, but there was no look of excitement on his face. He turned his eyes, and the cold swept toward Yi Futian. Over yonder, the cultivators of the celestial cliffs had been completely slaughtered. The three great holy lands of the endless ocean had assembled 3 battle matrices, and now 2 out of 3 elite battle matrices had been eliminated by the joint attack from Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. This was a major tactic prepared just for Yi Futian, with all the cultivators battling madly outside just to kill the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, thus isolating Yi Futian inside. Under this absolute advantage, it could be said that anyone lower than the Saint Plane would undoubtedly die. Even cultivators on the Sage and Saint ranking would suffer the same fate. But even so, to have the 2 battle matrices destroyed was evidence of the incredible offensive power that Yi Futian possessed. Once the battle matrix had been disintegrated, no one could resist, and any cultivator would be killed with a single blow, including those on the Sage ranking. Of course, the way of the telekinesis attack from Hua Jiua was also extremely terrible, mysterious, and seemingly unsolvable. Not only Ao Feng but all the saints above the void and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace on the battlefield were closely observing Yi Futian. Through Hua Qingqing's ability, they could clearly see what was happening with Yi Futian. His life spirit had been destroyed, which was absolutely considered fatal for cultivators. Once Yi Futian was gravely injured, even his cultivation would regress and he would die a very horrible death. Even if by a miracle he survived, if his cultivation was limited in the future, what would the meaning of being unparalleled in the 9 states be? Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace felt that their hearts were about to stop from extreme nervousness. Even those who were fighting were no exception, paying attention to what was currently happening to Yi Futian. Cough. A soft sound was heard, and this subtle sound actually affected the mood of the cultivators across the entire battlefield. When they saw that Yi Futian had coughed up blood, the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace felt their hearts shaking. Those who were of a weaker plane had already expressed a desperate look. That legendary palace lord, who had brought the palace to its present status, such that 7 holy lands joined forces to fight against it, who caused turbulence across the entire 9 states, would today be the end of his legendary existence. If this legend was to wither, the palace would also follow along and cease to exist. As for Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the others, they wore a look of indifference and couldn't wait for Yi Futian to die. In the vast palace, the storm of destruction on the battlefield remained, but many felt an incredible silence as if in the entire battlefield, there was only Yi Futian standing there. A frenzy of wind blew over, moving Yi Futian's long hair. His white garments were stained with blood. His face seemed a little pale, but he still looked so handsome. At this time, Yi Futian wiped the blood from the lower corner of his mouth with his left hand. He extended his hand and reached into the void and took the ownerless sacred pagoda. Then, under the gaze of the people, he pointed the halberd of time and space in his hand at Ao Feng, a cold smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He asked, "Ready to die?" The golden-winged rock shone with dazzling brilliance and seemed to announce to all that even if his two life spirits were destroyed, he still had others. He was still the unparalleled Yi Futian of the 9 states. How is it possible that he is fine? Ao Feng looked bad, his eyes fixed on Yi Futian, who was still exuding a very strong air, albeit with some fluctuations. But he had not been affected much at all, still as strong as before. However, even if he had a variety of life spirits, with 2 of them destroyed, how could it have no effect on him? People who were on the side of the Holy Ji Palace were excited, and they seemed even more violent when battling. All of them were full of the great spirit of war. 2 out of 3 battle matrices had been destroyed, and all of them had been slaughtered. Only one last battle matrix remained, unable to block Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. As long as Yi Futian came out to attack, he would still be the target, and everywhere he passed, except for the strongest battle matrix, no one could counter him. Yi Futian was indeed injured. Although the thunder dragon and the demonic ape were born out of meditation, they were life spirits, after all, cast by the spiritual will. So it was impossible to be unaffected by their destruction, and the injury was not minor. But he was the keystone of the entire Holy Ji Palace, so no matter how heavy his injuries were, he could not reveal the extent of it in order to protect the resolve of the entire Holy Ji Palace. An injury so serious that it would hinder his ability to fight and cause the regression of his cultivation was naturally non-existent for him. These life spirits were born out of meditation and not his true life spirits, so the injury did not hurt his foundation, or else he would not have risked it only to breach a battle matrix and slaughter the cultivators of the celestial cliffs. Right now, for the endless ocean, only the battle matrix headed by Ocean Palace led by Ao Feng was left, which could not really threaten them. The halberd of time and space exuded terrible space-shredding rule power. The illusion of the golden-winged rock shrouded his body and Yi Futian stepped forward. The body of Hua Jieyu floated in mid-air, appearing behind Yi Futian, her enchanting eyes regarding Ao Feng and the others coldly. An invisible storm of telekinesis coursed out, shrouding the space, and everyone's face changed. They now began to understand just what the cultivators of Celestial Cliffs and the North Deep were facing. This ability completely ignored the defensive power of the battle matrix and seemed to be able to attack the spiritual willpower of every cultivator. They even had an illusion as if what they were seeing was not just Hua Jieyu, but a queen who appeared directly in their minds and needed to be worshipped. That feeling was like being in an illusionary world, a world of spiritual will with countless destructive spiritual storms raging, turning into purple golden lightning. It was like some punishment from the heavens so that their spiritual will had nowhere to hide. Keep a hold on your spiritual will, Ao Feng said, and he could feel the threat. The will of the cultivators within the battle matrix seemed to integrate into one, resonating with one another, thus forming a spiritual barrier between heaven and earth to defend against Hua Jieyu's spiritual attack. But precisely at this moment, the devastating spiritual storm swept through. Within the void, that devastating storm of spiritual telekinesis directly rushed into their minds. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were connected in their minds. At almost the same time, Yi Futian's body moved. One step across the void and the golden-winged rock pierced the space with its shadow. Countless particles of brilliance were in front of the halberd of time and space. Every brilliant particle was like a star, not only possessing tyrannical starry laws but also the terrible power of shredding rules. Ao Feng let out an angry roar, the silver trident slashing through the air, and like a sea god, he swooped down and the attacks of the two once again collided. In the void, horrific light waves expanded toward the distance and then exploded. The bodies of many powerful cultivators, who were battling afar, were knocked over by the waves, demonstrating the severity of their attacks. Yi Futian's body was knocked back, and as if he deliberately leveraged the momentum to fly backward, with wings open, the divine bird passed by in a beautiful arc, its body dancing in the void. There was a terrible storm gathering between heaven and earth, as if all the power of this heaven and this earth were to be used by him. Ao Feng was not much better. He groaned and the battle matrix fluctuated and seemed a bit unstable. Hua Jieyu's telekinetic attack was constant and they much mobilized great spiritual will to defend. Therefore, they were a little exhausted. Yi Futian himself was already so powerful that one could not completely concentrate when fighting with him. The consequences were unimaginable. The beautiful golden brilliance was blinding, and all that people could see was a golden-winged rock swooping down again. Above the firmament, there was the illusion of a giant boundless bird, completely indomitable. The halberd and time and space emitted an unparalleled brilliance and once again pierced down, stronger than the power of the previous attack. The expression on Ao Feng's face lost the confidence it had before, and he looked bad. Even so, he still gathered the power of the battle matrix, carrying the momentum of the tide of the tsunami, and launched another attack. Again, it was a frontal collision. Boom! A terrible fissure appeared in the battle matrix, and Ao Feng's body, even though it was like a sea god, was stunned into retreat. Many groaned, even spitting out blood. Everyone's faces were pale as paper. Looking forward, they saw the golden-winged rock still spinning in the void, the wind and clouds whistling with great power as if all the power of the heavens were to be gathered within Yi Futian. In the void, Ocean Saint looked blue in the face. They knew that the battle matrix could no longer withstand the force. Yi Futian was actually fighting more and more fiercely under the condition of his broken life spirit. How did the 9 states produce such an enchanting figure? If they couldn't do away with Yi Futian today, for them, there would be a greater disaster in the future. Today, all 7 holy lands had come in alliance to lay siege. It could be said that this signified a great grudge. If the 7 holy lands could not destroy the holy Ji palace, in the future, he would most certainly challenge each and every one of the holy lands. Which one of them could withstand it? At this moment, the wind whistled and the golden-winged rock swooped down again. The beautiful light above the sky ran through it. The people seemed to see the space being torn from a slight gap, and then the gap increased, shredding everything. The battle matrix collapsed and many screamed, not only from the attack of Yi Futian but also from the powerful attack of the telekinetic power. With both forces attacking at the same time, it was absolutely destructive. Brilliant lightning flashed through, and everyone watched as Ao Feng's head, the man ranked 17th on the sage ranking, exploded. It was pierced by a blow of the halberd as if Yi Futian had concentrated all his power into this one hit, aiming for an instant kill. 3 great battle matrices, all destroyed. The hearts of many trembled when they saw the beautiful golden-winged rock, witnessing every one of the cultivators of the ocean palace destroyed under the halberd of time and space. The husband and wife together were enough to destroy all 3 great battle matrices. Who else could stop them? Would the 7 holy lands return in defeat today? In the void, Kang Yao, who had been observing the battlefield, wore an extremely frosty look. His eyes never left Yi Futian, and he hovered not far from them. They did not join forces with the 3 holy lands. They were just watching from the sideline. A cultivator behind Kang Yao said, "We can close the net." When the voice faded, they stepped forward at the same time. Chapter 987, as one among the top 10 on the sage ranking, no matter if it was by true strength or judgment, Kang Yao was extremely sharp. He had been watching the previous battle. Although Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had jointly defeated the 3 battle matrices of the Endless Ocean, he could see that Hua Jieyu was leaning upon a powerful external force, and Yi Futian himself had expended a great deal of energy and suffered heavy injuries. As one among the top 10 on the sage ranking, no matter if it was by true strength or judgment, Kang Yao was extremely sharp. He had been watching the previous battle. Although Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had jointly defeated the three battle matrices of the Endless Ocean, he could see that Hua Jieyu was leaning upon a powerful external force, and Yi Futian himself had expended a great deal of energy and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he had multiple life spirits, two were destroyed and he just could not believe that Yi Futian was not injured. Even if he was not fatally wounded, he was injured heavily and was hiding it. He had repeatedly erupted with the power of killing and destroyed Ao Feng and the others. But behind this great momentum of eruption, Yi Futian was absolutely in a state of exhaustion. His most powerful attack was released by the burning of his own power, thus destroying the cultivators of the three battle matrices of the Endless Ocean. Moreover, although Yi Futian had expended a lot of energy, his injury was not overwhelming. With the strength of him and Hua Jieyu, it was not impossible for them to fight it out and converge with others from the Holy Ji Palace. There was still no solution to block them. From the battle inside the Imperial Mausoleum to today's great battle, even though they were enemies of life and death, Kang Yao had to admit that within the lands of 9 states, of those under the Saint Plain, no one could suppress Yi Futian, and he had not yet reached the peak of the Sage Plain. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would only be even more invincible. However, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he still couldn't escape his fate today. He would die here. Kang Yao had felt just how strong these people behind him really were. Maybe in one-on-one combat, Yi Futian could not be suppressed, but with joined forces, they were truly invincible to anyone below the Saint Plain, enough to crush anyone. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu would be no exception. Therefore, they did not participate in the battle, just quietly watching as the three Holy Lands exhausted Yi Futian's combat power. Now that the battle matrices of the three Holy Lands were completely destroyed, they could finally make their move. As if detecting something, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked up at the same time and saw Kang Yao and the others stepping down from above. There were 9 cultivators behind Kang Yao who scattered directly in 9 different positions, vaguely in some formation. The 9th position covered the space of the battlefield where Yi Futian was located. Moreover, the same powerful instruments appeared in the hands of these 9 powerful cultivators. They were similar to swords but resembled long needles, extremely thin and hard to detect at first glance, like a slender golden thread. What was shocking was that the swords of needle held in these 9 powerful cultivators' hands were filled with holy authority, as if they were all divine implements that were exactly the same. Who are they? Saint Li frowned and asked. Within the 9 states, there didn't seem to be anyone who used such a weapon. These 9 cultivators exuded the air of the top-level sages. The 9 seemed to be one. Though standing in 9 different positions, their air was surprisingly similar. Saint Xia also frowned. Jisheng Cliffs was recently annihilated by the great army led by Yi Futian, and almost everyone there of the Sage Plain was completely exterminated. The spiritual willpower that he released, intending to mobilize the rules of heaven and earth, were cut off and annihilated when it rushed into that net. Jieyu, Jilga, watch out, Yi Futian said softly. Hua Jieyu's enchanted eyes gazed at the void. She had been exercising the power of telekinesis and had also felt the power of shredding that disrupted her attempt to condense the telekinetic powers as they were constantly being cut and chopped. Yi Futian looked up at Kang Yao and Saint Ji who were in the void. He looked terrible. He had thought that destroying the 3 battle matrices of the 3 Holy Lands would be enough to decide a victorious outcome for the sacred war, but he did not count on the intervention of such a group of mysterious cultivators. This kind of ability, whether it was spiritual or physical, attacking and destroying together, was without weakness. Saint Ji and Kang Yao's eyes were cold, sweeping toward Yi Futian as if regarding someone who was already dead. Even if Yi Futian had some energy that was greater than the sky, he would not escape today. These 9 great cultivators indeed did not belong to the Jisheng Cliffs, but their presence still abided by the rules. If these saints intervened, Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and Great Zhou's sacred king were not kind and easy people to deal with and would definitely move to kill Yi Futian. But who dared to be the first one to break Emperor Xia's rules? Even if Saint Xia favored Yi Futian, he would not dare to intervene. Watching more and more silk lines cutting and covering this space, Yi Futian's body finally moved. The illusion of the golden-winged rock bloomed brilliantly. Clenching the halberd of time and space, he thrust it towards the sky, and the storm in the space was continually cut off and shredded the silk threads while Yi Futian aimed straight for the 9 powerful cultivators in the void. The 9 great cultivators stood in different positions in the void, holding the divine implements and making the same gestures. They lifted the divine implements that resonated with the heaven and the earth, and the endless golden lines fell down. Then they dropped their arms, and the divine implement pointed to Yi Futian. At this moment, endless lines cut through everything and cut towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw radiant golden lines in front of him, and the starry light screen appeared around his body, but as soon as it appeared, it was immediately chopped into countless pieces and had no use at all. This strong and powerful defense, at this instant, was completely useless. The halberd of time and space madly destroyed the golden lines that slaughtered forth, but these golden lines seemed inexhaustible and the lines were cut from the blind spots of Yi Futian's attacks and aimed toward his body. Pust! There was blood. No matter how great the strength of Yi Futian's body, it was cut when the lines in the space hit it. The blood came out of the places where his clothes were torn, and the blood stained his clothes a bright red color. However, the lines were not able to cut through his body, which demonstrated the might of his physical defense. If it was any other person, they would probably already be chopped into countless pieces. Moreover, the other party did not only target Yi Futian but also launched an attack against Hua Jieyu and Huang Jioga at the same time. There was a shocking power of telekinesis around Hua Jieyu. Her strong telekinetic power wanted to break through the defense but was constantly being cut and shattered, unable to break the siege laid by the 9 cultivators and unable to attack those who stood in the void. Jieyu. Yi Futian seemed to sense something. His body turned into golden lightning and rushed toward Hua Jieyu. The halberd of time and space opened up a path, letting the attack cut his body, but moving forward without hesitation to get in front of Hua Jieyu with incredible speed. Seeing those golden lines attacking toward them, he let out a roar, and the golden-winged rock turned into a real demonic beast and opened both wings to wrap Hua Jieyu inside. Pust! Pust! Sharp and harsh sounds were heard, and the body of the golden-winged rock was cut and chopped to pieces little by little. The 9 cultivators in the void gathered into a matrix to continue the attack. The 9 divine implements pointed downward, intending to kill Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu on the spot. These 2 were not the main targets and could be eliminated directly. Their eyes were indifferent and without any trace of emotion. All this was just a mission for them. With their power, those under the Saint Plane, how could they not die? Countless people from the Holy Ji Palace showed a look of despair. How could this be? Not long ago, Yi Futian had destroyed 3 elite battle matrices of the Endless Ocean. Just when victory seemed apparent, how did it change so quickly with these 9 terrible characters? Who were they? Any one of the 9 alone would be a top contender, definitely ranked high on the sage list. And these 9 moving as one, along with a complete set of 9 divine implements, were simply a killing machine. Anyone below the Saint Plane, no matter strong in spiritual willpower or with an invincible body, would most likely perish just the same. Even Hua Qingqing, who wanted to use her power to help Yi Futian, was cut off by the network that covered the sky and earth. There was really no solution. Chapter 988. In the vast battlefield of the Holy Ji Palace, countless mighty ones rushed to the battlefield where Yi Futian was once again. Every single slash the sword saint dealt resulted in a rain of blood and gore. Yu Xing did his best to break through the barricade at his side, intending to return to Yi Futian. The 9 over there made them feel that they truly held the power to kill Yi Futian. In the vast battlefield of the Holy Ji Palace, countless mighty ones rushed to the battlefield where Yi Futian was once again. Every single slash the sword saint dealt resulted in a rain of blood and gore. Yu Xing did his best to break through the barricade at his side, intending to return to Yi Futian. The 9 over there made them feel that they truly held the power to kill Yi Futian. Get him! A cold voice was heard from the air. The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean barricaded the place where Yi Futian was in layers, making that particular battlefield unusually packed. They cordoned the place off both in the air or on the ground, forbidding anyone from getting near. While those saints had no idea who those 9 people that came with Saint Ji were, the mighty ones from the battle matrices consisted of members of the endless ocean that were all killed by Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The consequences would be dire if they were to let Yi Futian and people successfully break out. With the people being able to kill Yi Futian, it was only a given that none of them minded. To those from the other holy lands, they were determined to kill Yi Futian even if the Renhuang lineage were to never fall into their hands. His survival would have posed a huge, lethal threat to all of those holy lands. Huang Jioge became coiled by endless golden threads at the moment. His training had been somewhat lacking and there would have been no way he could just transform into something else altogether in such a short period of time, for he had yet to master the Renhuang lineage that he had just acquired. Not even Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu would have been able to deal with the 9 mighty ones, which meant that he stood no chance at all. Yi Futian turned into the rock and covered Hua Jieyu with his wings, protecting her. The countless golden threads continued to gnaw at the rock's body, intending to end both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu right there on the battlefield, showing no mercy at all. Astounding sword will zipped by in the air from outside, streaking into the battlefield. Many saints turned their eyes in that direction and they frowned. They saw 2 figures riding holy swords and joining the battlefield. One of them was the saint of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, the village chief of Tombkeeper Village. The other was a young woman who was about 18 years old. She tied her hair in a ponytail and came barefoot, looking young and rather immature. However, her eyes seemed to be the sharpest swords that the world had ever produced, seemingly able to pierce anyone with just one look. The young woman was apparently Yaya, who had spent several years training within the Nether Sword Mound at Tombkeeper Village. She swept the battlefield with one look and charged into the fray with the holy sword. Mighty ones at the outside sensed a powerful sword will and turned around, but were only able to see the holy sword streak past like a bolt of lightning, zipping past the air and splattering sounds were heard in just one instant. The heads of tens of mighty ones rolled and were crushed. The saints in the air all turned their eyes to Yaya. The sacred king and Saint Shihua frowned. She, who was suspected to be a sword spirit by the Tombkeeper Village, had unexpectedly returned. She had disappeared for several years and there were speculations about her isolating herself in training in the Holy Ji Palace, as well as her having transformed into a sword spirit. She had then emerged as a sage at the pinnacle of her plane. Her speed at training was frighteningly fast, quicker than even Yi Futian. However, the Sacred King and the others knew that her case was not a case of a person's speed at training, but the rate of growth of a sword spirit. Take her down, the Sacred King said coldly. Speaking of which, it was due to her that he and Yi Futian went from resenting each other to becoming archenemies. He wanted to take the Nether Sword Mound and went to Tombkeeper Village personally, ordering his men to kill Yaya's parents. Yi Futian killed mighty ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty on the spot in retaliation. The sacred war broke out after that. The Sacred King thought it would be an easy feat to destroy the Holy Ji Palace back then, never expecting things to turn out as they were at present. One figure after another charged in Yaya's direction, trying to intercept her. The holy sword continued zipping forward in an unstoppable manner, heading straight for the spot where Yi Futian was. Many evaded the holy sword right away and came before Yaya herself. Some mighty ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty transformed into golden phoenixes, descending upon her with flaming golden claws. Yaya continued to move forward. Her deep eyes took one look at the mighty ones coming at her. They felt as if they had been thrust into the abyss within an instant. A blood-colored abyss with countless swords lying in wait. The blood-colored sword was hanging high in the air. Boundless sword will emanated from the sword, cutting up their spiritual will. Their faces turned pale and they felt their spiritual will being destroyed on the spot. The barefooted young woman took one step and zipped past the crowd before her. Wherever she happened to streak past, mighty ones dropped like flies to the ground one after another, reduced to dead bodies that did not even know how they died. As such, the battlefield turned extremely eerie. The holy sword flew before a barefooted young woman as she walked, carving out a bloody path in the extremely raging and chaotic battlefield. Furthermore, the rate at which it was done was frighteningly fast. Countless perished where she was present. "Take her down," Saint Ji and Saint Shihua said. They felt that the emergence of the barefooted young woman posed a threat to the 9 mighty ones. If she was able to make it all the way there, Yi Futian might find an opening that he could exploit. They needed only mere moments more to kill Yi Futian. There was no way they would let any unforeseen circumstances get in the way of that happening. She must be stopped at all cost. Intense rumbling was heard from above. One huge mountain after another appeared on the battlefield, dropping onto the holy sword. The blade penetrated the mountains in mere moments. Thousands of sword were weaved about like spider webs. The mountains were crushed right there as the holy sword continued to move straight in its course. It rang intensely with the barefooted young woman in tow, and anyone who dared to stand in her way was quickly thrown into the blood-colored abyss with no way of escape. The seemingly long battles actually happened with a very short period of time. The barefooted young woman soon arrived near the battlefield that Yi Futian was in. It had only taken her mere moments to arrive on that battlefield itself. Saint Ji's, Saint Shihua's, and the sacred king's expressions, as well as the saints from the endless ocean, turned sour. Things are actually still changing on the battlefield at this point. Saint Ji turned his eyes to Yaya and shouted with an ashen face, "Kong Yao." Kong Yao stepped out and headed towards the holy sword as soon as he finished. There were few throughout the entire battlefield capable of intercepting Yaya, as everyone was fighting their own raging battles. They had been giving their all to intercept other mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace out to back up Yi Futian, meaning that none of them had much time nor power to spare for intercepting her. Kong Yao, who ranked 9th on the Sage ranking, was no doubt one of the top figures left on that battlefield. Divine elephants appeared as he walked. The huge elephants pressed down on the place surrounding him as he was clad in armor-type divine implements. When the holy sword came at him, he launched a flash of the punch. The elephants moved and they went out to intercept the holy sword. Boom! A rumble was heard and the entire place shook. The divine elephants were torn to shreds one after another as if no one would have been able to stand in the sword's way at all. It went all the way before Kong Yao. Doom! Kong Yao took one step with a solemn expression. The step seemed to be harnessing endless power, the force of the divine elephants burst with him as the epicenter. While the holy sword was not blocked, its speed was somewhat slowed. Another punch was thrown to the air before him. Holy light burst and an extremely huge divine elephant walked, clashing with the holy sword coming at Kong Yao. The sword was finally halted that time, unleashing boundless sword will and tearing at the divine elephant's body bit by bit, intending to destroy it altogether. Yaya then emerged from behind and cast her cold eyes at Kong Yao. One look from her made Kong Yao feel intensely threatened. "Take them out already." Saint Ji frowned and took a look at Yaya, before addressing the 9 mighty ones below. The light emanating from the divine implements in the 9 mighty ones' hands burst with greater intensity. The dazzling golden threads tearing at the air tore the rock's body bit by bit. Both wings were cut down and they were about to get to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, whose deaths seemed to be mere moments away. Countless held their breaths. None of the mighty ones who were fighting were in any mood to fight after sensing what was happening there. Both sides were actually very clear that the key to the sacred war rested on whether Yi Futian ended up living or dying. If he were to survive, all 7 holy lands that ganged up on the Holy Ji Palace would be in great peril. If he were to die, the Holy Ji Palace would be no more. The legend that spanned a short period of time would have been a piece in the annals of history that inspired regret. Powerful aura coursed around Yi Futian's body. His arms were open to embrace Hua Jieyu. The devastating threads cut his body, staining his white robe red with blood. Hua Jieyu felt the warmth in Yi Futian's hands. There were tears at the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head and the crystal-clear tears dropped onto Yi Futian's bloodied robe like pearls. At that moment, she sensed the boiling power within Yi Futian's body. She knew what he was about to do. There did not seem to be any other better option. If he continued to hold back, what awaited them would be the end of their journey, where there was no future to speak of. However, she did not know what would happen to Yi Futian if he were to do what he was planning to do, or whether or not he could bear the consequences of such things happening. She did not think about any of that, as there was simply no point to thinking about any of that at such a juncture. They gave their all and it was just them. The entire Holy Ji Palace gave their all as well. Everyone held the same beliefs of protecting the holy land of the barren state. Even the Yu clan, the Vajra region, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, and other forces participated in the sacred war to help them. They had done their best to hold back the attacks of the 7 opposing Holy Land's forces. They tore through the adversity at hand and things brightened bit by bit until they were able to break the barricade formed by the 7 Holy Lands, taking out the strongest elites from 3. The end of the sacred war seemed to have been within their grasp. However, another 9 mysterious mighty ones emerged all of a sudden, hunting them down. It was apparent that the 9 were not of the 7 Holy Lands, but outsiders coming from the Renhuang lineage that Huang Jioga had inherited. They gave their all and their opponents returned fire with equal fervor. Their enemies did everything they have been able to just so Yi Futian would end up dead. If that's the case, then all of you shall die right here, right now. Chapter 989, There was a group of people sitting quietly at a restaurant outside of Zhengzhou City, drinking wine. The restaurant was empty and there was no one else around. All cultivators within Zhengzhou City came to the Holy Ji Palace and went nowhere else that day. While they might not have been able to see the sacred war taking place outside the Holy Ji Palace, some who were of higher training among them were able to catch a glimpse somehow, so much so that they had a complete view of the battles taking place. As such, there was a possibility that they could learn of the sacred war's outcome as soon as it happened. It was an affair that would rock the entire 9 states. There was a group of people sitting quietly at a restaurant outside of Zhengzhou City, drinking wine. The restaurant was empty and there was no one else around. All cultivators within Zhengzhou City came to the Holy Ji Palace and went nowhere else that day. While they might not have been able to see the sacred war taking place outside the Holy Ji Palace, some who were of higher training among them were able to catch a glimpse somehow, so much so that they had a complete view of the battles taking place. As such, there was a possibility that they could learn of the sacred war's outcome as soon as it happened. It was an affair that would rock the entire 9 states. The restaurant was exceedingly quiet. The young man who took the lead was a dashing man with an exceptional bearing. All the others had to stand while he was drinking. The few cultivators who were standing behind him were exuding powers of unreadable depths simply by standing around. A figure was seen sitting before that young man, who did not even dare breathe loudly. There were a man and a woman, as well as an older yet beautiful lady, as well as a fairy young man who was of noble plain training. His face resembled Saint Ji's somewhat. "Sir, will they succeed?" The beautiful lady turned her eyes to the young man and asked in a rather alluring tone. The young man looked up at her. She was about 30 years old with supple skin and looked ravishing. She caught his eye and lowered her head somewhat in embarrassment, making her look even more attractive. The young man spun the cup in his head for a bit and sported a rather sheepish smile. He knew what the lady was up to. While she was indeed pretty, she was not enough to be able to seduce him. His status was such that he could have had any woman he wanted, and he would not have been so thirsty as to eye someone else's wife. "No problem, if any accidents happen," the young man said plainly, "I've sent people there. When the deed is over, you all will be able to leave." "Thank you, sir," the young and beautiful woman said softly. She rescinded her previous thoughts after seeing that the young man wanted nothing from her. It was apparent that she knew what was going on, and she had actually only been doing that to stay alive. She was living under the roof of others at the moment after all, and it would only take a single word from the other party to decide her fate. As such, she deemed it necessary to at least try, as to enable herself to have a better life. The young man smiled as he took a look at the woman, saying nothing. In actuality, the rate of success of what he was pulling was incredibly high, making failure almost impossible. The key was what he would do with it after getting his hands on it. The rate of failure, in that case, was extremely high. In his case, the true battle for him probably lied elsewhere instead of with the Holy Ji Palace. But then again, it was nonetheless the Renhuang lineage and he was the one who opened it personally. It was vexing for him to have done something only to benefit others. He could not rest well until he had tried getting it back at least. Furthermore, he would have attempted to do that while still playing by Emperor Xia's rules, as angering Emperor Xia would have dire consequences. It was the 9 states that belonged to Emperor Xia instead of his own turf after all. Countless mighty ones either from Zhongzhou City or other places all over the 9 states gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace. Other than a few top-notch figures who dared to get near the Holy Ji Palace to watch the battles, most stayed far away at the border to watch as the battles unfolded. They still felt the weight of the raging battles in their minds nonetheless. They had just witnessed a saint of the Holy Ji Palace bring a young woman to the place. The barefooted young woman streaked through the air and killed her way into the heart of the battlefield, shocking all who watched it. There were countless terrifying figures in the sacred war that day. The battlefield was extremely fiery, and it seemed that the mighty ones on the outskirts had all gone to the center of the Holy Ji Palace, packing the battlefield up. It was unknown what had actually caused a commotion of that scale. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood at the center of the battlefield with their arms around each other. The 9 mighty ones pointed at both of them with divine implements. The devastating golden threads tore through everything and were about bring about the last slaughter, killing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu on the spot. At that moment, they felt that Yi Futian's aura seemed to be rising and growing stronger. The devastating golden threads were unable to completely cut his body. The blood in his body seemed to be howling and boiling, almost burning. Slivers of formless power coursed about his body, making his physical defense seem to increase in strength. The halberd of time and space pulsed with light of greater intensity. The divine implement that ranked 3rd on the divine implement ranking burst with increasingly bright light. The 9 mighty ones in the air seemed to have sensed the ever-increasing aura on Yi Futian and they frowned. What the hell is going on here? He's actually still alive. Worse still, they seemed to be able to sense a terrifying telepathic storm emerging in the air. Their surroundings stirred and with their battlefield serving as the center, slivers of intent out to tear everything apart appeared. Is he trying to break through our spiritual power-cutting arts? They turned their eyes to him again and saw that the woman in Yi Futian's arms was hanging her head. That power actually came from her. Her psychic powers seemed to be burning. Her crown life spirit emitted a brilliant light, and even the shadow behind her seemed to be changing. Jieyu. A voice was heard from within Hua Jieyu's mind. It was the saint within her body conversing with her. I'm sorry, teacher, Hua Jieyu replied telepathically. She leaned on Yi Futian's body with tears rolling down her cheeks. The saint went silent and a sigh was heard from within Hua Jieyu's mind. All right then. The sighing voice seemed to be harboring a bit of reluctance. At the very next moment, the shadow behind Hua Jieyu seemed to burn, emanating dazzling light. It quickly turned into countless spots of light, melding with Hua Jieyu's spiritual powers. I'm sorry, Hua Jieyu said gently. She recalled all that she had been through with her teacher in the past few years. While her teacher seemed to have never existed in the world and no one else knew of her, she trained quietly under said teacher's tutelage nonetheless. While she knew that her teacher was simply doing as she was told, her teacher nonetheless was genuinely trying to help and protect her. If it had not been for her teacher when she was on her pilgrimage with Xia Qingyuan, she might have actually perished out there, and she would not have gained that encounter. Her teacher knew that it was wrong for her to train in those kinds of powers, yet her teacher did nothing to stop her. Presently, her teacher was actually willing to sacrifice herself just to keep Hua Jieyu in one piece, with no other intention than to protect Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu felt as if she was being stabbed and twisted at the moment. Her tears wet the bloodied robe on Yi Futian's body. There was nothing else she could do. The one who was holding her in his arms to protect her at all costs was the love of her life. Yi Futian naturally felt the changes in Hua Jieyu's body. Furthermore, there was a gust of extremely powerful psychic storm shrouding him, channeling spiritual powers to him. Extremely dazzling light shrouded both his and Hua Jieyu's bodies, looking incredibly holy and regal, like the light of Ren Huang, overpowering even the light emanated from him by burning imperial will. His heart shuddered violently. Jieyu, are you overpowering the imperial will for my sake? Jieyu. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. Hua Jieyu slowly moved away from his arms and looked up. Her eyes were filled with tears and looked incredibly tender, which, in turn, belied formidable determination. What are you doing? Yi Futian's voice shook somewhat. Hua Jieyu's teary eyes shined with a tinge of an incredibly tender smile before she looked up at the heavens slowly. A terrifying psychic storm grew increasingly intense. Boundless light rained from above. Forbidden art, divine advent. Hua Jieyu's voice was extremely solemn as she uttered those words. As her voice rang in her surroundings, a bolt of lightning split the heavens, bringing forth boundless spiritual powers as the sky was cleaved. Slivers of terrifying psychic powers descended and entered Hua Jieyu's body. She stood with her hair billowing in the chaos as her eyes turned increasingly demonic. The shadow that she had summoned behind her gradually turned tangible and its light reached towering heights, looking like a queen of unparalleled regal bearing. Kill them. Hua Jieyu turned her eyes to the 9 mighty ones in the air. Her billowing hair and cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Slivers of devastating psychic light of calamity burst through the endless golden threads, heading straight for the heads of the 9 mighty ones like a calamity of the great path. The 9 mighty ones grunted at the same time and their attacks seemed to have been stifled. The divine implements in their hands shook at the same time, lashing out at Hua Jieyu. A streak of extreme spiritual cutting powers slashed at Hua Jieyu's psychic attacks, shattering them. The power unleashed by Hua Jieyu had surpassed her limit. She was fighting the 9 figures at the pinnacle of their training, and that served as the testament of the tremendous power she came to wield. It was at the very cutting edge of the plains below Saint Plain, as if she was borrowing powers that were not hers. Why are you doing this? Yi Futian paid no heed to the magnitude of power that Hua Jieyu had unleashed. The light emanating from her body overpowered the ones coursing through his. Yi Futian naturally knew that Hua Jieyu was fighting for her sake and that she was paying a hefty price to do so. He had no idea what doing so would cost, but being able to surpass his own power meant that the cost was extreme, more so than what he had to pay by burning his imperial will. Forbidden art, divine advent. Yi Futian's heart shook. He actually felt fear and his eyes looked pained. His spiritual will was cranked to its limit. Everything under the heavens seemed to be of impeccable clarity. Jieyu's power seemed to be amplifying his own powers as well, and he was able to clearly sense how powerful her psychic powers were. The extension of spiritual psychic powers seemingly enabled him to see the faces of countless people in the battlefield. He saw every single golden thread, and was even aware of every single minute changes in the space. Spots of light coursed on the halberd of time and space, seemingly having merged with his own spiritual powers. Boundless spiritual power oozed from within his mind, turning into thousands of spiritual particles. Every single particle seemed to emanate incredible destructive powers. A frightening spiritual power storm seemed to have gradually whipped up with Yi Futian at the center, tearing the golden threads around him apart. Die! Yi Futian lifted his head and howled. A devastating spiritual storm whipped up as his voice was heard. The devastating light of the particles was converted into golden lightning, streaking through the space and hitting the minds of the 9 mighty ones. Boom! The 9 shuddered violently, feeling as if their brains were about to explode, as if they were about to be torn to pieces. Chapter 990. Yi Futian was a martial artist and a cultivator, as well as a spiritual elementalist. He had 2 spirit elemental life spirits. The Guqin and the life spirit that Yi Qingdi had given him in the past were both spirit elementals. He had always been good at spirit elemental attacks, but he had never tapped into this skill too deeply. More often, he still used his spiritual energy to communicate with the world's rule power or use his powerful body. Hua Jieyu was good at spiritual energy attacks. Yi Futian was a martial artist and a cultivator, as well as a spiritual elementalist. He had 2 spirit elemental life spirits. The Guqin and the life spirit that Yi Qingdi had given him in the past were both spirit elementals. He had always been good at spirit elemental attacks, but he had never tapped into this skill too deeply. More often, he still used his spiritual energy to communicate with the world's rule power or use his powerful body. Hua Jieyu was good at spiritual energy attacks. But now Yi Futian felt his mental power increasing. As his mind blazed, his spiritual energy's perception changed. He could do the same thing as Jieyu and directly integrate rule power into his spiritual will and attack his enemy's spiritual energy in the most direct manner. He floated in the air, holding the halberd of time and space. A violent all-consuming storm appeared around him. It pierced through the golden lines. He swept his gaze over the 9 cultivators, and they all felt like they were sinking into his eyes and falling into Yi Futian's mental prison. They all clung tightly to their spiritual willpower, but they still trembled under Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's attack, making the attacks that they unleashed increasingly unsteady. Even more frightening, the image of a god appeared in the air. It looked like an empress had descended into the world. It made the mental storm rage even fiercer, continuously destroying their will. Even when they used their divine implements, they could not stand against the whole storm and could only block part of it. "What kind of power is this?" said Saint Li as he looked over the battlefield. His heart trembled. "The forbidden art of divine advent," whispered Saint Xia, and his heart was troubled. "I heard that those with great abilities can project divine spirits onto themselves. Could this be it? That divine figure has a certain quality that even saints can't match. It's like an empress." "Do you mean that the divine spirit of the empress has been projected onto Hua Jieyu?" "This is the forbidden art of divine advent," said Saint Li. "It's possible." Saint Xia nodded. "It looks like Hua Jieyu made great gains during the trials. But this is summoning a figure from the upper worlds from far away. Even though it is only a single thread of a divine spirit, what must it be costing Hua Jieyu to do this?" Saint Xia did not know if this power had already exceeded his expectations. Previously, the saint behind Hua Jieyu had burned a divine spirit to help her. Perhaps this was in order to protect her. This sacred war was truly thrilling. Even though they were saints, they still felt every up and down. It was impossible to remain calm. All of this had happened in a flash. The battlefield around Yi Futian was extremely intense. Kong Yao gathered his divine power to block the barefoot girl. There was an incredibly strange look in her eyes as she looked at Kong Yao. Kong Yao felt the world change. It was as if he was no longer on the battlefield at the Holy Ji Palace, but was instead in some blood-red space. A sword of blood was suspended in the sky. Countless swords gathered together and flew towards him, trying to annihilate his spiritual will. Kong Yao stepped forward and roared, and the divine spirit turned into a divine elephant. But the barefoot girl stepped forward at the same moment and the divine sword slashed forward with all the power of heaven and earth. There was a loud crash as it pierced through the image of the divine elephant. And not only that, but swords fell wildly from the heavens, piercing the divine elephant. Finally, the sword of blood fell and cut through the elephant that had been formed of Kong Yao's spiritual will as well. The wind blew as the barefoot girl continued forward. With each step, the divine elephant was pierced by another sword, both in the outside world and within Kong Yao's spiritual will. Cracks appeared in it as it was slowly cut apart. Blood flowed from Kong Yao's mouth and his face was pale, but he still stepped forward, each step increasing his power. He would fight with his life just to stop the barefoot girl for a while. The 9 cultivators did not need long to kill Yi Futian. He only needed to buy them a little time. The terrible storm caused the barefoot girl's ponytail to sway in the wind. Even stronger sword wills burst forth as she continued forward. Kong Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, but his whole body seemed to be burning. This was the end. He had no way to retreat. If Yi Futian did not die, then he would. Boom! Kong Yao took a great step forward, and the divine elephant did as well, slamming its foot down on the barefoot girl. But it seemed like her frail body was not affected. In her eyes, a sword of blood pierced through Kong Yao's spiritual willpower. At that moment many scenes flashed through Kong Yao's mind. He remembered the first time he had set foot upon the soil of the barren state. How arrogant he had been as he brought Qin Zhong to the Holy Ji Palace. The palace lord Lu Chan had welcomed them, and yet he had ignored it all, believing in his heart of hearts that the Holy Ji Palace was not worthy of his attention. He had attacked Crouching Dragon Mountain and surrounded Yi Futian, but had been blocked time and time again until Emperor Xia appeared. But even then he had thought that he would destroy the palace sooner or later. Did they think that delaying the battle of proving holiness would change anything? In that battle, he would slaughter the top powers of the Holy Ji Palace. However, he had never thought that before the battle of proving holiness came the barren state would rise to prominence, and the Jisheng cliffs had been subjected to slaughter. Now even 7 great holy lands joining together to overwhelm the Holy Ji Palace had become mired in a terrible situation. He had never thought that the next time he fought on the soil of the barren state would be the last battle of his life. And the one who killed him would be a young girl with a ponytail. Elsewhere, another fierce battle was raging. Yu Xing seemed to have turned into a demon. As he moved forward, a destructive dark airflow raged between heaven and earth, consuming all the power there. Below him were the countless corpses of cultivators from the endless sea. Before him was a huge battle matrix. It transformed into a huge black dragon that sprouted 2 gigantic wings, blocking his path. His body was covered in blood. Heaven and earth shook with every step that he took. Everyone in the dragon battle array felt their hearts tremble. A terrible dark halberd shot out, but the dragon swung its tail, shattering it. Boom! Yu Sheng took another step forward, and his demon body transformed again. It grew bigger and bigger and was about to turn into a true demon. The dragon roared and swept out its wings. Every scale on its wings turned into an extremely sharp dark blade, and they all slashed out towards Yu Sheng. But he seemed not to see them as he stepped forward once again. Boom! Demonic power filled the sky as he sucked in all the energy around him. His demonic form changed once again. His aura grew stronger and rippled out in powerful waves. With one step he had reached the sage level. He watched the dark wings slashing towards him and stretched out his hands, grabbing them. He roared and began to tear them apart, causing everyone in the battle matrix to scream in pain. Boom! Yu Xing seemed to feel nothing as he continued forward. The cultivators in the dark dragon battle matrix felt their hearts tremble with fear as they watched his still changing demonic form. They wanted to kneel before him and worship him. They saw him reach out with battle axe of judgment, which suddenly demonized. It grew darker and darker and an astonishing power stretched out from within. All the cultivators in the battle matrix shook. Time seemed to stop. Yi Futian held the halberd of time and space as the 9 cultivators pointed divine implements at him. A giant net descended on him from the sky. But he seemed not to see them. He stepped into the air with golden lightning bursting from his brow, turning into a destructive spirit elemental storm. It collided with the encirclement, and he managed to break through the net. Blood stained his clothes, but he seemed to feel nothing as he rushed towards the 9 people in the sky. Hua Jieyu followed behind him, her mental storm becoming a destructive power that rushed towards the 9 cultivators. Freeze time and space, thought Yi Futian. The 9 cultivators felt the area around them enter a static state, and in the next instant, Yi Futian appeared in front of them, thrusting the halberd of time and space at one of them without hesitation. Kill! His murderous intent filled the skies as the halberd shot forward. The cultivator tried to flee but found that he could not control his body. Even though his will was under serious attack, he still thrust his sword forward and it flew out of his hand towards Yi Futian. The divine implement's speed seemed to slow as it collided with the halberd of time and space. It was shocked backward. The cultivator screamed as his chest was pierced, and he instantly burst into pieces. Kill! Seeming to have been infected by Yi Futian's shout, Yaya stepped forward as well. With that step, the divine elephant's body cracked open as it was pierced. Kong Yao's spiritual will was also pierced by the sword of blood. Although he had already foreseen this ending, he still issued an angry roar. Kong Yao, number 9 on the sage ranking, would really die like this? The divine sword pierced through and the divine elephant burst apart. The sword continued into Kong Yao's body, making him break apart as well, finally turning into nothing more than dust. Kong Yao, number 9 on the sage ranking, had died in battle. The barefoot girl continued forward. There was no one to stop her. There was a scream from the other side of the battlefield as Yusheng's battle axe of judgment fell. The cultivators in the battle matrix watched it fall helplessly. It cut through the black dragon from head to tail, and blood fell like rain as the cultivators within the matrix were cut open. Countless cultivators were lost in an instant. The dragon had been slain by the battle axe of judgment. Yusheng stepped past it towards where Yi Futian was fighting. Chapter 991, The weather changed upon the battlefield. After he killed one of them, Yi Futian stared at the other 8 cultivators. At the same time, Yaya and Yusheng arrived on the scene and swept a cold glance across them all. A suffocating pressure pressed down on all of them, making them feel a slight chill. The weather changed upon the battlefield. After he killed one of them, Yi Futian stared at the other 8 cultivators. At the same time, Yaya and Yusheng arrived on the scene and swept a cold glance across them all. A suffocating pressure pressed down on all of them, making them feel a slight chill. They all glanced at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Could they still kill the 2 of them? They all looked at each other and seemed to have the same thought. They all moved at the same time, flashing towards Yi Futian with their swords held out towards him. Endless killing light shot towards him, seeking to tear apart the space around him. Hua Jieyu was still behind Yi Futian. Their spiritual energies had merged together and had transformed into golden lightning. It rushed into the minds of the 8 cultivators like a divine catastrophe. Brilliant light burst from the halberd of time and space, freezing the space around them. The 8 cultivators were caught within and felt that their movements were constricted. Yi Futian swept the halberd of time and space out in an arc, and endless space-tearing power shot out towards the cultivators. Endless particles cut through the enemy's golden lines. He had used an attack to meet an attack. The particles exploded in front of his opponents, and each one was transformed into a terrible killing force. The 8 cultivators waved their swords, blocking the oncoming particles as they retreated. At that moment, a terrible aura descended. The sound of a swinging sword pierced through the air. One of them turned around and saw a divine sword coming towards them forcefully. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a line that could cut through anything, but the huge divine sword continued forward, crushing everything. There was a loud noise as his body was pierced by the divine sword and he died. Although these 9 great cultivators were strong, even stronger than sages, what they were good at was attacking. Whether they were targeting the flesh or the mind, they were formidable, especially when they had formed a matrix. At that point, it would take a god to stop them. But now their matrix had been broken, they were suffering mental attacks, and they had been knocked back by Yi Futian. How could they block Yaya's attack? Thus, one of them had been killed. Yu Sheng had also arrived with his demonic form. He descended in front of one of the cultivators, letting his terrible sword will tear across his body. He seemed to not even feel them. He slashed out with his battle-axe of judgment, cutting his opponent in two. At the Imperial Mausoleum, Yu Sheng had used his upper Magi-level demonization to block Jiya, the number 2 on the sage ranking. Now he was a sage and had demonized again. How much stronger must he be? How could a single cultivator withstand his axe? 3 of the cultivators had been killed in a flash. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yaya, and Yu Sheng surrounded the 6 remaining cultivators. It seems that the tables had turned completely. The 6 of them turned pale. Were they really going to be defeated? Yi Futian stepped forward with the halberd of time and space. He tilted it and it reflected a brilliant light. He was filled with murderous intent. There was a strange look in his eyes, and golden lightning flashed out, trapping one of the cultivators within it. Whoosh! A mighty wind rushed out, and Yi Futian stepped forward again. He seemed to ignore the distance between them as he appeared directly in front of his opponent. He struck out with the halberd of time and space without hesitation, piercing his opponent's throat. Another cultivator was dead. The sound of a whistling sword filled the sky as Yaya stepped forward. Her sword of blood pierced her opponent's will, and the divine sword descended. The 5th cultivator was slain. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped forward with his intimidating demon form and brought down the battle-axe of judgment, cleaving through the sky and the 6th cultivator's body. It cut him in 2, and blood went flying. The battle seemed to stop as everyone's eyes turned to this part of the battlefield. Everyone's heart beat wildly. They had each been killed with one attack. 6 of the 9 great cultivators had been killed so cruelly and swiftly. The once unmatched 9 cultivators were now powerless. Can we finally tell who is going to win? Whispered Saint Xia. The battle had been too suspenseful. Just as Yi Futian had been on the brink of death, the barefoot girl had appeared, Yu Sheng had broken through, and Hua Jieyu had used her divine secret power. Yi Futian and those around him had truly shown that no one could match them. Their white clothes were now covered in blood. Who could stand in their way? Moreover, after the deaths of the 9 great cultivators, the 7 great holy lands' morale would break since no one could kill Yi Futian. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the great Zhou sacred king all looked extremely angry. All these attacks and they still had been unable to kill Yi Futian. Would Yi Futian really survive the attacks of the allied 7 great holy lands? On the other hand, the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace completely relaxed. Yaya and Yu Sheng had arrived. With them helping Yi Futian, no one could kill him. They would win this battle. They were filled with confidence. The 7 great holy lands would not destroy the Holy Ji Palace today. Thus, they would use the power they had shown today to make it so that there was no one left in the 7 great holy lands below the saint level. Boom! Yi Futian stepped forward again. He was not excited by this battle at all, he only felt an infinite coldness. He did not know what this battle would do to Jieyu. There were only 3 of the 9 cultivators left. He did not even spare a single thought about letting them leave alive. No matter who they were, they would die for coming to this place. One of them saw Yi Futian coming and felt the all-consuming destructive power of the halberd of time and space. He turned pale and roared, "You still won't get involved." Everyone paused when they heard this. Was there someone else? In this situation, no one could kill Yi Futian. There was no one in the 7 holy lands who could do it. Who was going to get involved? Saint Xia frowned and looked up as if he had thought of something. His expression changed. He looked into the sky above Yi Futian and saw Saint Ji coming down. "Careful, Saint Ji," shouted Saint Xia. A powerful divine force swept out, covering the space where Yi Futian was standing. His anger was clear on his face. A thought appeared in Saint Xia's mind: would Saint Ji really dare? He was a saint, would he really trade his life for Yi Futian's? Saint Xia's voice pierced through the clouds, making everyone on the battlefield's hearts tremble. A strange look also appeared on Saint Ji's face. He reacted quickly, turning into a beam of light and shooting over to Saint Xia. Are you also planning to get involved in this sacred war, Saint Xia? Came Saint Ji's voice. He was deliberately intercepting Saint Xia. But as he spoke, Yi Futian felt a truly suffocating divine power in the sky above him. And not only him, but everyone in the same area of the battlefield that he was in felt it as well. They all looked up and saw Saint Ji descending. A saint had gotten involved. Everyone turned pale as they saw Saint Ji coming towards Yi Futian. The people from the Holy Ji Palace looked on with despair. Why would a saint dare to get involved? By breaking Emperor Xia's rule, Saint Ji was on the path to destruction. They did not understand, and neither did Yi Futian. Even though he wanted to get revenge for the attack on Jisheng Cliffs, was he really willing to trade his life for Yi Futian's? Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Sheng, and Yaya all looked up and saw Saint Ji's figure descending. They felt like their blood had ceased flowing and they could no longer breathe. They were truly despairing. Moon Saint, Saint Jiang, and even Glass Saint all stepped forward at the same time in that direction. An incomparably strong divine power swept out, but it seemed like they would be too late. Time seemed to stop. They were frozen in despair. Saint Ji descended, and his huge hand came down with all the power of the great path. The air trembled as the hand covered the sky. It was about to destroy everything. Saint Ji's eyes were strangely calm, with a sense of determination. As a saint, his mind was extremely firm. Once he had decided something, he would not waver from that course of action. When the prince of Emperor Li's realm had found him, his fate had already been decided. Perhaps today, Saint Xia and the others would not dare to make a decision without authorization, but when Emperor Xia sent people to investigate, he would have no way to escape. Sometimes as a saint, you really had no choice. His fate was fixed, but before he died, he would take Yi Futian with him. It seemed ironic to him. A powerful sage like him would stoop to trade his life for that of a lowly sage like Yi Futian. How tragic. A beam of brilliant light descended. Saint Ji had not been the only one standing by, the village chief was there as well. When he saw Saint Ji act, he had instantly flashed through the air and transformed into a sword as he shot towards Saint Ji. Saint Ji wore no expression, and the look in his eyes did not change at all. Even as the sword pierced through his hand, it continued downward. Blood stained his palm, but Saint Ji seemed not to feel it as he continued to press down on the village chief. Even though the sword had pierced him, he did not cease his attack. His bloody palm covered the sky. There was a loud boom. Everything under his palm was destroyed, utterly crushed to dust. Die, yelled Saint Ji. Heaven and earth shook and Yi Futian's spiritual will trembled. Looking into Saint Ji's murderous eyes, he felt true despair. They had won everything and even defeated a true saint. But could someone who had just entered the saint plane really compare to the master of Jisheng Cliffs? Retreat, yelled Yi Futian. But he did not know if they would be able to. Moreover, Yu Sheng and Yaya did not retreat. At this moment they seemed to act from instinct. Not only did they not retreat, but they advanced. Yu Sheng raised his axe and slashed it into the sky. Yaya raised her sword to meet the attack coming from above. Hua Jieyu's eyes were full of despair, true despair. They had already used all their power, killing powerful opponent after powerful opponent. But in the end, they had lost it all because a saint had gotten personally involved. She turned into a mental storm and rushed up into the air. Just like Yaya and Yu Sheng, she did not only not retreat but instead went up to meet the attack. They seemed to have a single thought: block the attack from hitting Yi Futian. As for whether or not they could stop it, they did not think about it. Nor did they think about what would happen if they did stop it. They just hoped that Yi Futian could live. Boundless imperial brilliance swayed, with nothing to disguise it. Yi Futian saw his friends acting. How could he retreat? He lifted the halberd of time and space and went to meet Saint Ji's destructive attack. This was what life was all about. What more could one ask for? If heaven would not have mercy on him, then he would die. He had done all he could. Chapter 992. Everyone in the vast battlefield stopped fighting and turned their eyes in Yi Futian's direction. Every single saint had undergone divine catastrophes and their attacks were imbued with the rules of the Great Path. Everyone in the vast battlefield stopped fighting and turned their eyes in Yi Futian's direction. Every single saint had undergone divine catastrophes and their attacks were imbued with the rules of the Great Path. Saint Ji, the Saint Lord of Jisheng Cliffs, had climbed to the second level of the Divine Path steps, making him unpredictably formidable. He was ranked 30th on the saint ranking, so no one would have expected him to trade lives with Yi Futian. The bloody palm print shrouded the heavens, and under countless watchful eyes, he continued to press down on the village chief, who had taken the form of a sword. The sky seemed to have been brought down along with the palm print. Blood stained Saint Ji's palm, yet he pressed forth as if he felt no pain. He had cast away concerns about his own life so that any small injuries did not faze him at all. He had to see the holy Ji palace go down with him before he ended up dead. He had to kill Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yaya, and Hua Jieyu. Regardless of what happened in the immediate or near future, the holy Ji palace had to go down. Yi Futian and the others looked comparatively puny under the palm print. While they were indeed peerless under Saint Plain, the one who wanted to kill them was a saint. They saw Yusheng burst with overbearing demonic might and Yaya's ponytail loosen up and billow in the air. They saw Hua Jieyu take the form of a queen, attempting to resist the falling palm print using her psychic powers. They also saw Yi Futian burst with blinding light, the light that was forcefully suppressed before. He rose like an emperor and fused himself with the halberd of time and space as he lashed out as if he were to pierce the heavens. Boom! A stifled rumble was heard as the bloody palm print fell onto their heads. Yaya held the holy sword in her hand as the palm print crashed onto them. Her hair billowed wildly as boundless sword will was shattered, which reversed and pierced into her body. Yusheng held the bat leaks in his hand and his devil-like body brought down the axe on the palm print. The axe was deflected back to his own body. However, he stood his ground tall and proud, striking both hands on the palm print, intending to prevent it from crashing down. Explosive rumbles were heard as his devil body continued to crumble and blood was seen dripping from his body. Hua Jieyu's eyes turned incredibly demonic. It was as if they were no longer her eyes. She fused into a single being with the shadow behind her, bringing a terrifying psychic storm to bear, resisting all powers against them in that space and intending to prevent the palm print from crashing down as well. That weak body of hers had no fear as it struck, lashing out with the storm. Boom! The halberd of time and space in Yi Futian's hand struck, crashing onto the center of the palm print with boundless might as if it intended to tear the palm print apart. However, it was only able to tear a small crack before Yi Futian felt as if he was able to be squashed. All his internal organs felt like they were on the brink of collapse. Intense rumbling continued to be heard and the might of Great Path continued to fall onto them. However, the might of the bloody palm print had been considerably weakened. The village chief was attacking the palm print with his sword form, after all, negating a good part of its power. However, that still proved inadequate to stop it. All of their bodies were pinned and they spat up blood as their bodies continued to suffer damage. Saint Ji never intended to leave any of them alive. Hua Jieyu's demonic eyes took one look at Yi Futian. Her eyes were teary before and her will seemed to begin burning. Boundless power in the heavens seeped into her body. A force that did not belong to her burst. I offer my body as a sacrifice in exchange for the will of the queen. A solemn and despaired voice was heard, and the might of the divine path seemed to burst from her body. A sliver of unparalleled imperial might was sensed, and even her eyes seemed to have changed, becoming ones that cared for nothing around her as she looked above. Her will served as the catalyst and her body as the sacrifice in exchange for the will of the queen. The will invoked the catastrophe of the great path above the heavens. Hua Jieyu continued to resist the palm print as her body and even her will were burning. She invoked the catastrophe of the heavens as she continued to move upwards, shattering the palm print bit by bit as she tore through it. Go to hell! Saint Ji roared furiously as he continued to press downward, giving up everything just to kill the ones before him. Yaya's body seemed to have been torn by swords as boundless light of swords burst from her body. She turned around and saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, saying to herself, "Brother, Yaya is leaving." Dazzling light of the sword burst with her body in the middle as soon as she finished. An incredibly huge sword diagram appeared on the palm print. Boundless swords appeared in the air all of a sudden. The swords of countless swordsmen in the battlefield rang and flew out of their hands, heading towards Yaya. Countless were stunned as they witnessed the astonishing scene, feeling their minds being rattled. Saints finally made it there at that moment. Both Saint Li and Saint Jiang were there, filling the place with saintly might. However, that barefooted young woman's hair continued to billow in a frenzy. Boundless sword will burst from her body as changes were seen. Even her face and bearing seemed to have changed. While Yaya's face was still hers, it seemed to have grown incredibly fast and had matured, filled with saintly might. Her eyes took one look at Saint Ji in the air, filled with overbearing pride and cold murderous intent. Boom! The palm print finally shattered under the attack of the psychic powers and sword will. Countless swords in the air merged and became a single blade, pulsing with the flash of the sword capable of killing everything. The sword flew and Saint Ji's pupils dilated. At the very next moment, a beam of sword flash pierced him. Saint Ji's body was immediately shattered and reduced to nothing. In a single instant, his soul and mind had dissipated into nothing. The Saint Lord of Jisheng Cliffs was thoroughly reduced to dust, scattered throughout the heavens and the earth. The towering sword will dispersed soon after, and the young woman's body fell limply. The holy sword appeared beneath the young woman's body, lifting her up and hovering in the air. The village chief knelt down and prostrated in the air. Tears were seen in his aged eyes. It was unknown if those were tears shed for Yaya's disappearance or for the return of his master, or maybe even both. Yu Xing's devil-like body dropped from the air, and the same went for Yi Futian, who fell limply. Blood continued to shoot from his mouth as his teary eyes turned to look at Hua Jieyu and Yaya. "No," he said, his voice croaking. His heart ached very, very painfully. The very reason why he cherished Yaya and had taken her as his little sister was because he had long guessed that that would have been Yaya's end. The end of the pitiful young woman. His speculations became reality. Yaya was gone. The one taking her place might be Yaya, or maybe it was the Sword Saint of the Void, who had once been known throughout the world. He turned his eyes to Hua Jieyu and his heart felt like it was able to be torn apart. Hua Jieyu's body continued to burn, being reduced to nothing bit by bit. Like him, she fell lifelessly and turned around arduously. Her demonic eyes turned clear as if she had regained her consciousness. Her eyes were teary and yet, there was a beaming smile in them. Everything had finally ended. Saint Ji was dead and the saints came. No one in the entire 9 states would be able to kill him. Isn't this ending beautiful? However, his imperial will continued to burn, and Emperor Xia, he was hoping the emperor would let him off of that ordeal. Boom! Yi Futian's body hit the ground. He extended his shivering hands, attempting to catch Hua Jieyu's falling body. Her body was very light as if it weighed nothing, continuing to disappear bit by bit. Jieyu! Yi Futian's heart seemed to be bleeding. He looked up and shouted, "Senior Saint Jiang." Saint Jiang took one look down and remained standing where he was. It was too late. Hua Jieyu's eyes continued to smile. She extended her hand, intending to stroke Yi Futian's face as she said, "I guess I can't be your queen after all." "No," Yi Futian shook his head and said, "I disagree." Boundless emerald light was sent into Hua Jieyu's body, but it was entirely futile. Her body continued to disperse. "Keep in mind, your next wife cannot be someone as shitty as I'm. Your queen has to become some girl who is unparalleled, even in the heavens." Hua Jieyu's spectral silhouette continued to smile, but somehow, she continued to shed tears. "I promise you this, only you'll be my queen." "You're so dumb." Hua Jieyu then said softly, "But promise me this, don't let her bully you, as I'm the only one allowed to do so in this world." "Only you're allowed to bully me." Yi Futian burst into tears. "Right, I'll be able to rest easy now. But somehow, despite no longer having a heart, I still feel heartache. Can souls cry too?" Her silhouette turned increasingly spectral. It gradually turned into a blurry shadow, yet the tears on her face were just as visible. Boundless light circled around Hua Jieyu's body as it moved to the air around her. Hua Jieyu felt some formless power summoning her. "Is this the call of the Reaper? Promise me, live." Her spectral silhouette dispersed into the air. "No." Yi Futian attempted to catch the last bit of her but quickly found that he only grabbed nothing. He watched in despair as Hua Jieyu transformed into a beam of light and shot for the heavens. Yi Futian's arms shivered. His eyes were filled with boundless despair. The battlefield was dead silent. Everyone was staring at him. A lotus lamp continued to burn in the air. A vague silhouette appeared on the lamp, and that silhouette was stunningly beautiful. She looked at Yi Futian, who was despairing, as tears filled her flawless face. She turned and looked at that faraway silhouette and her body burned as well. Countless lotus lamps then took off to the air. One of the lamps came beside Yi Futian and a voice was heard in his mind, "I was once a lamp before the Buddha. My life came and went as my destiny willed it. I shall protect her in your stead." Hua Qingqing's gentle voice was heard and Yi Futian watched as the tranquil light of the Buddha took off. He was unable to fathom anything, as he felt nothing but intense heartache at the moment. That concludes the war. Saint Xia's cold eyes swept across everyone on the battlefield. Saint Ji went against the rules and had severely injured Yi Futian and the others. He should have been executed, but he had already perished. "I disagree." An extremely cold voice was heard. Saint Xia looked below and saw Yi Futian standing up. Dazzling imperial light shot forth into the heavens. His body was burning, and it seemed that his killing intent burned as well. Chapter 993, Yi Futian's imperial light shot to towering heights and he held the halberd of space and time as he took to the air, filled with thick murderous intent. His blood-stained clothes seemed to have turned golden and billowed wildly in the wind. Yi Futian's imperial light shot to towering heights and he held the halberd of space and time as he took to the air, filled with thick murderous intent. His blood-stained clothes seemed to have turned golden and billowed wildly in the wind. Many on the battlefield turned their eyes in his direction. Even saints came to sense an aura that put them on edge. Even though Yi Futian's own powers were limited, the imperial will inherent within his being was still something that demanded respect and worship from all living beings. He was the only supreme being in that place. Saint Xia's heart raced. He thought that Saint Ji's attack would have rendered Yi Futian incapable of standing even though it did not kill him. With Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Sheng, and Yaya, the most formidable forces, taken out of the equation, if the fighting were to continue, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian, as everyone wanted to kill him. Saint Ji had broken the balance of the sacred war. It went without saying that as a saint, Saint Xia would have naturally been able to prevent the war from raging on. However, Yi Futian disagreed and stood up again, seemingly burning his own life. What level is that aura that he is emanating now? Saint Xia was speechless. He thought that he would have been able to have some say in the sacred war. He only came to realize then that the fighting on that day no longer had an outcome that he was able to decide. Emperor Xia needed to be the one to decide how things would end. Saint Ji made a move against the rules, Hua Jieyu borrowed the queen's will, the sword saint of the void returned, and Yi Futian was burning with imperial light. Saint Xia was no longer able to control anything going on with the war. Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and the others watched as their hearts raced. That battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the sacred king, and the saints of the endless ocean never predicted any of it to go this far. No one had expected the fighting to be that intense and brutal. No one anticipated Saint Ji to trade lives with Yi Futian and to have still failed nonetheless. No one knew what would happen next. He is at the end of his strength. Kill him. Saint Ji's eyes were on Yi Futian. His intent to kill Yi Futian had been taken to another level. Yi Futian was just too dangerous. If he did not agree for the war to end, then he would die. He knew without a doubt that Yi Futian had sustained severe injuries in that day's fighting, and the palace lord was burning all of his own powers to keep fighting. He did not care for the secrets of Yi Futian. He only wanted Yi Futian to die. Yi Futian's survival would have been a disaster for the Hall of Holy Light. Kill him, Saint North Deep said in a manner that was just as cold. The calm battlefield became frenzied once again. Countless mighty ones headed for Yi Futian. They apparently shared Saint Ji's thoughts. With Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jieyu, killed in the sacred war, if he were to survive the war, none from the 7 holy lands who participated in the battle would be able to get out unscathed. Everything had hit a critical point, so Yi Futian needed to die that day, regardless of the cost incurred. Technically speaking, there were 6, instead of 7, holy lands remaining. With the demise of both Saint Ji and Kong Yao, Jisheng Cliffs no longer existed outside of the annals of history. That holy land now ceased to exist. The army headed straight for Yi Futian. The sword saint, Qin Zhuang, and the others came to his side. Take care of Yu Sheng and Jioga, Yi Futian requested before his dazzling figure shot up, turning into a bolt of lightning and headed straight for a single direction. There were 3 in that direction who intended to leave the battlefield, the 3 remaining ones of the 9 mighty ones that came from Emperor Li's realm. They turned around immediately after seeing Yi Futian coming for them, lashing out with the divine implements in their hands. Thousands of golden threads headed straight for Yi Futian. A beam pierced through the air and the head of one of them disappeared in a flash. The other 2 were astonished and shuddered. They turned around and retreated at breakneck speed. A terrifying spiritual power attack came straight for them. Their brains felt like they were about to explode and were no longer capable of thought. There was no longer any opportunity for thought as the halberd of time and space pierced through both of their heads, killing them on the spot. Boom! The gathered mighty ones conjured battle matrices and attacked him in the air. Yi Futian took one look at them and an irresistible power washed throughout the space freezing. Yi Futian took one step out and the halberd of time and space pulsed with tremendous light. His imperial will fused with the halberd and brought even greater power to bear. He lifted his arm and lashed out with the halberd. His body turned into a beam of dazzling light. The light of countless particles burst and the space before him seemed like it was about to explode. The bodies of the mighty ones swept by as the force blew up. That beam of light zipped past and blood splattered all over the place, with dead bodies dropping like flies. One strike with the halberd was all it took to take them all down. The hearts of countless raced as they saw the rain of blood in that space. Him, at the end of his strength? No one was able to stand in Yi Futian's way at the moment. All who had wanted to go up and kill him felt themselves shivering. What are you all still looking at? Can't any of you fight? Saint Xia shouted at the battlefield below. His words were seemingly meant for those from the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone came to their senses. They looked at Yi Futian's crazed silhouette and they burned with intense killing intent as well. Kill them all. Kill, shouts were heard throughout the place. Every single mighty one on the Holy Ji Palace's side began to fight again. The mighty ones from the 6 remaining opposing holy lands felt a shiver run down their spines. Is Saint Xia making his stance clear? The golden great ape took to the air. Yuan Hong wielded the infinite ruler and swept at everything around him. The 9 symbols circled around Gu Donglu, with countless clones of the symbols lashing out at his enemies. Yi Wuchen's life spirit hovered, seemingly bursting with Ren Huang's sword will, bringing the might of the battle matrix as he ran. Dead bodies of mighty ones before him continue to rise. All of them only had one intention at the moment: kill every single might one from the 6 holy lands. Saint Xia, Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and the Moon Saint stood in the air and kept a close watch on Yi Futian. They had to keep their guard up due to what happened previously. I shall report what happened to Emperor Xia. If you were a part of what Saint Ji did, Emperor Xia will sentence you himself, Saint Xia said plainly. What do Saint Ji's actions have to do with me? I was only stopping, seeing you emerging onto the battlefield, Saint Ji replied coldly. Explain to Emperor Xia yourself, Saint Xia said coldly without looking at him. Saint Ji's expression was grim. He took a look below and saw Yi Futian on a killing spree, glittering with imperial light. The palace lord was actually heading for the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light. He can't keep doing this for long. Use ranged attacks, Saint Ji said coldly. Many mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light appeared before Yi Futian, bringing their sword will of light at him in a frenzy. Yi Futian seemed to have not taken notice of any of them at all. He continued to charge into the fray, shining with imperial light. All attacks that had gotten close to him were quickly reduced to nothing. His halberd of time and space lashed out, causing yet another rainstorm of blood. No one was able to stand in his way. Watch out, Jiya! Saint Ji shouted at Jiya, who was fighting with Tianxin below. Jiya turned around and found Yi Futian heading straight for him. His body separated from monk Tianxin with a rumble. He burst with the most brilliant of holy light after seeing Yi Futian coming for him, heading straight for Yi Futian. His body seemed to be burning as he transformed into a beam of light. A beam of golden light and a beam of white light clashed. 2 beams merged together in an instant before separating. Both Yi Futian and Jiya had their backs against each other. The imperial light bursting from Yi Futian continued to shine brilliantly while the light on Jiya continued to disperse. Blood was seen oozing from his mouth and his body gradually came apart. No, Jiya's body was destroyed as he shouted, turning into nothing. The mighty one who ranked second on the sage ranking was dead. There was simply no sage that Yi Futian was unable to kill. Many mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light ganged up on him, yet when they saw the shimmering imperial light about Yi Futian, they stopped and forgot to attack altogether. Yi Futian had truly become invincible under the Saint Plane at the moment throughout the 9 states. Anyone who dared stand before him would be killed by one strike of his halberd. Yi Futian coughed once and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. It was naturally not an injury dealt by Jiya, but one that he had sustained prior. If he had not been burning his imperial will, that attack from Saint Ji would have taken his life. He was already burning power within his body in a frenzy just so that he could stand. The mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light attempted to move against him after seeing him cough. Mighty aura swept the place and Yi Futian took one cold look at them. He put the halberd of time and space away and sat cross-legged in the air. The Guqin spirit appeared below him. His fingers rested on the strings and as the first note was played, tears were seen at the corner of his eyes. He recalled the first time he learned to play the Guqin. That was back in the little hut in Qingzhou Academy, where his teacher, Hua Fenglu, taught him to play the Guqin. The little fox liked teasing him back then. He recalled the year where the love between them blossomed and as they held hands at Qingzhou Lake. Both of them confirmed their relationship there. He sent Jieyu home and stayed there. He was kicked out of the room by Jieyu, and so he sat outside the house and played the whole night. He remembered the time in Donghai Academy where the Grand Master instructed him in the art of the guqin. He played and Jieyu lied on his thighs for one whole night. The history between them flashed before his eyes. The tune of the guqin had always been around as both of them came to know each other and fell in love. He was still around and the guqin was still present, yet she was nowhere to be found. The Yukio song was played, and with the imperial will infused with it, the true imperial song was played. Limitless sentiments were infused within the tune. There was boundless sorrow as well as towering killing intent. The mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light attacked, yet a terrifying storm of the guqin's tune whipped up around Futian. The rules of seemingly all methods were dispersed before the tune of the instrument. The tune became increasingly fierce as it rang throughout the entire battlefield. The mighty ones who had surrounded Futian felt as if their spiritual will was no longer in their control. The spiritual qi around them was no longer controllable. Rules of space freezing were invoked and their bodies seemed to have been put under absolute lockdown. Futian's fingers stroked on the strings and a sharp clanging sound was heard. The tune seeped into the eardrums of the mighty ones around him, transforming into killing power that tore at their spiritual will. Boom! The face of one mighty one became pale as their thoughts ceased. The tune was upon them and their spiritual will was erased. Their body fell lifelessly to the ground. The guqin storm turned increasingly terrifying. Many mighty ones who surrounded Futian trembled in a frenzy and they continued to drop, killed by the formless tune of the guqin. The blood-stained silhouette sat up straight in the air as the tune was played, piercing time and space. Even the saints were dazed at the moment. It was as if they were witnessing the legend of an emperor. Chapter 994, Emperor Xia's Realm, Upper World. Emperor Xia's Realm, Upper World. Emperor Xia's palace stood in the sky, above the clouds. Between the clouds, the palace seemed to be a fairyland on earth. A figure wearing a golden robe stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking forwards. Beside him, there was a handsome figure in man's clothing who was extremely beautiful, and it was Xia Qingyuan. Both of them had their eyes on the picture in front of them where there was a huge scene, a palace on top of a mountain, countless cultivators fighting a great battle, but a blood-stained youth sat alone in the void, playing the guqin as if between heaven and earth there existed only him alone. Cultivators around them were continually falling, and the youth had the brilliance of the emperor upon him, extremely radiant. Seeing what happened in the picture, Xia Qingyuan's extremely beautiful eyes showed a slight disturbance. It seemed to have reminded of her the words that Futian said to her that day in the imperial mausoleum. As if to say that she had secret weapons, it was not only her who had them. At the time, she thought that it was just Futian being ignorant and arrogant, but now it seemed that if he had really shown his cards, the loser would still be her. This battle was truly earth-shattering. She did not expect to have such a battle in the lower worlds. This one alone is better than all in the 9 states. Emperor Xia looked at the battle, then waved his hand and the picture disappeared. Messenger, he said casually, and as soon as his voice was heard, a figure appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee in extreme piety. First and foremost, send someone to investigate the past of the palace of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, Futian. From the time he was born until now, what he has done, who has been around him, what ability has he cultivated, I want an account of everything. Emperor Xia spoke in an indifferent voice, but there was an unquestionable authority behind it. Secondly, take people to the lower worlds and keep tabs on everyone who was observing the battles inside and outside of the Holy Palace today, and monitor all of them. Tell them they are to return to their respective holy lands. Unless they have permission, they are not allowed to leave. Violators of the order will be killed without exception. The second instruction of Emperor Xia was equivalent to a total blockade of the news of the battle at the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone inside and outside the palace would be put under lockdown. Third, ask the people of 9 State Guard what they were doing. Who gave Saint Ji the audacity to do what he did? Emperor Xia continued to order. Yes, sir. The man said, when investigating Yi Futian, should we control him? No need, just watch him. Emperor Xia said, do it as soon as possible. I will go too, Xia Qingyuan said. Emperor Xia nodded. Might as well. Then, the man with the command left with Xia Qingyuan. Soon, a group of cultivators in Emperor Xia's palace initiated the spatial matrix in Emperor Xia's realm and went straight across the space to the lower worlds. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, there were countless cultivators on the outskirts, but they couldn't see inside the battlefield and could only wait outside for the news. Only the top characters of the Great Holy Lands could get closer to see something inside the battlefield. At this point, the battle had not completely concluded, and there was a middle-aged man who quietly retreated and walked away from the crowd in a flash. His speed was incredibly fast, and he was obviously someone in the Saint Plain. However, when he was still in the area of Thousand Holy Islands, he stopped and frowned. Who is it? As he finished speaking, several figures appeared, and their eyes fell on him. Someone from Emperor Li's realm? Asked the person. The eyes of the middle-aged man were like a knife, sweeping toward the newcomer. Where is Li Yao? The other party continued to ask. The middle-aged man rose to the sky in a flash, trying to escape. He did not flee in the direction of Li Yao but went in the opposite direction. A group of people chased in the void, and it didn't take long before a quiet sacred war broke out in Thousand Holy Islands of the barren state, and someone in the Saint Plain had fallen on the spot and was killed. In a bar, outside of Zhongzhou City, Li Yao was still drinking there. On the table in front of him were 9 broken jade tokens. These 9 people were the 9 powerful cultivators who were the subordinates that were specially trained for his purpose. They were expert killers with great strength and were regarded as elite. For the inheritance of Ren Huang, he used the 9 powerful cultivators and the set of divine implements. But today, all 9 were dead. In front of him, that beautiful woman was crying, but she did not seem to be inconsolably sad. As for the youth, he showed signs of great hatred. His father, Saint Ji, had fallen. Your Royal Highness, a cultivator came forward with a broken jade token in his hand and said, something has gone wrong. Sir should withdraw. Li Yao immediately put the glass down, stood up, and made an executive decision, withdraw. He didn't know what had happened, but if it caused the attention of Emperor Xia, it would be more troublesome. He had intended to end things quickly and leave Emperor Xia's realm. But now it seemed that Saint Ji had failed, and even the people he sent to observe the battle were dead as well. This time, the loss was not a small one, but judging from his status, it was not a big deal. A top divine implement appeared, and a strong air of the void came out of it. It was a ship of the void. They stepped into it and suddenly, there was a light screen shining, wrapping them in it. It even covered up the atmosphere. Afterward, the ship crossed the void directly, disappearing right there in the bar, traveling through the air. There was no trace of them in the blink of an eye. Not long after they left, several figures descended. After a quick look at the bar, they looked up into the void, and the look on their faces was not a good one. It seemed that he was one step too late. Of course, even if they were really arriving on time, there was no chance they could have kept the other party. After all, the power of the 9 states was limited. And this was only because Emperor Xia wanted to observe the battle, otherwise, even the saint would not be staying. After all, Emperor Xia did not pay much attention to the lands of the 9 states and had always held a casual attitude toward them. At the Holy Palace, on the battlefield, with the Yukio song being played, almost all the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light were terminated. Even as the music spread throughout the entire battlefield, people were constantly falling, and the cultivators of the 6 great holy lands were steadily killed. Under such circumstances, of course, the 6 holy lands were massacred by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. The sacred war was now, without a doubt, over. Withdraw, Saint Ji spat. Those from the Hall of Holy Light who were still alive tried to retreat. Those from the Temple of Light tried to evacuate, but the sound of the guqin played endlessly, and everywhere the sound passed, death followed. It intended to exterminate all the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light here today. Of course, the Hall of Holy Light was controlled by the Qi clan, and many cultivators had returned to Qi state to guard, so they were not all here. But even so, Jia had died, as well as many of the top figures from the Hall of Holy Light. One could only imagine what kind of mood Saint Ji was in at this moment. "Withdraw," Saint Shihua ordered. "Withdraw." Great Zhou's sacred king and the saints of the three holy lands of the Endless Ocean successively ordered the withdrawal of the army. Even though they were greatly reluctant to do so, they could not watch all their cultivators be slaughtered. Thus, withdrawal was the only option. Today, the seven holy lands formed an alliance and came to the Holy Ji Palace for war, but they did not capture Huang Jioge, who owned the inheritance of Ren Huang. They did not capture the halberd of time and space, nor did not they kill Yi Futian. Instead, they left behind countless corpses. Saint Ji, the master of Jisheng Cliffs had died, so had Jia, Kong Yao, and Lu Zong. So many who were known throughout the land of the 9 states had died here. The people of the Holy Ji Palace were still madly chasing and killing, wanting to eliminate all those who tried to retreat. At this time, above the sky, a mighty authority of heaven descended. Countless eyes now watched the sky. It was as if the heavenly army had arrived and the hearts of many trembled. Emperor Xia's people had arrived. And they came fast. Clearly, Emperor Xia himself was personally keeping tabs on the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. No one had ever thought, and no one dared to think, that for many years, no matter what kind of battle, it had never caused such a situation where Emperor Xia ordered a great army to come to the 9 states, even for the likes of Saint Xia, whose heart was beating fast. Was it because of the aura that was released by Yi Futian? How would Emperor Xia treat Yi Futian? Clearly Yi Futian did not release the power before. Because it was not a last resort, he did not dare to release it. Although he did not know what secrets were hidden, he knew this secret was very likely to attract the attention of Emperor Xia. Therefore, Yi Futian did not dare to. But under the attack of Saint Ji, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to release the power. However, since Emperor Xia had personally sent people to come, there was no need for him to go to the upper worlds for an explanation. The great army descended, and the person who was out front was the little princess, Xia Qingyuan. Not long ago, his wife had also perished in this battle. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and looked at the young man who was playing the ukiyo. By the command of Emperor Xia, everyone of all the holy lands should return to their own holy land immediately to await further orders. They are not to take a step outside without permission. Anyone who violates the order will be executed. Next to Xia Qingyuan, a powerful cultivator of the Saint Plain said. His voice spread throughout the palace. Emperor Xia wanted to control everyone because of Saint Ji's move? Or because of Yi Futian? Is it over? Countless people looked up at the sky. At this moment, whether it was Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, or the great Zhou's sacred king, they all understood that they were defeated and had been defeated thoroughly. They paid a great price for their failure. Even more frightening was that if Emperor Xia allowed Yi Futian to continue on his path, it would be their apocalypse one day. Yes. Saint Ji nodded. Saint Shihua and great Zhou's sacred king all nodded in agreement. Who dared to not obey Emperor Xia? The sound of the guqin suddenly stopped, the spirit of guqin disappeared, and Yi Futian seemed to have exhausted all his power as his body fell from the sky. Several shadows flashed toward him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue arrived first because of, and the two caught Yi Futian. Second senior sister, third senior brother. Yi Futian had tears in the corner of his eyes. Zhuge Mingyue, likewise, was also in tears. Looking at Yi Futian's eyes, her heart hurt for him. Gu Donglu held Yi Futian's hand. He didn't say anything, because any words at this moment would be useless. He had tried his best, and so did everyone else. But who could have thought that Saint Ji would intervene? And who could have stopped Saint Ji? If it was not for Jieyu and Yaya, who fought without a thought for their lives, everyone there would have been doomed, including Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. In the distance, inside the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were many people coming toward them, and there were two among them that came onto the battlefield with tears on their faces. They came in front of Yi Futian, who was on the ground. These two people were Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin. Master and Masteress. Yi Futian did not let Zhuge Mingyue help him but knelt on the ground. He owed his master and masteress something he could no longer repay. They had given Jieyu to him to care for, but he was not able to protect her. Nandu Wenin pulled Yi Futian up, hugging him with tears in her eyes. Futian, it was not your fault. Likewise, Hua Fenglu also pulled Yi Futian to him. He sat on the ground, and at this moment, he looked as if he aged a lot suddenly. He looked up at the direction in which Hua Jieyu had disappeared, and all their shared past rushed to his mind. At that time, at Qingzhou Academy, he lived with his daughter Hua Jieyu, just the two of them. The arrival of Yi Futian added some color to their lives. He took Yi Futian on as a disciple and taught him to play the guqin and the art of engraving. Later he matched his daughter and his disciple. These were all such beautiful memories. It seemed as if they happened just yesterday, but now it seemed to be far out of reach. Chapter 995, Many people, such as Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and Yi Wuchen, all descended next to Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu and the others had tears in their eyes also. Many people, such as Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and Yi Wuchen, all descended next to Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu and the others had tears in their eyes also. Yi Wuchen looked up and watched the cultivators of the 6 great holy lands, who had begun to retreat in the sky. There were tears falling down his cheeks. He knew Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu since their time in the Kangyi Kingdom of the Land of the 100 Kingdoms. Today, those people had not yet been completely annihilated. Lu Chenyu came to Yi Wuchen's side, pulling on his hand with the same painful tears. Yi Qingxian and Lu Lanxue also arrived and were saddened. All the palace lords at the Holy Ji Palace came successively, one after another. There was blood on their bodies. At this time, Sage Wanxiang stopped not far from Yi Futian. He bowed and said, "Palace Lord, the divine spirit of the lady has not dissipated. Perhaps there is still a chance to revive her." Yi Futian looked up with difficulty. It had already gotten this far, was it possible that there was still really a chance? Sage Wanxiang saw Yi Futian was still without movement, so he extended his hands and then kneeled and worshipped to the sky. He said clearly, "God bless the lady." He had made a divination of the outcome before the battle, but it was undetermined, and he was impacted in his heart and soul as a result of it. The celestial plane carried by this divination had exceeded his ability and he was not qualified to know its secret. The appearance of the will of the emperor, the descent of the divine spirit of the empress, and the command of Emperor Xia were not something that the likes of him could have deduced. Upon hearing the voice of Sage Wanxiang, countless people at the Holy Ji Palace looked up at the sky. Sword Demon, Sage Daozang, and the other palace lords all kneeled down and shouted, "God bless the lady." All these voices were heard throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Countless people fell to the ground in the direction where Hua Jieyu had disappeared and worshipped. At this moment, a voice was heard throughout heaven and earth. "God bless the lady." In the void, Xia Qingyuan, Saint Xia, Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and Moon Saint all witnessed this scene, and their hearts could not be calmed. To the palace, Yi Futian was the palace lord, its future and its faith. After the battle today, Yi Futian would be the god of the palace. Even Glass Saint, who held great resentment against Yi Futian, experienced a great disturbance inside her heart. She had thought about killing Yi Futian with her own hands, but after today, could she still do it? Everyone had their own lives to live. When she was young, she once dreamed of being like Hua Jieyu, finding someone who truly loved her, and offering everything to each other. But instead, she experienced the darkest part of her life, which had given birth to the glass saint of today. Then, after this battle, what would Yi Futian become? As the wind blew, her clothes fluttered, and her long hair flew in the wind. She looked at the sky above the battlefield. As Xia Emperor had ordered, all the Holy Lands had retreated. Even though their intent to kill him was as high as the sky, they still weren't able to do it. Jisheng cliffs had been destroyed and the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were almost all annihilated, and the great Zhou sacred dynasty also suffered heavy losses. The three Holy Lands of Endless Ocean lost more than half of their people with all of their top figures killed. Of course, the Holy Ji Palace also had many who had fallen in this battle. Even the lady of the palace had perished in the battle. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace, at the moment, did not experience the joy of winning the sacred war but was instead immersed in sorrow. In this battle, the blood of the palace was enough to create a river. Return, Glass Saint said, and led the cultivators of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to leave. She had thought that the saints would have a chance to fight, but the arrival of Xia Qingyuan interrupted everything, so that saints, after all, did not have the opportunity. Since what happened today had attracted the attention of Emperor Xia, there was no doubt he would personally investigate. Just as Emperor Xia had commanded, before the order was lifted, all Holy Lands would not be allowed to make any move, so there would probably be a period of quietude. It was just unknown how long it would take Emperor Xia to investigate the matter. All the cultivators left in succession. Saint Xia, Saint Li, and Moon Saint had all left, as well as the people of the Vajra region. Saint Jiang announced that he would join the Holy Ji Palace and thereafter cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State now had one more saint added to it, a saint who ranked number 12 on the saint ranking no less. Half a month later, the news of the earthquake in the 9 states and the battle of the Holy Ji Palace swept through the land of 9 states, and many were shocked. It was rumored that Saint Ji had died and that the Jisheng Cliffs was now under the control of Emperor Xia's people. None of the cultivators were allowed to step out of Jisheng Cliffs. No one knew what had happened or why Emperor Xiang was controlling Jisheng Cliffs. In this battle, the 7 Holy Lands joined forces to lay siege to the Holy Ji Palace and were unable to take it down. It was rumored that blood flowed like a river at the Holy Ji Palace and there were countless deaths and injuries. But what made people tremble the most was that no one knew which cultivators had died, as the news had been blocked. The world only knew the result of this battle, but the details were unknown. It was rumored that Emperor Xia had arrived and all the Holy Lands retreated and were ordered to stay within their own territory. They were all controlled by the cultivators sent by Emperor Xia, who guarded all of the Holy Lands. No one knew why, and those who knew the inside story were too afraid to say anything. Even Saint Xia had returned to the clan without so much a word of complaint, and Saint Li also returned to the 9-state college and did not talk about the battle. All of this shocked the people of 9 states. What had happened in this battle? Everyone in the 9 states wanted to know the inside story of the battle. At the Holy Ji Palace, in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian woke up from his coma, and when he opened his eyes, he saw many cultivators. Second senior sister, Little Butterfly, Phoenix, Lulan Shui, and Linger were all around him. As soon as they heard the news of him waking up, there were many more people who came from outside, the oldest and third senior brothers, Yi Wuchen, Huang Jioga, and the like. All these familiar faces appeared. Master Dozhan had also returned. Yi Futian knew that they were worried about him, but at this time his heart was still in great pain. He asked, "How are Yusheng and Yaya?" Yusheng's injuries were not minor, but Saint Jiang is here, everything will be okay. Yaya is in retreat. Zhuge Mingyue said, "Futian, you should take care of your body." Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia's people, are they still here? Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingyue nodded lightly. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. Many people did not understand why he did not release the will of the emperor earlier, but in fact, when he faced the 9 great cultivators, he had released the will of the emperor with Jieyu helping him to disguise it. It wasn't until Saint Ji got involved that they could no longer hide it. Because only he and Jieyu knew what kind of secrets were involved in this will of the emperor. Back then, Dong Huang the Great had sent people to Qingzhou city to destroy the statue and kill the Snow Ape Emperor. By releasing the will of the emperor, it was basically a death sentence. If he died, then the palace would also perish with him. Now, people at the palace only expected him to recover, but they did not know that Emperor Xia was probably already investigating this matter, and he was not likely to escape the consequences. As the master of the lower worlds, Yi Futian did not believe that Emperor Xia did not know that Dong Huang the Great had twice sent people here. It was just at the time he was an insignificant person, and those who were high above were too preoccupied to take a second look at him. For instance, when they took away Mr. Du, who paid any mind to the disciples of the college and the college? Some were of the noble plane or the even lower arcana plane. But now it was different. Looking at all of the 9 states, who could say that Yi Futian was insignificant? Moreover, he had released the will of the emperor in front of everyone. It was impossible for Emperor Xia to ignore it. He now would probably want a thorough investigation on him. The 9 states was under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia. If Emperor Xia wanted to investigate him, there would be nothing that couldn't be found. He was born in the city of Qingzhou and used to stay in the cottage. Even if there was no hard evidence, Emperor Xia Huang would be able to deduce a thing or two. I am going for a walk. Yi Futian got up and went out. Everyone looked at him. Gu Donglu whispered, let him have some quiet time. Everyone nodded and did not follow him, because all could understand the mood Yi Futian was in at the moment. Yi Futian just had a shirt on and walked in the Holy Sage Pavilion. With the wind blowing on him, he actually felt a little cool. Ahead of him, there were 2 people coming toward him. It was the village chief and Yaya. Perhaps, she could no longer be called Yaya. Yi Futian looked at the woman who had gone through so much change. She no longer wore pigtails and her eyes were not as clear as they were before. Although she had turned out beautiful, Yi Futian still seemed to prefer the simple girl from before. The woman, likewise, also looked at Yi Futian. There were some emotions in her eyes. Her lips were moving slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she did not say anything. Yi Futian looked at her and suddenly he smiled. He was dying, so what would he care anymore about status or identities of the world? It did not matter that she was the world-famous sword saint of the void. She was still Yaya. Yi Futian stepped forward and reached out to try to rub her head. She leaned sideways slightly, and Yi Futian's hand stopped for a moment. But he put his hand on her head and rubbed it, saying, call me brother. The woman's eyes became sharp for a second and then became soft again. Her eyes revealed some struggle, her lips moved slightly, and then she said involuntarily, brother. Her voice was so very faint that it was almost hard to hear it. Once Yi Futian heard this subtle voice, his eyes reddened suddenly, even his palms were slightly trembling. Was Yaya still there? He held out both hands and held the woman's face, then he took a step forward and held her in his arms. The woman's body stiffened, but a warmth started from inside her body. This was the emotional instinct brought on by the life that lived for nearly 2 decades. It had penetrated deep into the soul and was not easily changed. She was the sword saint of the void, but she was also Yaya. Perhaps there was no way that she could escape it. Her body gradually softened, allowing Yi Futian to hold her. Behind her, the village chief observed the scene with an awkward expression. This was perhaps the first time someone dared to hold her. Moreover, she did not even resist. He knew that although her current strength was far from the peak of before, it was still an easy task to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian loosened his arms and smiled at Yaya. To see Yaya in sorrow and despair, one could imagine his mood at the moment. Village chief, there is something I want to ask you, Yi Futian said, looking at the village chief. Yes. The village chief nodded. If I die, please protect the palace for some years. I will let my master take over the palace. If there is nothing wrong with Yu Sheng, he will replace the master to be in charge of the palace as palace lord in the future, Yi Futian said to the village chief as if to dictate his last will and testament. There were too many people in the palace that he was worried about. If he died, everything would fall apart. His brothers and sisters, and Wuchen, where would they go? The village chief glanced at the woman in front of Yi Futian and saw her looking at Yi Futian, saying, okay. Yi Futian glanced at her and smiled. Stroking her cheek, he said, be good. As he was speaking, he walked away. Of course, he knew that Yaya was still Yaya, but she was not only Yaya. When the village chief heard this, his emotions were conflicting. He looked at the woman in front of him somewhat fearfully. The woman turned around and looked at the village chief. The village chief instantly lowered his head. He did not see anything. Chapter 996, Yi Futian took a look at Yu Sheng, and then came to where his teacher Hua Fenglu and his wife lived. Hua Fenglu had seemingly aged within the span of several days, losing his dashing looks of the past altogether. Wrinkles were seen on Nanda Wenin's face as well, making her look dejected. Yi Futian took a look at Yu Sheng, and then came to where his teacher Hua Fenglu and his wife lived. Hua Fenglu had seemingly aged within the span of several days, losing his dashing looks of the past altogether. Wrinkles were seen on Nanda Wenin's face as well, making her look dejected. Both of them were playing the guqin when Yi Futian arrived. The sound of the tunes matched and melded with each other, but Yi Futian was only able to sense tinges of sorrow from the sounds. They stopped playing when they saw Yi Futian come and they smiled at him. However, Yi Futian felt that their smiles looked rather sorrowful. Teacher, Mistress, Yi Futian lowered his head and said. Futian, how are your injuries? Hua Fenglu asked. They're a lot better now, Yi Futian nodded and said. It's been 17 years since we ran from Qingzhou City, eh? Hua Fenglu then added, I still remember you carrying me, a cripple, on your back all those years ago. We crossed the East Sea, returning to Donghai City, and looked for your mistress here. I can't believe it's been such a long time ago. Time flies indeed. Yi Futian did not say anything further. He seemed to be that boy that he once was before Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin. We've out for long enough and we've started getting homesick. Futian, me and your mistress here are thinking of returning to the East Sea, Hua Fenglu said. Yi Futian knelt on the ground with reddened eyes as soon as Hua Fenglu finished, lowering his head. He said, I've failed you, teacher. He and Hua Jieyu were married in the Book Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory back then. They both were the closest person to Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin, so both of the elders came with them. And now, his teacher said that he wanted to return to the East Sea. Such was his state of mind at the moment. Futian. Nanda Wenin went up and pulled Yi Futian his feet. She turned around and looked at Hua Fenglu, berating him, Futian has just recovered, just what the hell are you talking about? I know. Yi Futian knew what was going through the minds of his teacher and mistress. None of the elders blamed him, yet the fact that Jieyu was the life of both of them remained. Hua Fenglu came to Yi Futian's side and pulled him over, sitting on the ground with him, saying, do you remember that when Jieyu left all those years ago, it was just me and you, and then we went to Donghai City. But your teacher here seems to have better luck than you do. I still have your mistress here with me and Aunt Tang. So, with Jieyu gone now, I know that you're definitely in more pain than me. You have to get up on your feet regardless of how painful it is. Who did Jieyu end up passing away for after all? If something were to happen to you, it would have been a waste of her effort. You need to stay strong at this time. You know what you'll be facing after all. Promise your teacher and your mistress, and this is the greatest hope that Jieyu had for you as well, live and thrive. Hua Fenglu knew certain secrets of Yi Futian, and so he definitely knew what Yi Futian would be up against. Well, you know, teacher, it's all up to fate for me this time, Yi Futian said beside Hua Fenglu. Emperor Xia had sent his people to guard the Holy Ji Palace. If it was his life that the emperor wanted, it would have been all the same for him, be it at the moment or even after he became a saint. Hua Fenglu listened to Yi Futian's words and went silent for a few moments. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked up at the sky far away and scolded Yi Futian in a low voice. You said that you have no respect for your elders and traditions, then why would I have taken you as my student then? You called yourself a playboy, but you were not as dashing and good-looking as I was, so why the hell did I marry off my daughter to you? I'm really down on my luck for having met you. Indeed. Why the hell were you so blind as to take a liking to me back then? If you hadn't taken me in as your student and didn't marry Jieyu off to me, things would have been better off, Yi Futian looked far away and said lightly. Nanda Wanyin broke into tears within seconds, seeing the teacher and the student sitting down and talking. Several days passed and Yi Futian had settled some matters of the Holy Ji Palace. That day, a sword flew out of the Holy Ji Palace. The mighty ones sent by Emperor Xia appeared, blocking the sword that was about to leave. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and her eyes were on Yi Futian. There was also the village chief, Hua Fenglu, Nanda Wanyin, and Tang Lan there with him. I'm going to leave for a while. You're welcome to join us, princess, Yi Futian said plainly to Xia Qingyuan before saying to the village chief, let's go. Xia Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian coldly. What a bastard. The sword will was activated and they left soon enough. The eyes behind Xia Qingyuan all turned in her direction. Xia Qingyuan then said, let me leave. Send someone to keep an eye on him. No need to get in his way. Just let him wherever he wants to. Acknowledged. The one behind her nodded. Several figures looked up at the disappearing sword from the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Yaya, Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, and others saw Yi Futian off. The others in the Holy Ji Palace did not know of the secret that Yi Futian kept close to his heart. They had no idea at all what awaited Yi Futian, thinking that Emperor Xia was just investigating the case of the Sacred War of the Nine States. After the Holy Sword left the Holy Ji Palace, it headed east, passing Divine Sky City as they left Zhongzhou City, then passing by the Eastern Barren Territory, Book Mountain, Ancient Lulan. It was the journey that Yi Futian took when he first showed up. Yi Futian had no idea when Emperor Xia would act against him. His fate was no longer in his control. That was why he did not bring his teacher back. His speed was lacking and he was worried that he would be caught on the way, so he let the village chief escort them instead. They arrived at the border of the 100 Lands and there were a lot of familiar memories Yi Futian had with the place. The Kangyi Kingdom, the Nanda Nation, and many more. The Holy Sword kept flying forward, entering Donghai City. Within the small city below lied the Nanda clan and Donghai Academy. Those were places that held a lot of memories for him. Yi Xiang was probably still the headmaster of Donghai Academy. However, he did not stay at Donghai Academy. Nanda Wanyin did not even visit her brother at the royal palace of the Nanda Nation nor the Nanda clan. They passed through Donghai City and the Holy Sword went straight for East Sea, zipping by above the vast ocean, going all the way into Qingzhou City. The island city was where Yi Futian grew up. He thought he would never return after he last left. You may return, village chief, Yi Futian said to the village chief after he arrived at the shore of Qingzhou City. Will do. The village chief nodded, and as the sword tore through the sky, he vanished from sight altogether. Teacher, mistress, where will we be staying? Yi Futian asked. Qingzhou Academy was probably long taken over by others. Should we pay a visit regardless? His teacher and Jieyu had lived in Qingzhou Academy for 3 years. Yi Futian watched Jieyu grow up there, so he had special sentiments about the place. It's best not to disturb others. You decide, Futian. Anywhere would do, Hua Fenglu said. It was Yi Futian who sent them back after all, and he intended to stay with them for the last of his days. If Emperor Xia or Donghuang the Great wanted him dead, then he would die in Qingzhou City. It was his birthplace after all, and it seemed like a good choice to have his bones buried there. Hopefully, things would not turn out like how they had with the cottage's teacher, where a group of people showed up out of nowhere and took him away. Qingzhou Lake seems to have a good view. How about we just buy a place there? Yi Futian asked. Up to you. Hua Fenglu had no objections. They came back to live as hermits, with no intention of dealing with the messy affairs of the outside world, spending the rest of their days in peace and quiet. Hua Jieyu's death had dealt a very heavy blow to them after all. All right then. Yi Futian nodded and they went into Qingzhou City. He thought of returning to the Ye's residence from ages past, but that place had been bought by Uncle Feng Ruhai, a friend of his father. The last time he was back, Feng Qingxue was staying there, and Yi Futian had no intention of disturbing them. He did not wish to alert anyone of his presence as well, wishing to simply spend his days in quiet. These could very well be his last days, so there was no need to disturb others. Qingzhou City was a very small place to him, but to the common folk who lived there, it was a large place, just like it had felt to him all those years ago. Yi Futian quickly bought a small, elegant place by the lake. The place was simple and not large, but more than enough to accommodate them all. After they were done with settling down in the simple place, Yi Futian brought some chairs for Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin to sit. Tang Lan stood quietly at the side. Yi Futian then moved a chair to her side and said, "Have a seat, Aunt Tang." "Sure." Tang Lan nodded and saw Yi Futian sitting down, laying there lazily and closing his eyes, enjoying the sunlight. "Futian." Tang Lan stopped as she was about to say something. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "What's the matter, Aunt Tang?" Tang Lan looked at him and said nothing as she shook her head. The three of them continued to talk as she wore a smile on their faces, seemingly without a hint of sadness, but she was nonetheless able to sense the emptiness and sorrow from the depths of their hearts. It seemed that everything was being covered by the smiles on their faces. "You really want to live here as well, Futian?" Nandu Wenin asked. "Indeed. I'm here to keep you and teacher company." Yi Futian nodded. "Just let him do as he pleases," Hua Fenglu said to Nandu Wenin, who then nodded. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Jieyu was no longer with him, so he would spend the last of his days by his teacher's and master's side. "Teacher, Mistress, I'll go take a stroll," Yi Futian got up and said. "Yeah." Hua Fenglu nodded. Yi Futian got up and left. The breeze by the lake was rather chilly. He walked aimlessly and before he realized it, he came to the place where he and Jieyu held hands all those years ago. There were many people laughing by the lake. Young boys and girls, as well as couples, making the scene look like a drawing. The wind blew past and Yi Futian remained standing there like a statue. A faint smile was seen in his eyes. The sky eventually turned red from the sun setting, with him having no idea how long he had been standing there. The night came as the sun set. The view of the lake at night looked even more beautiful. Boats of all sorts came and went without stop. Fireworks were seen occasionally, a work of the guests on the tourist boats. They admired the view as they laughed and cheered. Yi Futian looked at the fireworks and his eyes looked rather dazed. It was as if he had gone back in time, back to that day 18 years ago, when both of them held hands by the lake. They stood where he stood at the moment, looking at the fireworks blooming in the sky with astonishing beauty. She took his hand that year, looking at the fireworks in the sky and asked, "So are we a couple now then?" The fireworks looked incredibly beautiful that year. She looked even more beautiful that year. He smiled and a tear rolled down his cheeks. The wind blew, rustling his clothes and his hair billowed. Half of his full head of black hair turned gray in an instant. Chapter 997, Pleasure boats and barges were all over the lake. There were girls standing outside said boats, admiring the fireworks. They turned their eyes and saw the man on the lake. His billowing hair turned half gray before becoming silver, dancing in the air. The girls were dazed by the scene. The man had a slender body and looked exceptional and dashing, as he was an incredibly handsome man. He seemed to have been merged with the scenery simply by standing around doing nothing. However, his standing silhouette seemed to be a lonesome one. Pleasure boats and barges were all over the lake. There were girls standing outside said boats, admiring the fireworks. They turned their eyes and saw the man on the lake. His billowing hair turned half gray before becoming silver, dancing in the air. The girls were dazed by the scene. The man had a slender body and looked exceptional and dashing, as he was an incredibly handsome man. He seemed to have been merged with the scenery simply by standing around doing nothing. However, his standing silhouette seemed to be a lonesome one. Quite a good-looking guy indeed. Many on the boats came to take notice of the man at the shore. Is that trick of turning hair gray some kind of spell? What are you people looking at? A young man on the boat came to the bow, following the eyes of the girls. He too caught sight of Futian. The appearance and bearing of the man inspired envy in the men watching him. He shed tears and his hair turned gray all of a sudden. I wonder who those tears were for, one of the girls asked. Probably just some kind of trick, one of the men smiled and said. The man then took out an article of clothing and put it on the girl and said, "The wind outside is cold, let's head inside." Right. The girl nodded, turning her eyes away with a tinge of reluctance before returning to the boat. There were many on the lake who turned to look at Futian. A woman with a bolder personality even smiled and asked, and her boat passed by him, "Do you mind coming up for a bit?" However, the man did not seem to notice her and simply remained standing there alone. The woman felt bored and rowed away. Futian then sat by the lakeside cross-legged, taking out a guqin and began playing at the side of the lake. It was a simple tune devoid of any power. There were illustrations within the flowing tune, which seemed to have blended with the scenery. There was no sadness, no tears, only joy, as if he was drawing an incredibly beautiful painting. He was illustrating the love between young couples, pure and beautiful. Many seemed to feel themselves taking a trip back in time as they heard the tune. It was as if they had returned to their younger days, recalling their love in ages past. The man who was playing the tune must have had quite a story to tell. The tune ended and Futian stood up, walking back to his place. The lives of Futian, Hua Fenglu, and the others were incredibly quiet in the following days. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin spent their days basking in the sun within the compound and playing the guqin, seldom going out. It was as if they had truly become hermits. They did not bring Hua Jiayu up. No one wanted to bring her up. No one dared to. They simply hoped that time would wash away their pain. Futian's life was also a simple and orderly one. He spent his days talking with his teacher and mistress in their place and taking strolls along the lake at night. He seemed to have even forgotten about his training altogether. Time passed and everyone who lived near their place came to know them. An elder came to knock on their door, saying to Hua Fenglu with a smile, "I've grown used to hearing you people play your tune. Why would people like you come to Qingzhou City?" The old man was one who had been through a lot himself. He had ventured outside when he was young and had met renowned people of the Dharma and Arcana plane before, but none of them exuded bearings like that of Hua Fenglu and the others. While he was old, he was able to guess that the lot of them were anything but simple folk. "Have a seat, elder," Hua Fenglu said. The elder did not refuse and entered their home. "We're old, so we thought of coming home," Hua Fenglu smiled and replied to the old man. "Right. Qingzhou City is a small island, and quite a quiet one too." The old man then smiled and asked, "That handsome young man would be your son, I take it?" "Very good looking indeed, and he seems to have surpassed you in looks." Hua Fenglu smiled and did not deny any of that. Yi Futian was like their own son to them. But then again, a young man growing gray hair at such an age, I wonder what he's been through. I'm not sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but if he really has something that he can't get over with, well, time shall be the remedy to all things, the old man said in an advisory tone. He was able to hear their tunes due to living so close by. While the tunes were quiet, they had a tinge of sadness to them. The family seemed to have some stories to tell, so he came just to give them advice. Thank you, elder. Hua Fenglu nodded. All right, I've overstayed my welcome and I shall leave you be. The old man left and Hua Fenglu sighed. Yi Futian's hair had been gray every day for as long as they had been in the city. He had had a head of black hair when they came to Qingzhou City, yet his hair was all gray, almost as white as snow even. It was a sad thing for a young person to have a head of gray hair. Hua Fenglu had no thoughts on anything else at the moment. He had only hoped that there would be good news coming from the Holy Ji Palace. He did not want to see people show up suddenly and take Yi Futian away by force. He had already lost his beloved daughter, and he dared not think about any mishaps happening to his student, who he came to see as his son. Qingzhou Lake had always been the most popular place in Qingzhou City. Yi Futian went to take strolls every day by the lakeside and play a tune there. Days passed and there seemed to be nothing much happening throughout the 9 states. But then again, he did not think about any of that as well. Many who liked to go to the lake heard of a gray-haired young man who had been playing tunes by the lake every day for quite some time. It was said that he was extremely handsome. His dashing looks and exceptional bearing worked well with his gray hair, so much so that women tended to fall for him. There had been girls from dubious places inviting the young man to come to their establishments often, yet he had never batted an eye for them. As a result, there had been many rumors regarding the gray-haired young man. Some claimed that he was missing some beloved who passed away or missing his first love, leading him to behave in such a manner. There were those who said that it was probably due to having been betrayed by someone he loved. He was so sad that he spent his days reminiscing the good old days, indulging himself in memories and refusing to move on. However, none of them had been able to recognize him. While he had once been incredibly famous in Qingzhou City, even causing an earthquake there, all that had been a long time ago. The last time he had been seen in Qingzhou City was more than 10 years ago. Those who came to hear about him might not have known him. Even those who had actually seen him all those years before probably would not recognize him due to his full head of gray hair. Qingzhou Lake looked just as stunning that day. A boat moved along the water of the lake and a couple stood on the boat. The man was exceptionally handsome. He was over 30 years of age, exuding a unique charm. The woman was also extremely good-looking. While she was married, that had only added to her charm. Her long red dress showed her figure perfectly. Teacher Yang, madam. Some who passed by recognized the two of them. It was obvious that they were rather renowned in Qingzhou City. The Yang clan and the Feng clan were both top-notch families in Qingzhou City. Yang Xiu had supreme talents and looked incredibly dashing, while the daughter of the Feng clan, Feng Qingxue, was just as exceptional in both her incredible looks and talent for training. Many were touched by the 5 years that Yang Xiu spent pursuing Feng Qingxue. Both of them were eventually married and it became quite a story in Qingzhou City. Both Yang Xiu and Feng Qingxue taught at Qingzhou Academy. The academy was no longer what it used to be. A lot of things had happened and its overall strength far surpassed what it had once been. Both of them were of Dharma plane powers. Feng Qingxue had spent years studying elsewhere before returning to the Qingzhou Academy several years later. Both of them nodded at the person who greeted them, looking amicable. A tune was heard at the lake far away. Both of them turned to the lake and saw a gray-haired figure playing the guqin, and many people gathered around to listen to him play. Qingxue, it's been said that there has been a mystical figure showing up at the lakeside these days and that he plays a tune by the lake before leaving. There have been a lot of rumors about him. Some even claimed to witness his hair turning gray in an instant. Yang Xiu said with a smile, "Furthermore, it seems that this Guqin master is an exceptionally good-looking man, so much so that few in Qingzhou are able to compare. Many girls invited him to their boats and he never batted an eye. What do you think? Since when did you become interested in things like that?" Feng Qingxue asked with a smile. "Well, I'm still a dashing man myself. That man is said to be one whom none in Qingzhou city are able to compare to. I'd love to see if that is true," Yang Xiu smiled and said. "What if he actually is better looking than you are?" Feng Qingxue asked with a smile. "You kind of make it sound as if there's nothing I can do about that. Though he could be better looking than me, he's not going to steal my wife," Yang Xiu smiled and said. The boat headed in that young man's direction, reaching the shore gradually. Feng Qingxue looked rather indifferent. She did not think of such things to begin with. However, when she came to listen to the tune, she was gradually pulled into the illustration of the tune. It was as if she was able to sense the purity of her youth from the tune itself. The tune was flowing with a mystical charm, capable of bringing the thoughts of those within earshot back in time, reminiscing about their past. Feng Qingxue was unable to help but recall her youth. She was truly innocent back then, but stubborn and unruly as well, missing out on a good person. While she knew that said person would have blamed her for anything, she was nonetheless somewhat dejected whenever she recalled what happened between them. While time had washed the matter away considerably, and having been married, she ceased to recall those times as she once did. There were times when the thoughts hit her and she still had a bit of sadness in her. But then again, there was also a bit of the good times mixed in. Those had been the best time of her youth after all. The Guqin master has a very high skill indeed, Yang Xiu praised as he came to be attracted by the tune as well. He turned to look at Feng Qingxue, who had also been attracted by the tune. He grew curious about the person playing it. The boat gradually came closer and her eyes turned to the figure playing the tune. As the distance between them closed and her sight grew clear, she was actually able to sense some familiarity from the man playing the guqin. Am I imagining things? Feng Qingxue asked herself deep down. It was probably due to the memories being brought forth by the tune. However, her mind remained restless and she shuddered a bit. The tune continued to flow into her ears. As the boat came increasingly close and she listened quietly, memories of bygone years that had never come to mind surfaced. The sense of familiarity filled her mind at the moment. Furthermore, as the boat got closer, the sense of familiarity grew increasingly intense. Feng Qingxue's heart continued to race. She labored to see the face of the one who was playing the tune clearly. The young man continued to play with all 10 of his fingers. Strands of gray hair dangled before his brow, blocking his face. It was not until the tune was over that he began to lift his head up. When Feng Qingxue finally saw his face, her heart shuddered violently and her eyes reddened. She was unable to keep her tears from rolling down her face when she saw the head of gray hair clearly. He was known all over the world. There was no one in the Nanda nation who did not know his name, but she had no idea why his hair was all gray when she saw him again. Chapter 998, 10 years ago Futian had returned to Qingzhou city. Afterward, news about him had come out of Donghai city. When Feng Qingxue had left Qingzhou city and crossed the sea, she had already known of Futian's fame. She could easily tell what kind of man the Prince of Nanda was. At that time he had been so young and yet was already so famous. She had thought that he would live an even more glorious life. 10 years ago Futian had returned to Qingzhou city. Afterward, news about him had come out of Donghai city. When Feng Qingxue had left Qingzhou city and crossed the sea, she had already known of Futian's fame. She could easily tell what kind of man the Prince of Nanda was. At that time he had been so young and yet was already so famous. She had thought that he would live an even more glorious life. Although he had forgotten her along with many things from that time, when she thought of how high he had soared she was still gratified. She had no more illusions about one day marrying him. But why did she have to meet him after so long under these circumstances? Why had this impressive figure's hair turned silver? At the moment, she finally realized the artistic conception of that melody. There was sorrow within the joy. If she had known that meeting him again would be like this, she would have rather not done so. She never would have dreamed that the handsome white-haired youth who was rumored to be on the shore of Qingzhou Lake was Yi Futian. What must he have gone through to look like this now? She did not know, but she still felt his pain in her heart. Tears stained her face. Qingxue. Yang Xiu saw the dazed expression on her face. Why did she have such a strong reaction upon seeing this young man? Could it be that they knew each other? Feng Qingxue seemed not to hear him as she continued to stare at the white-haired youth. Seeming to sense something, the white-haired youth looked up at the small boat that she was in. His eyes were as calm as still water. He smiled slightly as he nodded at her, then turned and left. Feng Qingxue wanted to say something, but as he left she said nothing. She could not stop the tears from flowing. She was much more resolute now that she was married, she was not the same girl as before. But now, in this situation, it seemed that only tears could express her feelings. What has happened to you? Feng Qingxue whispered to the slowly disappearing figure. She knelt down and wept, seeming to be helpless. How had someone so young and famous ended up like this? He did not belong in Qingzhou City at all. Everyone fixed their attention on Feng Qingxue, and a strange look came over many of their faces. Feng Qingxue and Yang Xiu were slightly famous in Qingzhou City and knew many people. Why would she be so sad just from a single glance at this young man? Could he be a former lover of hers? That seemed to be the message of the music that the white-haired youth was playing. If so, would that not be an embarrassment for Yang Xiu? Yang Xiu kneeled beside Feng Qingxue and whispered, "Is that him?" He had pursued Feng Qingxue for 5 years. He naturally knew her past, knew that there had always been only one person in her heart, that unattainable genius. Feng Qingxue nodded slightly. Yang Xiu's heart was in turmoil. He would never have thought that the mysterious young man on the shore of Qingzhou Lake was the most legendary figure in Qingzhou City. The funny thing was that the people of Qingzhou City had treated him as a joke. If they had known who he was, who knew what they would think? When the legend of Qingzhou City had returned, he had done so with white hair. Yang Xiu was uneasy. What had happened to him? Feng Qingxue did not spread the news, and so Yi Futian's peace was not broken. He continued to live every day as usual. On the next day that he came to Qingzhou Lake, Feng Qingxue was already sitting in a boat, waiting for him with another familiar figure. Qin Yi had been at Qingzhou Academy all along with Feng Qingxue, and she was still single. She was still just as attractive as before, but she was no longer as immature. She was full of heroic spirit, but when she saw Yi Futian's white hair, it evaporated. Feng Qingxue had told her, but when she saw what Yi Futian looked like with her own eyes, her beautiful eyes turned red. Yi Futian sighed inwardly as he saw Qin Yi. He stopped playing and stepped out onto the front of his boat. "Qin Yi, Qingxue," whispered Yi Futian. His silver hair danced in the slight breeze. He was much friendlier than before. You could tell his story with a single glance. But he was no less handsome than before and was even better in some respects. But all that Qin Yi and Qingxue saw was the tragedy. Qin Yi saw him smiling and nodded slightly. She bowed her head as if she couldn't bear to see him like this. He had come back alone, and with white hair, and that legendary girl from Qingzhou Academy was no longer by his side. She guessed some of what had happened, and her heart ached for him. She was so beautiful and outstanding, the embodiment of perfection. Back in the day, when she and Yi Futian had walked together, they seemed like a couple. Jieyu is gone. Yi Futian spoke as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. His tone was calm. That one sentence seemed to cover everything. Qin Yi's tears continued to fall. She still did not look at Yi Futian but wiped away her tears. After taking a moment to compose herself, she turned to him and nodded, taking in his eyes and his white hair. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but they were still so sad. Qin Yi knew that anything she said would be meaningless, and so she said nothing. She just walked forward and embraced Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stiff at first, but he smiled and hugged her back. Her body was warm. For some people, no longer how long they had been apart, a single glance, a greeting, or a hug, and time would seem to go back. Their relationship seemed to have never changed. How long are you planning on staying in Qingzhou City? Qin Yi asked softly. I don't know, said Yi Futian with a smile. Maybe for the rest of my life. If he was buried here, it would count as the rest of his life. Well, no matter how long you stay, I'll be here with you, said Qin Yi. Yi Futian smiled warmly. Qin Yi was still the same old Qin Yi. She had not changed a bit. You're still the same. You haven't gotten married yet. Yi Futian was feeling a little better, and so he made a joke. Then I won't get married, she replied with a smile. Everyone who witnessed this scene was moved. Qin Yi was even more famous in Qingzhou City than Feng Qingxue. She was not only the vice college chief of Qingzhou Academy, but she was also the daughter of General Qin. Many men had pursued her over the years, but she had ignored them all. But now she was hugging that white-haired man in the boat. Feng Qingxue also seemed to have an uncommon relationship with him, but Yang Xiu did not seem to mind. This was simply strange. Everyone tried to guess who this white-haired man was. Soon there was shocking news. Someone finally recognized Yi Futian. This handsome white-haired youth who had lived by Qingzhou Lake for the past few days was the all-powerful Yi Futian. The legend had returned, but his hair had turned white. People gasped incessantly at the news. This shocking news swept through the city quickly. Many people guessed that something must have happened. He and his white hair had returned to Qingzhou City and taken up residence beside the lake. Many people speculated that he had met with disaster in the outside world, had been defeated by someone stronger and had thus been driven out. Others thought that it had something to do with Hua Jieyu, who they had not seen yet. Could it be that he had met a powerful foe? Some malicious people even speculated that someone had stolen Hua Jieyu away from him because she was so beautiful, which had led to Yi Futian's current depression and to the deterioration of his cultivation. This had caused his white hair. Hua Jieyu, if something had happened to her, then that may indeed have caused Yi Futian to be like this. Yi Futian did not pay attention to any of their speculations. He didn't care. Perhaps he had already developed a habit. He lived his life in a regulated manner, repeating his monotonous pattern every day. However, every day, when he went to Qingzhou City to play the guqin, Qin Yi was there. Sometimes Feng Qingxue would go as well, along with General Qin and Uncle Feng. Of course, more and more people were coming to listen to him play on the shores of Qingzhou Lake. They all wanted to see the former legend. But because it had already been 10 years, some of the younger people only knew of his legend from the stories that their elders told. Time passed by without anyone noticing, until one day Yi Futian's peace was shattered. A brilliant sword will descended into the courtyard of the house where he was staying. A divine sword appeared with the college chief on it as well as two other figures, Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui. They had come with the village chief. Hua Fenglu gazed at the village chief. Since Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui had left the palace, what about the palace itself? Emperor Xia summoned all the saints who were there that day, and they all got to meet with him. I was there as well, said the village chief. The ban has been lifted. all the saints of the 9 states can act freely. Yi Futian frowned, and a strange look came over his face. Could the ban have been so silently lifted? Then what about him? Emperor Xia ordered that the people who were at the palace that day must not let a single word get out. Otherwise, their holy land will disappear, just like Jisheng Cliffs. Same with the palace, said the village chief. Now, all the 9 states were inquiring after news of the battle. But Emperor Xia's order had completely locked down all news. If the news got out from one of the holy lands, Emperor Xia would send people to wipe them out. The people of the 9 states knew the outcome of the battle, but they did not know the process. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.